After 2 incredible days of competition, here we are on the third and final of the Runeterra Reforged NA Regional Finals. Today, we send 4 more players to represent North America at the Runeterra Reforged Championships that are coming up just next weekend, alongside Team Liquid's KuramX. So which players are going to be joining Kuram on this journey? We're about to find out today, as we have only 8 players remaining that are going to be playing over 6 games today, where the top 3 spots are going to end up getting that invitation to the Runeterra Reforged Championships. But there's also a spot on the line for the player that has the best average placement across all 3 days of competition, and we have a very hotly contested competition for that one as well, between Toronto Tokyo and Wei Iverson. So a lot to play for on the line in terms of those spots, but also the lion's share of that $35,000 prize pool will also be distributed today. You can see the breakdown for first, second, and third, but everybody in the top 8 is going home with at least $1 grand today. So much on the line for our players. And for first place, they're also going to get a competitor pass to the TFT Global LAN happening in Vegas in December. We are going to now celebrate the 8 players that have made it to this final day of competition after such a grueling and just tough weekend of competition. And what better way to start things off than to have Admirable and Casanova back on the desk with us to bring us through our first half of the players. Admirable, how's it going for this final day?
Pretty good, but I can think of a lot of better ways to start things off than with just me here. But I'll take it, and no complaints about this one. And I see Cass chuckling about this one, but every time he laughs about it, it's because I'm spitting the truth here.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. So many things that would be better, but we will take it. We're happy to have Admirable here instead.
Listen,
despite all odds, we've got him here. But yeah, no, I'm very much looking forward to sending more people to the championship. I mean, I feel like the pool in NA has been so good. We even lost two of, and honestly, 8 of our best players yesterday. And in fact, we still have 8 incredible players that I would be happy to send. So
I couldn't agree more, and I only start this off this way because I know that Admirable, it does make you a little tickled to hear it that way. So that just is to help lighten the mood a little bit, as we know that today we've got a very intense day of competition ahead of us. And these are just the 8 players and how that breaks down so far. You can see on this graphic where that cutoff is going to be for the top 3 to qualify to the Runeterra Reforged Championships. And we'll keep you posted on where all of our players stand throughout the day using this graphic. But to kick things off, I feel like gotta address the elephant in the room, and that's Replay in this final lobby. Able to get the run back to go to the championships back to back.
You know, we talk about how you got to get through regionals first, but it's a lot of steps to get to regionals in the first place. And then even through that, there's still more steps in it. 3 days of competition here. And Replay, I think, has had just the most clean-cut and classic style of TFT that you could possibly play. It's going to be getting to 3-2, seeing that second augment, spending a bunch of gold to build your team, and then working your way up that ladder. This has been just absolutely been working for him super well. He spends the most gold, he takes the least amount of damage. It's really not too much to delve into on that one, as he's been on multicasters for most of his lines throughout the weekend. It's really not much of a surprise either. Day 1, we cut the bottom third of the field. Stay up top. Day 2, we cut the the bottom half of the field. Just continue to stay up top. But now it's day 3, and some things have changed around a little bit. You need to be in top 3 in points, or you need to have the best average placement across 3 days of playing so far. So I think that his strategy application coming into this is pretty wise when you're just, step 1, trying to make it to day 3. If you don't make it to day 3, you don't have a chance at all. So I'm curious to see if that's going to adjust today, or if he's going to keep doing his thing and try to find himself in a top 3 spot.
Multicasters haven't had a great win rate. And at this point, too, when you are looking at the top 4, maybe it is just consistency with something that you know and you're good at to be able to get into those top 4 spots. But somebody else that's going with comfort right now, maybe against all odds of what the stats are showing us, is Darthnup, who's also been playing that Twisted Fate.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Neko. These two have been our Twisted Fate players that have actually really shined, and they both actually played relatively similar styles of just trying to play very consistently, play for good placements, and it's been in slightly different ways, right? Replay was more aggressively spending gold on stage 3 to stabilize early on, whereas Darthnub might save a little bit there, but then will just constantly roll it down in stage 5, spend all of his gold to make sure he stays stable and plays for a solid placement. With that, he's not yet won a game. However, his placements are very consistently between 2nd and 5th, just constantly playing for as many points as possible, playing for the highest placement he can grab without trying to high roll into a better spot. And on our screen, we actually see one of the best plays of the tournament, a beautiful salvage bin play that Darthnub put together. He's a very intelligent player that plans out his moves far ahead of time. This was one he actually said he had been planning for 2 stages, knew this was the pivot he wanted to make, and then was just spending all his gold trying to stabilize, making sure he could get to this point, and it allowed him to find a top 4 finish.
I mean, that's what it takes, though, to be one of the top TFT players, right? Is you're thinking that the 2 stages ahead, those multiple steps ahead, when you know what your end goal is going to be. And someone else that really excels at that is also one of the veterans that we have in our lobby, and that is K3 Soju.
Yeah, he knows exactly where he wants to go with what he's doing, but how he gets there is it's all sorts of different methods. And for him, it's been, again, a very classic style of this, which is, I think, where the idea of flex play really adapted from. It's by slamming powerful items early. It's by having a strong board early on, and then it's by figuring out where that's going to go as the pieces start to fit together a little bit better. And that's, again, what he's continued to do with this. It's slam items to get that little bit of an edge. Items are very powerful. It's really not much question about it. But if you're slamming items that aren't necessarily the most powerful, what that means is you can end up with some makeshift things here and there. But you can make do with that as well, and he's once again been showing that. A 3.75 average so far, and he has been absolutely destroying people as rounds have been going by. When you end up having the most HP when stage 5 rolls around, what that means is you've been fighting hard to have the strongest board that you possibly can pretty much every single time. That is shown through here, and this is something that he's done over and over again. It's not a mystery to see him do it at this point. Really, the mystery is how he keeps doing it and keeps winning with it, because a lot of players try to emulate this sort of thing without as much success. But once again, he's in top 8 of regionals, and once again, he could be going to a world championship here. He's like the most watched player in TFT. He's been around for about as long as you possibly could with competitive TFT, and he is still here playing at the top. It's just what a player Soju has been.
He has been tremendously good throughout all of the sets that we've seen him compete, and is definitely not an unfamiliar sight to see him at this final day of competition. But somebody else that's in the same vein is Milk, another incredible veteran player that we have.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to group them together, right? They've been study partners since the beginning of the game. TFT's creation, the longest standing duo in TFT. But what's crazy about that is they've practiced together so long, and yet they have completely polar opposite play styles, right? We were talking about how good Soju is at finding those win streaks early on, playing strongest board, whereas Milk loves to sacrifice the early game. He's got a 41% of the time, 41% of games, he is lose streaking into Krugs. He's been able to do it so consistently. He is the best at losing. It is great. And then he turns that into a mountain of gold and looks to win out in the late game. I mean, he plays some very great stage 5s. Even though he starts the stage with the least amount of HP, he tends to lose the least amount of HP in that stage as well, because he either has the least to lose or he just doesn't lose anymore. And it's very much that playstyle of 1 HP is 100 HP, because Milk just plays for those big win outs towards the end of the game. And he's done it so impressively throughout this tournament.
High risk, high reward, and what a dichotomy between our two veteran players to show that you can play strongest board, or you can also sack an entire stage and still find that success. And what a great way for Milk to be able to turn that around as well. But Admirable, Casanova, thank you both so much for bringing us through the first half of the players. We're going to say goodbye to you for now, but we will see you later on in the day to bring us through those games. So we will see you in a bit, and let's go ahead and welcome in our next pair of casters. And what a better way to continue the conversation here. Bupasaurus Chrome, welcome back. How are you?
Doing good. How are you doing, Necra?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking.
I'm doing good as well too, Boop. Thank you. But no, we're
yeah. How are you doing? How are you doing, Crowan? Yeah.
Final day of the NA regionals. I am doing pretty dang good, Boop. Thank you. It's been a ton of fun all weekend, and we're here on the final day to send people to the World Championships when NA is a strong region. I mean, it's exciting.
We were just talking about that too. With the fact that we've already had to send home 16 players at this point, and we sadly have to send home 4 more today, is just kind of mind-breaking when you think about the level of competition that we've had in North America so far, and also this weekend. And one of those players that we are just seeing totally break away from the pack is Toronto Tokyo, who is sitting at the top right now towards that AVP.
Toronto Tokyo, you know, the dark horse, second place in LCQ, who is now so close to the World Championships, either from AVP or just outright winning the day, right? Saw that they could do that yesterday in the style. He's 50% win rate, right? Won 6 out of 12 games. And in doing so, right, is just dealing the most damage to the rest of the field. It's 140 damage on average per game, which is insane. It blows all other stats in previous regionals out of the water. And he goes to level 9 in a third of his games, and does that by maintaining econ from about 3-2 to 4-5. He's usually the richest in the lobby, and that's when you're making those decisions like, oh, am I leveling up to 8? Am I even considering going to level 9? And he does that like level 9 in a third of his games, and he puts himself in those spots kind of time and time again, and converting on those big wins. It's super impressive.
It's been so much fun to watch too, because it just feels like it's neck and neck in terms of the race for AVP with somebody else that is right there, 2.58. It's going to be Wajan Iverson, who also ended up being the points leader for day 1.
Yeah, and they're studying together, so I'm curious what they cooked up versus everyone else in those study groups. Yeah, I know, right? By doing so well. But Wajan's been here before, has gotten that world spot for North America, and wants some redemption as well. He wants another shot to get there, do a little bit better than he did during Monster's attack, and this is a great way to show that he's ready. The other thing about this particular meta is verticality really benefits someone like Wajan, where those tip-top power levels are what he pretty much always seeks out. And with these, 9 set type of comps like Demacia, right? He's been doing very well. But also with these stats through stage 4, right, he's taken the least amount of damage, and he's been able to pull out some tier 3-4 cost units because of that as well. So the meta, the way that the day has been going, I'm really excited to see by the end of today what that average placement's going to look like for both Toronto Tokyo and Wajan here, because I think they both got a shot.
Oh, they so certainly do. And I think that even just outside of average placement, they also both have a shot to just make it into the top 3. And so that's also going to be very cool to see if they can maintain that consistency and also that legacy that both of them are trying to chase after. But there are players that are starting to create their own. We talk about all these players that have been able to make it to the championships already, but what about Connor is me? One of the players who has come into this one as a much more kind of unknown factor versus some of the bigger storylines that we have here. And also T-Lides. Like, if both of these players are just trying to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, I'll start with Connor. So the reason why we've been saying Connor is him, right, was because of that first day, right, where he came in, he said he was a wild card, he said he was going to play contested comps, and he said he was going to feel good about it, and that's exactly what happened, right? I think everyone was pretty much surprised by Connor's ability to make it through day 1, and then he followed it up with a day 2 that got him into the final 8 as well. So is this wild card going to be the card that ends up at Worlds, or is he going to go right back into the deck by the end of today? His playstyle has definitely leaned towards multicasters, has not hit level 9 because of that, and that has actually made a couple portals a little bit disadvantageous for Connor as we've gone through this weekend. So if the portals are good and Connor's feeling good about himself and those multicasters are casting for him, then he might be one of our representatives as well.
Connor is him.
Connor is him.
And if it makes it, it would also be a Connorism. We're going to coin both of these terms and just keep it rolling there. But as you alluded to before, and why we kind of pair these two players together is that T-Lides is also making his very first regional appearance and has a shot to also make it to the championships.
Yeah, one of the up-and-comers and one of the more impressive ones as well, kind of in conversation for that breakout player of the set. We'll see where things end off, but T-Lides able to make it here to the final day. We see he does that because he has the most gold in the early game. He is being able to, make that econ, extra early breakpoints, and get to about 60 gold by Krugs. He does, however, spend a fair bit on 3-2 because he is so rich. But those roll downs that he does are super efficient. He only spends about 20 gold, not the highest of the lobby, but then takes the least damage in stage 3. And he's doing it around the variety of comps and is able to win streak throughout stage 3 as well. But around specifically that Earth Legend playstyle, right? You need to know how to play 5-6 different lines, and to be able to roll down on 3-2 with a very efficient amount of gold and win streak consistently is just so impressive on how to make those boards stable.
I know he doesn't always pick it, but what I'm hearing you say is that basically the rich get richer.
Yep,
when it comes to him playing his boards. Sorry, I had to sneak that in there because I'm cringe like that. But when we talk about all these players, and thank you both so much for breaking down the final 4 in this lobby, one thing's for sure is that they're all incredibly talented, very good at the game, and so deserving to be here. And so being able to see all of these players go head to head makes day 3 one of the most exciting in terms of all of the competitions that we have during the set. And when it comes down to some of the compositions that we've been seeing, it's been interesting. I feel like there's been a lot of interesting developments over the last 2 days.
Yeah, there definitely has, Nekra, and as we see kind of the shift, at least of popularity to day 1 to day 2, multicasters is down, but still very popular, the most popular comp. But specifically want to hone in first on the Ionia Xayah. There's so many different variations of this 6 Ionia playstyle. You can reroll the Ashe, you can have Karma focused, you can have Ahri in there, or you can focus on Nilo or Xayah. So popularity is way up. The interesting thing though is that the top 4-8 is down. Maybe, being it more contested, the win rate also down as well, just because of those really capped out 9 traits finding a ton of success. But also yesterday, the 4 Rogue Graves reroll came out a lot more than in day 1, but specifically around that Zaun playstyle when players were popping their tomes or just finding +1 Zaun in the early game. They were making it happen. The top 4-8 did go a little bit down as we saw some players kind of like Setsuko, roll a bunch of gold, just not hit. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
But even a player like Wage Iverson found that early and piloted it to a win, right? That's why we're seeing that win percentage at 20%. Really amazing to see.
Yeah, so, I mean, the other things on here, too, that are really interesting to see is the difference between these Demacia lines, right? You see 9 Demacia, we know how good it is. We talked about verticality when we talked about Wajan earlier, and that is probably the comp that we've seen the tip-top power level so far, right? But when you aren't able to hit that 9 Demacia and you have to maybe do something with it, maybe itemize the Quinn a little bit more to get that Quinn carry going, and you're not able to get that power level on that 9 Demacia, then you're seeing the results in day 1 and day 2 being 0% win rate on that one. But, a pretty pretty good top 4 rate. But the thing about today that is very different than a lot of other competitions that we've had is, you know, your ranking here is going to really, really matter. So are we going to see a little bit more conservative play because top 4s throughout the day could potentially get you to Worlds? Or are you going to take a little bit more of a risk and try to lead with the win and let everyone chase you? That's what I'm super excited to see today in terms of how these comps might roll out.
I think you start with the latter, right? If you want to try to get that win, like you try now, and like if you get that win, then you're able to snowball with that through the rest of the day of competition. And I feel like one of the best ways to do that, and you talked about it in the stats, is just going for these chase traits. If you're able to get that online, Earth Enjoyer, rejoice, because there might just be a portal that really lends itself to being able to find that and activate that vertical trait, Crowan.
Yeah, we talked about the dichotomy of the Earth players playstyle versus the other legends, right? And I think talked about in the pre-show there by Admiral and Casa, Darth Nub specifically didn't get a single win over the course of the day, did find that 9-piece trait once, as was shown in the clip. But with that TF playstyle, it's, and we replay as well, they're playing for those top 4s, right? They're playing to consistently find themselves in the upper half, and that's not a bad playstyle today because there's no checkmate format or anything like that. You need to get top 3, and then there's that spot for AVP. But as long as you're consistently landing those top 4s, you can still make that work, even though the lobby wins, again, are going to come through a lot of times from the Earth playstyles, those crazy traits, right? There's even, it's a crazy one when 9 Demacia, a chase trait, is on the top 5 popularity of comps, right? That's the meta that we are in. And then, you know, finds lobby wins.
That is the meta in the world we are living in. It is Earth's world. We're just enjoying it at this point. But Pupasaurus, another thing that you pointed out is that AVP does come into play here. And so when you look at some of these players that do like to play consistently versus Toronto, Tokyo, and Legion Iverson being in the same lobby and neck when it comes down to that AVP, I feel like that also throws a wrench into the plans of some of these players.
Oh, 100%. And I think we can just talk about the top. I mean, they are so far and away separated from everyone else at this point in time. You know, Crowan said the words, Toronto Tokyo has won 50% of his lobbies, right? And like, that is absolutely insane. To come into regionals and hear those words in that order about a certain player is pretty crazy. But the even craziest part about it is that there's another player who's competing for an average placement against that guy, right? So it is really, really interesting. Again, now that we're all in the same lobby and it's going to be these players in every lobby so far, every, you know, extra space between those two players is going to make that change. Right? If Weijin finishes in 3rd and Toronto finishes in 1st, that's going to really affect those stats potentially for the last, you know, placement and who's ever going to be in 1st. So there's like a little mini game going on between the two of them as we go on through these lobbies, which is, you know, another reason why this is going to be, I think, pretty fun to watch overall.
Yeah, and I think it puts a lot of pressure on the rest of the lobby too, because that AVP situation is really just between Weijin and Toronto Tokyo. Someone else is like, oh snap, I need to get top 3 or my tournament run, my set 9 is going to be over, right? Just because they are so disgustingly far ahead of the pack, right? With Toronto, Tokyo, and Weijin Iverson. Weijin also notably winning 50% of his games as well, so they're kind of neck and neck. They've been tied the whole way through. Their overall scores, I think even coming into today, are both like 77 points throughout the course of the 2 days, so just absolutely insane play. But again, yeah, the rest of the lobbies be like, okay, no, I have to make it happen. I have to, you know, get top 3s all throughout the course of the day, because even if Weijin Iverson or Toronto Tokyo, one of them slips up and finds himself, you know, in the bottom 2 even, they could still find their world's AVP or world spot from the AVP from just how well they played the past 2 days.
And that does take a spot away from the pool when you look at, yes, needing to be able to get that 1st, 2nd, or 3rd place spot. And that begs the question of whether or not multicasters would be it. I mean, when you take a look at how this lobby does shake out, we've got 2 Twisted Fate players, we've got an Ezreal player, we've got 5 Earth players, which is a nice smattering of legend choices. But 3 of those players might want to lean into the multicasters, and so I think that's the biggest question is, do they do that? How much do they contest each other? And we're about to find out, because let's get this game number 1 underway here for day 3 of the NA Regional Finals.
All right, folks, this is game 1 of day 3 of the North American Regional Finals, as Necra said, and by the end of today, we are going to know exactly who our representatives are. We have a former world champion, or current world champion right now in replay, potentially going back to defend that title, but there are 7 other players here that are trying to do just the same and qualify and win those world spots. So Crowan, we know where we're going right now. This is probably one of my favorite arenas as well. The music lends itself so beautifully to an event like this too, and we're going to be riding along with Milk.
Oh, let's go, Boop. Day 3, the finals are here, and sending 4 players to the World Championship. That's half of the field, right? And we talked about the end of yesterday. Honestly, everybody here would be deserving, even if they are a breakout player of the set. They're an old veteran like Milk or Soju, right? They have all clutched up. They've done so much work throughout this whole set to make it to this point. Even for 4 of them, it is their first time competing at a regionals between Darth Nub, Toronto, Tokyo, Connor is me, and T-Lides, but Milk, of course, in the conversation for greatest of all time NA player. He has made it back here to the regional finals, to the final day, and could be going to Worlds for a 3rd time, Boop. That's crazy.
3 times and another potential world champion we're looking at here from Milk. We're going to leave the Renekton's on the pack right now, but looking already at where this board is, we have a TF on the bench, so we kind of know, hey, whenever we get that multicaster presented to us, it might be a good idea to at least keep that outgoing. But this first augment is really going to decide how everyone is going to go. If it's silver, then the Earth players are going to have to maybe adjust a little bit of that early game play style, and the other non-Earth players are probably going to be pretty excited about that. So let's see what it's going to be.
All right, it comes up and it's gonna be gold. So it's good enough for the Earth players, re-rolling the rest to see if anything else tempts him. But Milk playing those 6 traits right now, tailoring for at least one emblem of his choosing here. Gonna pop it. Finds Ionia, which is the most appealing option amongst this pool of choices. Going that kind of Ionia Vanquisher line, we saw the popularity rise a ton from day 1 into day 2, but the win rate was only about 44%, and it didn't win any games, I don't believe, actually, Boop. So Milk just gonna hope for a top 4 here.
Well, on a day like today, you don't have to win a game in order to top 4 and go to Worlds, right? So maybe this is one of those safer approaches that they know, hey, we have a top 4 rate. It's one of the only emblems that we got that we could really build upon that we were offered. So now this is just the deck that we're given, and this is how we're going to play it out. And Milk also is really well known for sacking HP. We talked about it a little bit earlier when we did those highlights. But the thing about any 1st or 8th player, right, is if they're able to overcome that bump, right? Eventually, you are going to have to start winning, obviously, right? But sometimes when you're that player who stays in 8th place, develops all that gold, sometimes you don't ever actually get to make it. Think about all those times Piltover players never cash out, right? That could be the kind of like the more macro version of this. As we're going over to another veteran of the scene, which is Soju, and with a Vanquisher emblem as well. So Soju's also done a little bit more on this comp, I think, than some other players in this lobby currently, but this Vanquisher emblem has gone on to a couple different people. Karma's becoming a little bit more popular with it as well.
Yeah, Soju has played this composition once this tournament, and to a 5th place. He is going to obviously have practiced it leading into the event, though, so just tournament results are a little bit lacking in the whole overall holistic view. But Soju's kind of taking the role of Milk here, it seems like, in sacking the early game and econing up. Milk actually pushed levels. He went to 4, bought out the whole shop, right, and holding all that gold on the bench. But Soju's saying, no, it's okay, I'm gonna go for this kind of capped out board with a ton of econ after sacking the early stage. This is a style that Soju is very familiar with, especially typically on ladder, but he does tend to play tournaments at least a little bit more conservatively when it comes to saving HP and having that early game advantage. He's done that all throughout the course of the weekend, but now he has to change up that play style.
That's a really, really good point. A couple of people have pointed that out recently about Soju's play, and I think it really shows up when the stakes are at its highest, right? Want to control more things, when sometimes taking that risk is going to be where you find those victories. And so we're going to be right along with Weijin now. Look at that average placement, 2.67, and is, I think, the second highest of the day, of the weekend. And the thing about Weijin, it's been tier 3 4 costs, like a little bit of luck and some really highly capped boards.
Yeah, Weijin Iverson playing this early game so aggressively. Another player to find the Ionia emblem. So we already have potentially 3 players contesting this comp of Ionia Vanquishers. Soju could lean more into that just Vanquisher playstyle. But Weijin Iverson leveled to 5 and lost. You hate to see it, Boop. Even with his board so strong, he ended up losing out there.
Yeah, it looked like he had a pretty good, solid start early game. It seems pretty solid, but unfortunately is unable to get the dub here. Looking across the board right now, we got a lot of Renekton's and Cassiopeias to start. Usually we see a lot more Voids because that leads towards those multicasters, but as of right now, anything popping out at you?
Yeah, I mean, it really is that kind of big thing of the 3 players contesting Ionia lines. The others are Toronto, Tokyo, actually Vanquisher emblem as well. So that's 4 players going to be contesting that line. It's crazy, and I don't really know how much you can pivot out of that line. It is going to be 3 Shurima on the board for Toronto Tokyo, but Vanquisher is there, the Jhin is on board and on the bench as well. We're going to be seeing a lot of Zayas and Neelas, but not everyone can tier 2 those, so we're gonna have to keep that in mind once we get into late stage 3 and stage 4 Boop when those rolldowns come through.
Yeah, and so this is also going to mean, since the Vanquisher line is so contested right now, that level 7, level 8 is going to also be a little bit quicker for some of these Vanq players. I'm really curious to see, now that everyone knows how contested this Vanq line is, how quickly they might end up leveling up to get access to those 4 cost carries earlier than the other players. Who's going to kind of take it normal? Who's going to try to increase the tempo? We'll see, because someone's going to have to make that decision with 4 players on this comp. It's going to be the Spider-Man meme right now, Cass and Jhin against Cass and Jhin, but it's going to be the one with the itemization with that Hex Tech to take it. More Cassiopeias as well. Very contested in the early game. It seems like it's the last patch or something, but the overall aspect of this is it's a great early game unit, can hold on to a lot of items to give someone else a little bit later.
Ooh, Darthnub taking Pandora's items to reroll, and is actually going for Cho'Gath, it seems like, in this matchup, and that's had varying success over the course of the tournament. Darthnub did play 1 game of it yesterday to a 3rd place, so we know it can be successful, and it's especially powerful when you preserve Econ, right? Darthnub trapping the Poppy in the corner, playing Amelia 1 as well, trying to make sure to preserve that 5 loss streak. Boop, it is so important. And Darthnub does exactly that, because we see the board value, right? Soju and Darthnub only had 4 board values. So they just had 4 1-cost units in their board, trying to position them in the worst way possible. Battle of the losers, and it seems like both of them do win out because they did not face each other. So that Econ game, right? They're both going to be feeling pretty good about that.
But one thing that we do have to note is that we both have, there are 2 loss streakers going into this round, but one has substantially more HP than the other. I wonder if that's going to come into play a little bit later on in stage 5. For example, if Darthnub is able to recoup from this bottom position. Milk also on that loss streak side. Unfortunately, no interest for him. But looking at the top, we got the current world champion replay, and Connor is me in the top 2 right now. So looking at what they've usually been doing and how they've been playing and streaking, with those wins, they're probably feeling pretty good so far. Everyone else needs to kind of find their spots and start stabilizing, and let's see what happens for the second augment.
They probably feel really good right now because they are both leaning towards playing multicasters, and playing multicasters from a position up ahead from that tempo is where they're allowed to have those kind of disgusting high rolls, getting all of those tier 3 units online, and technically that comp does support too. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them ends up winning the lobby. Boop, obviously a bit early to say that, but they're feeling really, really strong right now in the world of Earth players.
Yeah, also a little fun thing. Remember, we do have a little mini game with Weijin and Toronto Tokyo for average placement. They're on the same potential comp right now, so really I'm super curious to see how that's going to go, especially since they're contesting each other. We're rolling down now for Darth Nub, and we do get the tier 3 Cho'Gath. We got the Bruisers in the front line, and now it's time to start stacking.
That was a pretty solid roll down by Darth Nub. He actually only had like 3 Cho'Gaths going into it, ended up finding 6 and still 30 gold left to go. That is really, really solid. Just needs to pray that one of these items rolls into a cloak for a Dragon's Claw here soon, because the other side of the board from Soju, that's an early Kaisa. And is it going to be enough actually to take the win? Cassiopeia, the only one left alive. She's running through units, but no. Darth Nub is going to snap the loss streak. And with the power of a Cho'Gath 3 and all that stacking HP, he might be able to carry it forward too.
So many snakes on the board right now. So many Cassiopeias trying to do what their best in order to win those rounds. Connor and Replay also avoiding each other, and we get a silver augment, Crow, and of course
we do, right? And Pandora's bench not going to be the most appealing, but Bruiser Heart, that is an insane pickup from Darth Nub. The +1, it's going to be so much more easy to get that 6 Bruiser. Just need the Rek'Sai and the Sejuani. When you get to level 6, even, you can put it in, because that +1 Bruiser from the emblem, you don't need to have an actual unit wearing that emblem. Darth Nub feeling fantastic about that find.
Yeah, and also I'm very, very impressed by the fact that Soju's been on a 6 loss streak and is currently not in last place, has more HP than 2 people. That's really, really good. Something that I think gets that doesn't get talked about enough, I think, because a lot of players consider it moderately simple, is how good a good loss is, right? Yeah. Losing by 1 or 2 less units can create extra rounds for you later on in the game, and that's exactly what Soju is doing, as he's lost 6 in a row and is sitting in 6th place. Really impressive there. And we still don't have our 100 HP players fighting against each other, so they're potentially going to take their streaks into the next round as well. Connor and Replay hitting up some good gold. Everyone moderately wealthy except Weijin, who does seem like he was able to invest a little bit of that gold. Now this Cho'Gath trying to get those stacks. It looks like that is going to at least be 1 or 2. Let's see how big this Cho'Gath is going to be able to get, and that's going to be a round win as well for Darth Nub.
Connor is me. The win streak is broken. The power of that Cho'Gath hitting, increasing the tempo of the lobby, Boop, right? That's the big thing. And Connor is me, again, was one of those players that's win streaking, looking to go multicasters, but doing it from such an efficient board. The Alawi holding the double stone plates and the Cassiopeia being an item carrier. From just this game, we've seen how popular Cassiopeia is in carrying items and how strong it is. Almost actually went out on that last round, but Connor, sitting at about 50 gold, is not felt the pressure to roll down at 3-2 yet. Connor may be in a spot compared to the Replay where they're going to be thinking about going to level 7 and re-rolling for those Vel'Kozes and Sonas faster, because Replay on the other side of the board in this matchup already has all the units online and has a Galleon 2 in the front line, is way ahead and still 40 gold.
Yeah, and it looks like Connor's at least going to get a unit or 2 down before losing to Replay. So this 1v1 of our former double 100s on the top is going to go the way of Replay. Replay already getting the multicaster set. Was pretty well known on coming in on that comp, and because of that legend, it was pretty much 100% expected. Weijin still in 2nd place, and Connor now in 3rd. A little bit of a separation from there, but looking at Milk, we knew that this was going to happen. Now, when is going to be the time where you push down the gas pedal and say, now is going to be when I start winning, and potentially try to go for this lobby.
Milk doing what he does best, lose in the early game, have a huge win out in the late game. Wasn't able to streak all the way because he was a little bit aggressive with his gold in stage 2, leveled up at 2-1, but has 50 gold. Maybe going to be considered pushing levels here to try to stabilize. And yes, he's already halfway to level 7, has the level up and rolls down. Neela already on the bench. That's a pair as well, but needs to find some Zayas. Neela too, though. That's a huge hit for a 3-5 roll down.
Yeah, the fact that he was able to get that tier 2 forecast, especially with this particular comp, especially with the Ionia emblem, right? And is going to potentially block someone else from another Neela as well in the pack. But this could not have gone better, honestly, for Milk. Getting either one of the tier 4s just in general would have been awesome, but getting a tier 2 version is huge.
The board is a little bit awkward when it comes to traits right now. 4 Ionia, 3 Vanquisher, not quite the best. There is that Darius as well in the shop they can consider if he didn't already upgrade his own. The thing is, the items are a little awkward. Milk felt the pressure right now to slam everything he had. There are no RFCs on this Neela, and because of that is still going to lose. How often do you see a roll down at level 7 hit the units that you want to, hit one of the most important carry units, then still lose?
Well, I think we can talk about why TF and Ezreal is good there. Itemization, right? To be able to pick, some of that itemization for yourself so that doesn't happen is why a lot of people have been leaning towards that for units that absolutely need best in slot items, right? We've already seen that, hey, if they're not best in slot, they might not be able to pull it through. There's still a lot more power to be gained on that comp, and it's really awesome that he doesn't have to look for that Neela anymore, but that does definitely feel pretty bad losing that round, especially after getting that tier 2 forecast carry. That's a linchpin for that comp. Now we're going to be talking about Soju as well, and it looks like Replay is able to upgrade that front line with that Galio, and the Talia is also now a tier 2 Talia, but only one Vel'Koz so far, so we're still looking for our big carries on that Vel'Koz and that Sona, and now the Karma with the Vanquisher is what we're seeing from Soju, and this is one of those comps that has definitely gained in popularity. The way that Karma works, it means that a lot of that single target damage at first is going to be able to burst you down quite a bit, and then once you do get to the enhanced inner flame, it's going to be a lot of damage. It's all about keeping that Karma alive, just like a lot of other backline carries.
Exactly. Finding that Vanquisher element for the Karma has been the key of a lot of these Ionia Vanquisher compositions. We see for a brief moment there, Milk still losing out on rounds. I think this will be like a 7 loss streak for Milk. 23 HP, really low for Wolves. Needs to turn that around here, roll even further once we hit stage 4, but rolling down at level 7 to 0 gold feels really bad, especially after you already hit your main key unit. However, one of the players that we haven't talked about yet in terms of that Earth dichotomy is T-Lides. T-Lides going that vertical Shurima boop and has Pandora's Bench to try to find some of these units. That is a miss on that roll, and he is continuing to roll down to try to find it.
Yeah, the Shurima, especially with a double Gargoyle Swain. We saw some Swains kind of remain pretty sticky through stage 4 in a couple lobbies throughout the weekend. It's been able to enhance the ability of some of those backline units, and especially things like this Azir that the Nashers is going to go beautifully on at this point. So I'm very excited to see how this is going to work against the Vanquishers that are going to be able to push a lot of damage right away in that front line and potentially get access to that Azir a little earlier. Those Gargoyles going to have to do a ton of work, but this front line also pretty good so far, especially with the 6 Shurima, right? They're going to be gaining some HP, they're going to get a little bit of help from the trait, and we're seeing that work right now.
Exactly. Azir has bought enough time to be scaling up in this backline up against Replay. As soon as Replay hits these units, right, these tier 2s, the backline carries like Vel'Koz, as we were talking about, gonna feel a lot better about it. Moving on over to seeing how that Cho'Gath is doing. Darth Nub was towards the bottom, but now he's made his way into that kind of top 4 as a gold augment for our final augment selection of the game comes through. Boop, no prismatics for us in game 1, but that's okay. Surely we'll get one throughout the course of today.
Ooh, Gifts from the Fallen, that's a pretty good re-roll, but is it going to be more components, or is it going to be Omni, right? We have some thinking to do on this board so far. Contagion is an infection, but I'm looking at maybe Leech or Gifts of the Fallen, but we're actually going to re-roll it. It's going to be Martyr here. Crowan, what are you thinking?
Martyr is pretty solid, but Gifts of the Fallen, I think there's a big argument for. Ends up taking Martyr, I think just a ton of HP, and keeping that front line alive for as long as possible is what T-Lides wants to do, because the Azir, right, that is the only carry unit, the key carry unit right now for him, and has the Archangel, so that scaling is going to come through Martyr. As soon as unit dies, right, 10% healing to the rest of the board, that Nasus, and as soon as that Sejuani is upgraded, they're going to have massive staying power.
Yeah, that Nasus 2 as well is going to get taken down by the Darius at first, but let's see if the healing's even going to matter at this point, as this Ionia Vanquisher board is not taking any damage. That's a huge loss for T-Lides. And did Milk win? Yes, we're on a 2-win streak for Milk. Toronto Tokyo, unfortunately, at 16 HP already. Looking at everyone at the top as our multicaster player, Replay.
Wajan Iverson, Ionia Vanquisher, Same with Toronto Tokyo, same with Milk, same with Soju, right? We were talking about this, Boop, but now that we've reached stage 4, we get to see kind of where these compositions are failing, because there's only 1-star versions of the units, right? Nila 1, Karma 1, Shen 1 in the front line. At least Toronto Tokyo has hit Xayah 2. That has to be a saving grace, but on a 3 loss streak and such low HP, the front line is looking very, very poor. Now Nila 2 does join the fight for him, though. Can he stabilize with it?
Yeah, that's going to make the rest of the Vank players really frustrated that these 2 forward costs are already tier 2'd on this board, but we're on a 3 loss streak, so it hasn't been enough. I like the itemization on the Xayah. Hextech goes very, very well on that, especially the way that Feather Strike works, but the Vel'Koz is on the Xayah, but they lose. Darth Nub going to take the L on that one, and Milk now on Elimination Station. Let's see if this carousel is going to change his future.
The 5 costs are generally going to be pretty solid when it comes to having a big power spike, but there's not really ones for these players. Streamer Rise is okay. Aatrox going to be a solid unit, and T-Lides does pick it up, but it's nothing crazy, right? Just one component. There's not any huge upgrades coming through, but we get a chance to look at the whole picture here, Boop, right? All of these Ionia players, Vanquisher players catching each other, but then the multicaster players, they're still kind of towards the top with Replay and Connor.
Yeah, but in terms of just general HP for the lobby, the whole lobby is pretty low, like from top to bottom. For first place to be 61 and bottom to be 8 at this point, this is gonna come down to some pretty crazy 1v. You know, when there's 4 or 5 people going after, they're gonna get a lot of eliminations probably by the end of stage 5. But now Milk, looking at another board that has a Xayah 2. We have our Nila 2, but it hasn't been enough. We were able to get a couple wins, but our last round was a loss. Didn't quite see who that was to, but this could be the end of the first lobby for Milk.
It could be. Up against Replay, who we just saw in the roll down the bottom left, still on Vel'Koz 1, 0 gold and 1 Galio away, Boop.
And so there's, you know, a lot of people not hitting right now on both versions of those comps, the multicasters and the Vanquishers right now. The Vanquishers do get into the back line, but with the way that Vel'Koz works, that backline access doesn't really quite matter, especially since the Hextech is able to get there. Nila does end up taking it down, but just a Vel'Koz 2 probably would have been a difference maker there. And looking at these multicasters, it doesn't look like Connors are going to work out, as it's going to be Darth taking the dub there.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. If that was a Vel'Koz 2, Milk would be out in 8th place in game 1, but he does get to hang on. Now the Vel'Koz comes through. Fortunately for Replay, that is a massive hit. Is going to consider maybe rolling once for that Galio 3, but doesn't need to, right? Replay still 50 HP, which is second overall in the lobby. You're talking about how the lobby HP is very, very low. That 100% is the case, but now Toronto Tokyo and Milk both just 1 loss away from being eliminated in this game number 1. The Nila has 2 items for Toronto right now. He swaps the Xayah to the right hand side and runs to Replay now with that Vel'Koz 2 and gets Zephyr.
Right, let's see if the feathers. Yeah, let's see if the Feather Strike is going to matter at all, especially since it gets a Zephyr'd. That's not something we see every day ever since the item changes, but now the Xayah is on a line. But was it too little too late? We are on the Vel'Koz right now. The Vel'Koz is down, and the Xayah is able to take him out, and then the Inner Flame from Karma takes out the rest of that board, and in a blink of an eye, they were able to take down the multicasters. Let's see if both of our 8 HP players were able to make it, and they were, as everyone else starting to fall right now. The top 4 is top 3, top 2 is pretty much unknown right now. Everyone up looking at Soju, who started with a 6 loss streak, stabilized at 61, and hasn't lost since.
And now we get to Warlord's Palace. That's a ton of gold that Milk is offered. He considers it for a brief moment, but says, no, I don't think that's good enough. Hextech Lifeblade. I mean, ideally, he would look for like a Radiant RFC and a remover to put that on a Nila. That would actually like save his game. Tactician's Crown is cute and all, but is it enough for Milk? It is. He thinks so. Is going to be able to play another unit here. Has a Deathblade with the 2 swords for the Xayah as well. But what does Milk play here?
Ooh, getting the attack crown. I mean, I think maybe we're in a position where we know we're hyper contested. We're barely winning these rounds. Gets the Xayah 2. but maybe an extra unit is that little bit of power that the other players will not have access to because of this crown, right? If they're the same level, that he's going to be able to win by one extra unit, and we can thank the crown for something like that, right?
Although,
but
the extra unit's only a Sejuani 1 right now, right? That's not very strong. It doesn't give any buffs right now. No traits are active from the Sejuani.
Oof, this could potentially be it. We're looking at an Azir 2 on the other side. This Shen needs to do the most work we've seen a Shen do all weekend, and so far it's actually looking pretty good with that adaptive helm. Has been taking a lot of that damage. The Karma's able to get a good inner flame onto the backline as well, and so far the multicasters and Azir weren't able to do enough damage at the early part of the game, but once everyone got ramped up, it was a different story, and unfortunately for Milk, that could be an 8th place. The Toronto-Tokyo win, yes, but folks, it's not time to cry over spilled milk just yet. There are still 5 more lobbies for him to make up this this difference, because remember, just the top 4 or top 3 are going to get that spot.
Exactly. Now we get a chance to see where that leaves all the other Vanquisher players. Toronto, Tokyo, the next person potentially on the chopping block, along with Wage and Iverson actually getting dangerously low at 13 HP. Another person contesting that, but a Radiant blue buff was found for the Vanquisher Karma. Boop, Karma being such a key unit with this Vanquisher +1. Is it enough versus Connor is me? Connor took down Milk, but can Toronto survive?
Yeah, Toronto has, I think, one of the more complete Vanquisher boards right now, because the Xayah 2, Neela 2, and the Karma has really good items as well. This next ult's going to mean a lot, and it is able to one-shot a lot of the backline, but does Karma have enough in the tank in order to take down this Azir? He's going to arise, and he takes them down, and Toronto is going to fall. The average placement's going to take a hit, but maybe not that bad, because Wasian might be coming right after him as well on 1 HP. The HP totals, again, for this lobby, very, very low. It's still anyone's game. Wasian, Iverson, Darth Nub in single digits on Elimination Station, however, and it's just maybe these Vanks holding hands in the bot 4 right now.
Connor is the Vanquisher Slayer right now. Takes down Milk, takes down Toronto, Tokyo. Wage and Iverson, watch out, right? If you run into Connor, we know how that matchup goes. However, seeing a big pivot here from Darth Nub. Has a Kai'Sa for the 3 Void, and as really the key carry unit here. The Azir is only being tier 1, has the 2 items, so how much work can this Kai'Sa do?
Hopefully more work than the Azir has been doing for Connor at this point. Been able to get through that HP. Once Azir gets to around 15 on that Rage Blade stack, a lot of that damage starts to really appear, especially on that front line. You're seeing it just there. Now, did Wasian survive? No. Did Darth Nub survive? Wasian took a huge hit, so that pretty much solidifies that 6th place no matter what happens to Darth. And no, Darth is going to fall. These Azirs absolutely taken over right now.
Yeah, exactly. Wage and Iverson, Toronto, Tokyo, and Milk, 3 of the Vanquisher players falling, all 6th, 7th, 8th. But who's left is Soju. Found the Xayah 2 as well. That Sejuani in the front line is huge and has a Vanquisher Karma for himself. Comments are pretty solid. 2 right healing orbs for this composition to keep that Sejuani alive. That's probably a massive part of why he's able to find so much success. And he's even going level 9, Boop. Soju making it happen.
Yeah, you know, there were some whispers of Soju like being in form coming into this tournament, played, you know, some good games, some good scrims before coming through, but I think this is a time where we've got to, I mean, Soju is one of the final 8 in North America and competing for a world spot and doing it well right now. Let's see if this Morelos is going to be a huge difference maker right now. I think a lot of that, you know, maintaining that HP through that loss streak, moving into an 8-win streak is exactly why Soju is here. And in the macro, I'd be very interested to go over that on my own at one point, but let's go ahead and see who's going to win this fight. Right now, the Azirs have been absolutely taken over, like I said before, but is this Karma going to be able to get through there with this next ult? It's going to hit the Azir, but too much HP regen on that Hex Tech, but is it going to be enough? No, 2-unit win against the Azir, but these fights are close.
Fights are super close. There was just a 3 HP gap between everybody going into that round, and now that Connor and T-Lides lost, right? Replay and Soju feeling a lot more comfy there. The board strength value is rather similar, just an 11 value difference all the way from Replay to T-Lides, but T-Lides is improving it, right? Playing that vertical Shurima board. Connor is me and Replay playing the multicasters. Oh, what is T-Lides cooked up here? That's an Aatrox with Radiant TG, and that Azir is so powerful in the backline.
Yeah, and I'd be remiss to not say that there's only 12 HP separating first through fourth right now, so anything can happen. This is pretty much the definition of a rock, paper, scissors version of a TFT. I'm looking at this Azir with that Nashers. He's already getting into that back line, but then Azir on the other side with the Radiant Rage Blade is starting to push out a lot of that damage, but not quick enough. You still need to gain that advantage with the Rage Blade versus the Nashers, which is a guaranteed stat boost, but the top of the value is going to go to the Rage Blade, but through the beginning and mid part of the fight, the Nashers is probably going to do a little bit better.
Connor is me and Riri play the multicaster players, falling very quickly here, but that's about what we expect of that composition, right? The multis are really good at getting top 4, but it's hard for them to win lobbies a lot of the time, especially when players chase these chase traits like T-Lides and the 6 Shurima, and like Soju now going level 9 with the Ionia Vanquisher line. This has been so well done. Even from the beginning of the game, Soju typically win streaks in the early game. He did start off with a bit of a loss streak and then turned it right around. Connor is me though, still finding upgrades. Sona 2 is here. This is a strong multi-board, Boop. We don't usually see it with an Azir, so that might be exactly what he needs to try to hang on just a bit longer in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the Azir, looking at both of these boards right now, the Azir is the difference, right? Is that extra unit with those items, with that power level, gonna bring Connor to a victory. We will see very soon as Connor is on his last life and is going up against replay. So who's gonna win? Remember, Connor did specifically enjoys winning against people he is contesting. But no, look at that front line with the Zephyr as well. The Cataclysm from the Jarvan's gonna be very, very late. And where is it even gonna go? The CC is huge. They do get into the back line, so the Azir has a little bit of time to ramp up. The Galio 3 taking a lot of that damage. It's so close, and the Jarvan was able to get those Cataclysms off, and even with a good Zephyr on that front line, the CC was too much to bear.
That was crazy, actually. We're gonna play a fantastic Zephyr because the thought process there is, oh, if my Jarvan casts first, all of the multicasters are gonna do my damage first and kill your backline, but that didn't end up happening. As soon as the Jarvan from Connor actually came down from the Zephyr, it did get the cast off, and then these units cleaned up, and Azir was a really, really big part of that, actually. So great technical play, replay, hitting Zephyrs the entirety of the game, but still, it just results in a fourth. Now looking at Soju and his reign of terror here, it seems like, going up against Connor while T-Lides fights for his life against the ghost of Connor.
I'm going to be looking at Soju's board, especially since Connor is up for elimination. The CC has already gone through, but now the boat has sank, and it might sink Connor's chances to win this lobby. One more ult from the Karma. The Karma's down as well. There's one more unit left, and the Azir takes it over. So Soju going to lose that round by 1 unit. This is thrilling stuff, Crowan. Everyone's trading wins right now. Soju still in first place with 20 HP. 3 players remaining at 6-3. T-Lides now at 2.
This is intense. Soju's level 9 unit was a Gangplank and has been upgraded to a Gangplank 2. The boats come through, provide that CC immunity, but the damage may be just a little bit lacking. Connor and T-Lides both stuck on level 8. Finds another Vel'Koz 2, but not gonna be able to find that Vel'Koz 3, Boob.
Yeah, at this point, that's just a hope and a wish, I would say, when it comes to the Vel'Koz 3. A couple more rounds, he might be able to get there, but does he have those rounds? This is going to be an elimination match between T-Lides and Connor is me. Will Connor be him by the end of this round? It's going to be up to that Azir and these multicasters to do just that. Both players do have that Azir as well, but there's going to be a little bit more beef with the Shurima, especially with the Nasus with the Adaptive Helm and double Gargoyles, who seems to have blistered away at this point, but the Azirs are already fighting each other. The Hextech doing a lot of work, but not enough. And that might spell the end for Connor. Good lobby for him, though, to start.
Yeah, third place, not too shabby at all. But the Earth players reign supreme as we expected. T-Lides versus Soju. Soju won on whoever's ghost he was fighting. There's a couple +1 trades here, but no one actually playing Demacia in this game. And Piltover, of course, not going to want to grab that. It's just going to be some frontline. Soju, did he actually grab that in time? Okay, he did. That was kind of close there, Soju. When it comes to grabbing the Ionic Spark, getting a little bit of that shred, even before the Freljord of his trait procs, maybe a little bit of extra karma damage is going to make the difference.
Yeah, Aatrox too. We got the Darkens for T-Lides as well. Azir seems to be doing very well. I like the Nashers, like I said, on it. What do you think about the Nashers Rageblade situation with Azir?
Oh, I mean, Nashers is fantastic. You can have both, but really Nashers is the only one that you need. A little bit of healing with a Gunblade, maybe Shiv to get that shred. But Archangels for the scaling here, like T-Lights has, fantastic as well.
All right, let's see if this first boat's going to be able to butter up that front line. No, it only hits one unit in the front line, and so now everyone's going to have to do a lot more work. The Feather Strike takes out most of the red side front line from it. T-Lides with the Gargoyle Stoveplates doing a lot of work. Another ult from Gangplank, and we finally, it seems like death by 1,000 paper cuts for red side at this point with these Vanquishers, and now the Azir is going to go down, and guess what, folks? That is
Soju.
The man, the myth, the legend, K3 Soju, winning the first lobby of the last day of North American Regionals. What an awesome start.
It's a great start. I didn't realize we were playing Survivor, because Soju had to literally, like, outwit and outlast the other 3 Ionia Vanquisher boards. And you guys pointed out something that was really uncharacteristic for him as well. Cromany had a loss streak during that game, instead of being able to go for that strong win streak we usually see from him. So do you think that that played a hand at all in Soju being able to actually get this comp online to take this first?
I think it's a testament to how much Soju has grown as a player when it comes from his ladder play to tournament play, right? Of course, on ladder, it's like, oh yeah, first to race Soju. That was the whole, narrative for multiple sets, since the inception of TFT. But he has kind of perfected his tournament play that he can play win streak when offered, but you're not always going to be able to get a win streak in the early game, right? You have to be able to navigate when you just don't hit your tier 2 units in the early game. So you go for a loss, and especially in a lobby that had 4 players contesting similar lines, able to make that gold happen, roll down in 7-8 to find his units, and convert that into a lobby win. That is like world's form Soju showing up here big in day 3 of the finals.
But on the flip side of things, while K3 Soju was able to take that first, and yeah, he's definitely showing up in a big way, Bupasaurus, Weishin Iverson, and Toronto Tokyo, they're holding hands right there in 6th and 7th.
Honestly, like we mentioned this earlier on, this is great for Weijin. That's going to decrease Toronto's lead on the average placement for those two. Of course, he probably would have liked to have done it better, but in a lobby like that, what was fascinating is Toronto also played Vanquishers, had Zaya too, had Neela too, but, with some crucial items that weren't available for him, he wasn't able to overcome like Soju did. I also want to mention too that Soju was on a 6 loss streak and was in 6th over people who had not been streaking that whole time too, and the way that he won with that HP lead, that I think really did make a difference by the time we got to the end of that lobby. So really great props to Soju. 6 loss streak into 8 win streak into the lobby win. That's exactly how you want to play these games going into the final day.
Yeah, sadly, that loss streak didn't quite work out for Milk nearly as well as it usually does, but I think that has a lot to do with the contesting we ended up seeing in this lobby too. So a lot for our players to take away from this first game, see if they end up changing up their strategies. We're going to have to find out as we take a short break and let our players regroup for game number 2. Welcome back, everybody, to day number 3 of the Runeterra Reforged NA Regional Finals. You've got Admirable and Casanova back with us, because I did say you guys would see them later, to bring us through this next game. And before we get into this one, I would love to know both of your thoughts on what we saw from that game number 1, with the fact that we had so much contest for the Ionia and the Vanquishers line, Admirable.
I thought game number 1 was, I think, a good example of like what happens when lots of things fail. Lots of players' game plans are to take Earth Spatula and do very powerful things with it. That wasn't really happening. And then for the multicasters players, they kind of were tending to go their lines, but they weren't having these like incredibly ridiculously broken openers. And so what we ended up seeing were players having to go up in levels and then itemize Azir, which that tech kind of came out, I'd say, like in the last like week and a half or 2 weeks or so. And it really started to get perfected, I'd say, when Dish Soap started playing with it a lot. And I was like, wow, this is really strong when you're not in a spot to reroll for Vel'Koz. So we saw everyone have this Ionia Vanquisher shift, and that can be a tough one to play because there's several different variants in them. And Cass and I were talking about, like, well, what are you supposed to do in all these spots? Because you can hit Neela carries, you can hit Ashe 3, you can hit Xayah. I mean, Cass, I felt like we saw them all in that game.
Well, in the end of the day, they all pretty much end up weaker because it's that 4-way contest, right? You're still going to be missing certain units, but end of the day, Soju was the one who was able to kind of come out on top of that. He was actually able to hit his comp very early on, and playing around the Karma early to help bridge that gap saved a lot of HP, which I thought was really important. And then because of this, right, when you have the Earth players not hitting the Demacia, not hitting a wide variety of things and contesting each other, we ended up with, in that top 4, we have our Twisted Fate player and our Ezreal player with Replay and Connor, because, hey, this lobby's way more wide open for them to go towards their compositions with a lower power level overall. And it was the 2 players, you know, Soju came out on top of the Ionia Vanquishers, and then our Shurima player in T-Lides, who was uncontested there, that end up finding a lot of success. So that's the big thing the Earth players have to watch out for, is they want to get a strong emblem, but if their only strong emblem is also contested like 4 other ways, it still might not work out for you.
That's such a good point. And like one thing that I was considering as well is like when you have Xayah, right? We've already identified from the LCQ that Xayah can have great backline access, which could be a really nice way to be able to deal with the multicasters. And when you've got 2 Twisted Fates and 1 Ezreal in this lobby, probably a pretty good chance that you're going to be playing into some multicasters. You may as well try to have a way to be able to deal with it, but these players are going to have to think about other ways to pivot out, and you guys have called out some great lines that maybe they could flex to, or just, I don't know, stay away from the Ionia and the Vanquishers altogether. Let's go ahead and find out in this game number 2.
It's usually not a bad idea to stay away from them. You got to have a good setup for it. You know, everyone's got a composition they can kind of default to, but it is not like
Replay.
is not the idea. I don't know. He votes for this. It feels like all the time. It's like crazy.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Give me
I mean, like, look, I'm kind of down, but also, come on.
You're down for the house. You're down for the crown that sits on your bench and doesn't do anything except make sure that Robin loses to creeps on stage 3.
It adds some interesting elements for sure. I mean, yes, it does sit on the bench a lot, but it is a lot of power when you do get it into play. So if you can find a good safe way to play it, it's kind of sick. I just think it's funny that replay just griefs everybody all the time on these portals. I think replay. I don't know if he does it because he feels confident on these ones, or he just knows that everyone else will be less confident than him on these kind of like niche portals. But
there's
it's
two
very
ways to think
funny
about
to
it,
watch.
which honestly I think in a game theory perspective it's pretty good, which is he knows that what he's doing is not the absolute literal best thing you can do, but that it's very reliable and that it's very strong. So the less power that others have, the wider of a gap of an edge that you have in general. So why wouldn't you vote for the thing that makes everybody else not stronger when you know that you're going to be consistently at one line of power level? Don't let them get stronger, and as a result, you're in a better spot because of it. I think it's pretty simple and brilliant.
Fair enough, but instead end up on Ecliptic. Everyone gonna have a lot more gold. That's about it. You know, you get gold every time an Augment gets picked. And jumped on with Soju, got first place in the very first game here today. Really well done on the Vanquisher's line, and once again he's got an early game Ashe. We'll see if he pops Tome, goes for Ionia once again, or we'll see what options are given. But I know Soju has actually trended towards that composition more and more as this tournament has gone on. I think maybe looking for more consistent top 4s versus the biggest high roll potential.
It's interesting to see like how you're going to end up playing this as well, because top 3 points end up with the most. So when you start strong, I'd say that like you have I think a little bit more strength with a more consistent strategies the boss gets offered. This has typically been a pretty decent augment for players, but I think he wants a little bit more power for it, and this is demonstrated here. Freljord Emblem.
Yeah, Freljord's interesting. I mean, it's pretty good, but it's not as like high cap, high power. Slayer I do like. I feel like the Demacia Slayer line has actually been quite good. And if you're playing it from the Slayer early on, there's also some good AD items on the bench for Soju. Quinn actually has a really good chance of top 4ing from this, item and emblem spot that Soju has. It's just a matter of finding that early Quinn, getting the Mordekaiser online. The comp definitely can look for wins. We actually saw someone reroll both Quinn and Rek'Sai and find a first place yesterday.
Casper.
So yeah, it was Casper. You're right. So I think Soju can still kind of look either for rerolling the 3 costs a lot more heavily, or pushing the levels, playing around the Quinn, playing around the Mordekaiser. I think Slayer is actually maybe a little bit of an underrated spatula to get.
I mean, I could definitely agree with you. It's not going to have like these fantastic, blow you out of the water finishes with it, but definitely immediately when you go look at, any sort of stats aggregate stuff, a Slayer emblem is going to be in above average spot. So how you take advantage of that and when you get it and how you get it, I also think could be a big difference in that as well. Like the later you're getting it, naturally the higher your average placement is going to be. You're later in the game. When you have it super early on, and this is still happening, that's usually bodes pretty well. And when I look across the board at the emblem on the 13.20 B patch, it has about the average win rate, top 4 rate, and above average placement that I think you're looking for. It's like, hey, if you get this early, it's a pretty decent one. So now we look over at Toronto Tokyo's spot. He shared a high average placement with Weijin Iverson coming into this game. However, they both went bot 4. He's opened up with a Demacia crest on this one. That is usually what we've been seeing have very strong performances throughout the course of the tournament so far. They have super high win rates between Weijin Iverson and Toronto Tokyo with this.
Wow, and Weijin actually pushed to level 5 with a fully 1-star board. This is a pretty weak board to be playing after pushing to 5 and trying to win, and Toronto Tokyo may be able to punish this early level so they take this win, and it looks like Weijin will get there. A very close fight between these two, but Weijin ends up finding this win. Still very close, but does get it. And Toronto Tokyo, I mean, I just want to call out, he has had so much success with this Demacia line when he finds it early. Toronto Tokyo has found 2 first places with 9 Demacia, but he's both times fell very low and was able to just barely hold on, get to the 9 Demacia and get there. But it's because Toronto Tokyo has been so good at saving HP when he needs to, and making really good plays happen in the late game, stabilizing on stage 3, stage 4, so that he can find that spot to go to 9 and play for 9 Demacia. So we'll see if he hits the second emblem. That's the big factor that can come in this game.
Yeah, I think that with the Freljord emblem here, this is a really big indicator of where Wei Iverson's board is typically going to be headed. You're looking at wanting to have Sejuani in play, and if you're going to have Sejuani in play, it's you typically want to have Ashe in play. So where does that leave your composition after that? I think the easiest one to put together is probably Vanquisher. However, we have been seeing a lot of lines with Bruisers do this as well. But the Bruiser one requires you to have a Bruiser +1 usually, which is very difficult to just put together. You usually have to find it through some sort of connection. So since he doesn't have that, it's where is really his power going to come from? I think it's like level 7, level 8. So try to get as much gold and as much health as you can right now, build up the rest of the gold, and then get to 8 or 7 as quickly as possible with a ton of gold to start your board. I think that's pretty much a straightforward strategy from Wei Iverson, and I think that this pretty much plays into how his top 4 rate really works, as well as how his win rate really works that as well. Like super high win rates because he takes these things that I think by others are considered very risky spots. But risky spots with high payoffs, those are great to take.
Yeah, I mean, he's very consistently sacked stage 3, so we see him go pretty aggressive here in stage 2. Then he may just sack stage 3, lose a lot of health there, but, lose streak, get a bunch of gold, and then, stage 4, when he can actually start leveling up to 7, leveling up to 8, trying to find that Sejuani, find those Vanquishers. I think that's where we'll see him spike, so watch out for that. But T-Lides, this is what I want to look at, is actually being able to grab that spatula. When we're talking about Earth players, spatula on the carousel becomes a lot higher priority. T-Lides was able to grab it. Just trying to take a look at the open components that he has. It looks like he has a bow and a tier. It looks like he's on a Vanquisher to start things out. So there it is. I mean, he could just try and go another +1 Vanquisher, or what we've seen more commonly is find a +1 Ionia to go alongside the +1 Vanquisher.
Yeah, we saw the 6 Vanquisher get ticked down quite a bit, and with the way that the Vanquisher units line up with Ionia, it's really hard to get 6 Ionia in play unless you're running like kind of a weird Ionia like Aurelia at the end. It's just not really going to do very much. So when you're able to make an Ionia spatula with a Vanquisher spatula, all 5 of the Vanquishers kind of naturally fit into play pretty well with each other. So I think this is a great idea here from T-Lides to go this direction, and this can open up some weird avenues as well. Like say your next 2 augments go pretty well, and you're just sitting hefty on top of the world, big streak, lots of gold, good health. Like you have everything open to you at that point.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be contesting Wei Jin, and it makes me wonder if Wei Jin will consider going towards the kind of build route with the Vanquishers, with the build Freljord, playing towards the Neela. I mean, really, it's just going to come down to what he hits, but I imagine he'll at least be more open to it, as Wei Jin actually loses his win streak going into Krugs. He was trying to hold on to that from the very start. Soju actually going to have the best win streak right now. He's the only one holding on to a full win going into these Krugs. But we look at Darthnub and Replay, both at 4 loss, and Darthnub, I mean, that's a pretty weak board, but he does have some items slammed on the Kale, so I make it a little bit more difficult as Replay's been able to get his items off the board.
Oh no! This is like a weird game of chicken right now.
Oh wait, Darthnub's power, look, it says 0. Yeah, he's full sold, he full sold. Replay sold his board as well, and they don't even fight each other, so it's just gonna be losses for both of them. Oh, it looks like Darthnub actually ended up keeping a Galio, so if he had run into Replay, Darthnub would not have been able to keep his loss streak, so he's got to be grateful that he runs into somebody else, even though it is a big chunk of damage that they're each taking to keep that.
I like how he's like, I'm not selling the Galio, man. He just refuses to sell the Galio on that.
Like, hey, I need that one. I need this one Galio.
Yeah, so that's a hefty amount of life that they have paid, and this is kind of like, one of the incidental consequences of people playing for strong boards is that when you're trying to lose streak and people are playing their strongest board, this is going to happen more often. Like yesterday, we saw players like having lose streaks where they're at like 71 health after 5 lose streaks, and 75 health and stuff like that. But if everyone's trying to play a super strong board, you're going to find yourself in spots like this, where instead you're at 66, you're at 58. This is greatly reducing that time window to get your board together and really make something of it. So right now it's looking like all of them are going to go multicasters at this point. So I'm prepared on 3-2 for them to pretty much spend everything they have and try to recover this. I mean, do you see another plan? This feels like it'd be like almost suicidal to go another spot at that point.
I'm curious if anyone will just send it on 3-1 instead out of these two, try and beat the other person to the roll down, see if you can pick up some of the extra units. We're gonna see Darthnub. I mean, definitely Darthnub and Replay are just playing for multis. We saw the items initially. It does feel like they're both just on that line, and we've seen a lot less success from the loss streak with multis just because of the fact that it's such a contested comp. You run out of time to put it together. So the fact that they're both loss streaking, both on the multis line, looks like Darthnub will hold. He's going to hold the 3-2 before he actually sends. But also, Darthnub has been more consistently willing to wait a little bit longer on stage 3 versus Replay, who likes to send it down a lot harder. They both held on to their gold on 3-1, so 3-2 will be the time that they go to 6 and start sending it. And I'm curious if they'll both spend a ton of gold or if Darthnub will hold a little bit longer.
I think it's going to come down, I think, to how you end up hitting, right? Like, if you don't hit anything, I feel like you got to keep going. If you're at 30 gold and you have, like, pairs of everything, that feels like a terrible spot to hold your gold.
Yeah, I mean, Darthnub just took another big hit, too. I don't think he has time to wait at
Yeah.
all. I know sometimes he's like to wait a little bit longer, spend a lot of his gold later, but this is just a 0.45 HP. Darthnub replay. Both can be sent it. Too healthy offered for Darthnub.
Wow.
He's already on this line. That's exactly what he wants to see. Couple Twisted Fates already. Wow, Vel'Koz is there. The upgraded TF, upgraded Talia. He's hitting everything he needs right now. Just one more Vel'Koz, and this just looks phenomenal.
Oh, Jarvan!
Jarvan? That's huge. He doesn't find a Sona, so he doesn't have the Demacia online just yet, but still a great roll down for the likes of Darthnub. Replay does find the Twisted Fate upgrade, but no Vel'Koz as of yet. Still more time. There's the Vel'Koz in the shop. Can he get there with the rest of it, though? Feels like Darthnub did hit, but he rolled a lot quicker. Replay taking his time, holding on to some additional gold.
I wonder what replay... I saw that he had a tome on his bench. It looked like it came from Krugs.
Yeah, it looks like it. It does look like he grabbed a tome off of Krugs, unless it came from the augment. I didn't actually see replay's augment.
Well, his augment's the Capricious gloves.
Oh, yeah. Okay, we see. Wait, he's fighting now. Yeah, Capricious gloves. So you're right. It must have been from Krugs. There's this pick and
not good. Yeah, that's a Pandora's. Emblem right now.
He's just gonna roll for Sorcerer then. He found one that can be crafted, right, with the spatula, so he can look for Sorcerer.
Yeah, I think that's really the only place got left.
Yeah.
So these looked like pretty great roll downs from Darthnub and Replay, but honestly, I think that these were pretty... This looked like it was pretty bad for Replay, and it looked like it was pretty, I'd say, reasonable for Darthnub. Darthnub had some good outcomes to it, but it's not quite all there. Like, you still want a few more things to go along with it, so I'm kind of curious to see where these end up going at the end of the day. Really, the big hit for Darthnub was Too Healthy. That was a massive pickup for that one. And you see Wajan Iverson going for Shoplifting as his augment. That's to supplement the fact that he was kind of bouncing back and forth what he's doing and being so aggressive with his gold. He's going to need to be able to find some big stuff pretty quickly, and that's why I think that Econ augment ends up being so good for him. It's just consistent throughout the rest of the game. At the rest of the lobby, though, Soju is really the star player right now. He's still on a win streak after the augment on 3-2, and if that continues going into this carousel, I think that Soju's going to find himself in a position to have back-to-back top 3 finishes. Yeah,
and Soju, if I remember correctly, he was kind of angled towards the Ionia line at the start of this game. Maybe we'll get a chance to see where he's at now, but I did see that he picked up Not Today, so he's actually going for the Edge of Nights as well for this composition. And if you have 2 of those, it actually is just a ton of value on your Vanquishers. Getting that attack speed and just giving that extra survivability. It especially feels good on Neela to have a Not Today Neela.
Yeah, it really it's a lot different than just having Edge of Night.
He's on the Slayers, that's right. It's actually quite good for Slayers too. It's really good on Mordekaiser.
Yeah, it's a lot different than just having Edge Knight in general. Edge Knight's great at protecting like your key damage units. When you start getting extra attack speed because of it, it opens up a lot of different avenues. And I was just about to mention that you like Mordekaiser, for instance, you almost certainly prioritize attack speed items on him. It's like your QSS, RFC, Nashor's Tooth, things like that. When you suddenly have like an entire barrier of protection that also gives you attack speed, it greatly changes the way that you can end up building your team out, and it gives you so much more damage. Because you have those extra avenues open, you can be a little bit more aggressive with your gold as long as you know which direction you want to go. Now, if there's a player I think that is going to know what direction they want to go, it's Soju. He plays more than just about anyone else in the world. It's really not much of a surprise to see him in a place like this, and frankly, this is one of the avenues it opens too, is being able to suit up things like Azir, because Edge of Night suddenly turns into an attack speed item. Like, this is a very unusual thing where suddenly it works incredibly well because of the way that you're suited up with augments. This is an unusual change that's super beneficial. I'm so glad that he recognized this. I had to watch like 100 million streams to find something like this. When I saw it, I was like, this seems kind of weird. And then I went and started stuff on Tactics Tools, and I was like, wow, this ends up working perfectly. This is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he's finally going to lose his win streak here. I mean, looking at his board, it looks relatively weak. He didn't find upgrades on this roll down, but he's very far ahead of the curve as far as HP, right? This is his first loss of the game. Because of that win streak, he had so much extra gold, and now he's starting to find a lot of pairs. You see, he's got the pair of Quins, he's got the pair of Rek'Sais, pair of Jarvans, now a pair of Azirs, but he doesn't really want to play Azir this game. He's really looking for Mordekaiser, and actually, he's kind of low rolling the hits on the forecast because he's rolled so much gold at this point, and he's not finding the forecast he wants. And there's finally a Mordekaiser. This is a huge hit, trying to be able to move towards 6 Slayer. Already had that Kiana available, so is going to be able to get there once selling out of this Azir. And this is a big spike. You want to get 6 Slayer, 5 Demacia. The big thing that he's looking for is actually going to be a Fiora that usually you would play the Slayer on. She actually feels like a pretty real unit with Slayer on. Which makes it interesting that it was put onto this Galio. There is a replacement on the bench, but will kind of need to be remade or a remover found at that point once you can, find that Fiora.
Yeah, the question is just who do you give the Slayer emblem to right now? Like, I'm not willing to sacrifice 6 Slayer value.
Right, of course, it has to go in.
Yeah, so just sticking with the Galio, it's the easiest one to replace because of the bench. But that's a super important point to make, is how it feels once you have the Slayer emblem on Fiora. And then not only that, you're also getting the not today. So it's kind of resuiting that protection barrier she had from being invulnerable during the previous patch, where they took that away and instead turned it into flat damage reduction. When they changed it instead to be flat damage reduction, it felt like she was super vulnerable and underperformed as a result of it. I feel like not today is a way to pick her back up and make her like a reasonable champion to use at that point. And 6 Slayer is a massive boost. So I 100% agree with you. An unusual line that I'm excited to see if Soju's able to capitalize on that and find himself in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, very notably, he actually had another Edge of Night on the bench there, right? He had a sword in a belt, or a sword and a vest on the bench, so pretty massive.
Wow.
To be able to find that, and really good tank items getting pulled off of Wolves, actually. Soju, that's great. Finds the upgrade. Oh, that is such a roll. And at this point, he's like, okay, no Fiora, whatever. This just goes on Jarvan. He's just gonna have, he's gonna have a little extra damage going through for himself. He's just got to get that Slayer in anyways. And wow, that's a really big spike for Soju. I mean, still missing the Quinn too. I think he'd like to have that, but just gonna go with the Edge of Night on her, give her some extra damage, attack speed there, and make sure she doesn't die to ambient damage. But this is a very big hits for someone who's already in the lead on HP, and so now he's got time to potentially start moving towards level 8.
Oh my gosh. It's so insane. Like he is Crown Guard and Edge of Night on a Mordekaiser that now has bonus attack speed as a result of it. Like, this Mordekaiser's insane right now. And so for this, I'm glad that Soju's slowing down. He doesn't really have to do too much, I think, to really increase the power level of this. I think he can start saving up gold and then, try to strike at the right moment from this spot. Again, this is like a super unusual line that it was first brought to my attention by watching Frodan review VODs from China, where somebody was toying around with 6 Slayer lines, and so I started deliberately searching for players trying to play 6 Slayer. It's just so rare. And then when I found it, I was like, that sparked my interest to kind of start delving into and trying to figure out where this actually came from and what it actually does. And this is just, I think, a pretty perfect execution of what I've seen of it so far.
Wow, and taking a look, Toronto Tokyo hasn't been able to find a second Demacia emblem. However, a very powerful 7 Demacia board right now. We've seen Kai'Sa be kind of a poor carry, but a lot of players, they hit the 2-star Kai'Sa and she becomes a good mid-game unit with Demacia, right? Give her a Radiant item. I think JG perfect to synergize with this Radiant Guard Breaker. And it's making Toronto Tokyo very strong for stage 4. And we can see these Mordekaisers on the bench and the Azirs. Those want to replace this Kai'Sa once they're 2-star.
Yeah, this loss right here, I think this is definitely like the missing Fiora. Like, where's Fiora at? Sort of spot there. I really like the 7 Demacia thing too. Like, that power level ends up shooting up quite a bit while you're using placement holders until you're able to get to the 7 Demacia 4 Slayer. Like, that's a huge spike if you can get to that point. And replay spot, I was mentioning it where it's like, it felt like a lot of things were there, but it was missing the actual hits on these spots. This was so much gold that replay and Darth Nub spent, and it felt like they didn't connect the dots with all these things in place. Replay sitting at, this is 3 HP right now. Like, this is a disaster for all things considered. This lobby didn't feel like it was that high in power.
Yeah, I mean, I think he might have just rolled into the Sork emblem just now. He was rolling for it for a while. We saw him take that early tome off of Krugs that he got. Now he's got 6 Sorcerer online, so it is a power spike, but his front line is just falling apart. to Milk's Vanquisher. Replay going down on 4-3, a very early exit to game 2 after a very solid first game. And yeah, just him and Darth being contested on the multis, contesting each other, but coming from that loss streak. And we called out, this has not been a successful comp from loss streak in this tournament. It is far too contested for you to not have that HP buffer.
It's really not that contested in this lobby, though. You know, on ladder at this point, you were seeing, 4 players minimum go for this line. In this tournament, it's been a lot different, where it's been basically, 2 players dedicated going that direction, and then several players sometimes additionally for that. For this lobby, it's Darth Nub and it's Replay that are defaulting that area.
Well,
everybody else is going Connor definitely will lean that direction, and in this game he did. But it's it's crazy to see that he just had that little after rolling. I think it was like 65 gold that he rolled.
Yeah, I mean, he rolled an immense amount of gold, but, trying to make it to the 3 stars when there's 2 other players on your units is, not exactly reasonable even through that amount of gold. And, Replay's done a good job of stabilizing on the 2 stars, but this lobby, it just did not happen. I think not having the buffer early game, not hitting early enough and hard enough, definitely made a huge difference. And going to 7, not really finding much. The 6 Sorcerer was like a good attempt, but just could not get there. And the power level of this lobby, I think, just being too high. I think, Soju with the Slayer board quite good. Toronto Tokyo having that very strong Demacia board. Looking at Milk here, we've seen how powerful this Karma is with the Vanquisher, and we're gonna see a big shot there from her once again. And Connor gonna take a huge hit. All 3 of our multicasters might hold hands 6th, 7th, 8th. Darth Nub, I believe, was in the best spot earlier, but looks like he's even losing his fight as well.
Missing an item on this Vel'Koz that's suited up as well. The Milk line too, where we saw the 6 Vanquisher, 6 Ionia, it's like almost a mirror image of his last attempt at this, where he went 8th place, but he just didn't have all the items put together. And like in this one, it's the Karma that's holding the Vanquisher emblem instead of an Ionia emblem on a Neela. And because of that, he can now suit up the Karma, and she's having crazy bursts to backlines at times because she has a super high crit rate. You look here at T-Lide's board, it's a very similar thing that's happening. It's got a Karma suited up with a Vanquisher spatula. She's very good at holding this because she can incidentally hold these AP items and have big critical strikes. When they have to bunch up the backline like that because of Sona, you're getting a lot of value if this Karma is able to critically strike that backline. That's why this Vanquisher spat performs well on Karma. It's not because Karma's very good, it's because when everybody's bunched up, you get big hits sometimes.
Yeah, and it's actually funny because Necro was calling out just how the Vanquishers have really good backline access because of Xayah, but it really has been Karma in this tournament that has been eating up these multicasters, and we've seen it over and over again now in these first 2 games.
Yeah, Xayah is able to get close to sniping down that full backline, just needs that little bit of help. That little bit of help takes it over the line. Look at Wajan Iverson doing the same thing here too.
Yeah.
This is weeks of me watching all of these players' VODs to figure this out. I'm like, wow, they all do this on Karma, and then slow down to half speed and watch it. There you go. It's because Karma critically strikes that club.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually still a very contested line in this lobby, but I think the multicasters just got the short end of the stick as far as being contested and not hitting. Whereas I think the slightly weaker Ionia Vanquisher lines, because they're contested and not hitting everything, are still just doing better into these multicaster boards that are not fully hitting, right? I think the matchup is really good for them. So even if they're not on fully optimal boards, the multicasters also aren't on fully optimal boards, and so they still win this matchup. And it's letting them all float above the HP of, Replay, Darth Nub, and Connor. And now, I mean, Darth Nub's board, right? We're at this point where he's got this incredibly strong Jarvan in the front line. He does have the 4 multis here, and he's got 3 items on the Vel'Koz, so maybe he can start to put something together. I think the 3rd strategist getting in there is massive for the AP, but he's still not on upgraded Sona or upgraded Twisted Fate, and I think that's a lot of damage lost.
It is definitely some damage lost. The big one was that he was missing 4 components as we rolled into this final spot of the stage. He's finally got the 3rd item on Vel'Koz and prioritized the mana onto Sona. The attack speed you get from Sona supplements the damage of the Vel'Koz there. That's why you want it to be in that spot. This is such a from-behind spot that Darth Nub is having to play from, and despite that, it's able to hold together a bit. Soju, look at this Mordekaiser!
Not today!
Gosh!
Not today!
Holy smokes!
Mord's still gonna take him down. These Edge of Nights have looked great in the Slayer composition. I mean, Mord has loved this item, and with Not Today, the attack speed he also gets is huge. Mord is popping off for Soju.
Wow, tough spot here for Toronto Tokyo on which way you want to go. In a spot like this, he's going to sacrifice the Mord and say, you know what, I'm going to stick to Azir for this one. It's just kind of an inappropriate spot, I think, to prioritize the Mordekaiser here. You're still missing so much, I think, for that to work. So I think this is a pretty strong call from this. And the reason that little dummy's there is because he's trying to figure out which side he wants to go to, I think. And then from there, he's going to, suit up that final piece of his board. This is a big fight for Toronto Tokyo, though, here against Milk.
Yeah, he's just trying to hold on to HP and bleed out slower than a lot of other players. I feel like Toronto Tokyo has made it to the best spot he really can. And I think that the Azir with the Sona getting the attack speed is maybe the best he can put onto the board. And he's really hoping, I think, for like a 4th or a 5th from this spot, unless he gets randomly bailed out by something on the carousel. But I don't think he has enough gold for that to really make too much of a difference, right? He would need like a Demacia emblem on carousel plus have enough gold to level.
Vision Iverson, 2 loss streak right now at level 9 with 3 Freljord in play. 3 Freljord, such a big difference from the 2 Freljord as well. This is something I feel like that we haven't really seen come up very much because it's just so rare that you end up getting a Freljord emblem or even furthermore, a spot to take a Freljord emblem in this one. But on 4-2, he got the Ionia Spatula, which let him go this way, and he decided that the biggest cap he could get was justifiably getting in these 3 Freljords. Right now, it hasn't had the payoff, but he's still got time to do it because he's got a pretty healthy amount of life still.
Yeah, he's even got his Aatrox, the best necks in at all times for the level 9. So he'll be able to get that Darkened Blade helping out either with the front line or the late game 1v1s happening. And looks like he's able to just chew through Connor with this level 9 board. Not close. And Connor, our next multicaster player to fall, can Darthnub complete these 6, 7, 8 multicasters holding hands? We'll see. T-Lide's going to race him towards the bottom.
It just looked like a tough one for Connor there. Was that parting gifts on the 3rd augment?
Yeah, that is parting gifts. That's certainly not something he wanted to have.
That is not a good pan out for it. It's just, I feel like he's lacking items in this spot too. It's like, it's really tough to say. That is not a good spot here for Connor, I think, at the end of the day. And, just not really much he can make of that. Just trying to do as best he can, and just everyone else is hanging on here. We have, I'd say 3 relatively healthy players here still at the stage 5 carousel, and 3 players that, could have theoretically 2 hits left. So this is, I'd say, a fairly unusual spot for everyone to be in at this point. So T-Lides here does not have the power to go to 9. He says just going to roll here at 8, make the most of it right now. And I think when you look around the rest of the lobby, this is absolutely justified. If you try to stay on 8 and then get to 9 here from this spot, like T-Lides is he's just going to die with 40 gold in the bank.
Yeah, not even able to find Xayah 2, so T-Lide's definitely in a rough spot. See who he goes up against. It's going to be Toronto Tokyo, one of our other players that's struggling. And while, you see Demacia and you're like, wow, this board must be incredibly strong. 7 Demacia at this point has been outscaled by a lot of the boards. I'm not sure if T-Lides can get there, though, because he's still carrying an Ashe 2. His front line's living for a long time. I mean, that Shen is tanking up very well, and the Azir is stuck on it, so it looks like this might still be a win. The Karma and the Ashe doing enough. Toronto Tokyo gonna fall. Darthnub hangs on, so not all the multicasters will be holding hands this time, but Toronto Tokyo taking another bot 4, and this is going to allow Weijin to pull away from him a little bit in the AVP, especially if Weijin can find a top 2 finish.
Yeah, Weijin was slightly ahead, like barely ahead, just by a hair, and now suddenly it's way different because Weijin is in a situation to actually win the lobby at this point, but there are players who are starting to catch up and challenge that. Milk is going to be one of them here. He just went to 9, and his items are still pretty insane. And again, the big difference here is, honestly, I'm going to be perfectly clear. Almost everything here is a big difference from Milk in his previous game. His previous game was pretty aggressive and just didn't really have a lot of moving parts. In this one, he's able to suit up the Karma. In this one, he's got a Contagion for the 3rd emblem. In this one, he's got Bulk, so he can make use of random items wherever they go. Milk is in a much better spot in the previous game. I think it's clear. And it's just like, this is a spot that can contest him, but he still needs a few more parts, and he needs to not have a Karma critically strike his entire board when that happens.
Yeah, I mean, the worst case was running into Weijin here. Weijin went to 9, actually found some good upgrades, has potentially the strongest board in the lobby right now, and then Milk runs face first into it, so Milk now in a lot of trouble. Soju also taking a loss. T-Lides and Darthnub actually hanging on. It seems like Soju was actually pushing to play 2 Mordekaisers. I don't know if he has both of them at 2-star yet, so that can be a big difference as well. If we take a look at Darthnub, I mean, really, this is still just the multicaster board. He's just been able to piece together a good front line. He's got good itemization for the Sona. And I think having the Gangplank has made a little bit of a difference, being able to get that additional CC and, get the cleanse on his backline as well.
Yeah, and the 2 healthy changed his game plan here quite a bit. Like, instead of trying to sit there and re-roll for Vel'Koz and hoping, instead he just went up because of the 2 healthy. that he has, so he's super incentivized to get extra units in play. And we talked about this earlier too, is that suiting up an Azir has a great benefit in that lineup in general. You have a ton of burst to kind of clear out some units, and then the Azir has the ability to keep ramping over those long fights and make sure that you have all that taken care of. So 2 healthy is carrying so much weight in this game so far, and Darthnub finding himself in a top 4 spot here I think would be fantastic, considering that he has a 5th place in the first game. If he has a top 4 in this game, it's all going to be balancing out, and then he has 4 more games to fire those bullets.
Yeah, Darthnub going against the double Mordekaiser. They are both upgraded, but one of them kind of stuck on some AD items. Still, though, it's double not today Mordekaiser trying to break through this front line, but the Jarvan is just too tanky for now. Both Mords have survived. Not today value coming through. A couple more auto attacks. Can he take down the Vel'Koz? One more. He can't get it. He can't get it, and it's just down to an Aatrox. How many times have we seen this? How many times have we seen this, Admirable?
No way.
Is he doing? He does not. Soju gonna be taken down, but just barely. Darthnub lives. Soju finishes in the top 4 as T-Lines takes a 5th.
3 HP is the difference in that. 3 HP. We saw Soju get first and T-Lines get second in the first game. Now we're seeing Soju get 4th, T-Lines get 5th place in the second game here. T-Lines is just right behind Soju in every single game on this one. Literally 3 HP over the course of the entire game is the difference in that one. That is crazy to think that there's one round somewhere in the game that could have had that big of an impact.
Now, Darthnub and Milk, we're looking at these 2 boards, but it is going to be that fight that we were just seeing the preview of, Darthnub versus Milk. Milk, we were talking about how Vanquishers can be so good into the multis. We have to see the cast from Karma. Will it make it towards that backline as we see the big shot, but it doesn't take them down. The multis survive. One more cast. Oh, it went off. It would have hit all 3, but she falls just before, and Darthnub holds on for a top 2 here as Milk goes out in 3rd.
Wow, and Wajin Iverson's board is stacked. This is 2-star Scion with Freljord. He's working on the Aatrox here. He's denying Vel'Koz. It's like Darthnub has a mountain to climb, it feels like, but this is a 2 healthy with multi-casters that we're talking about. So these critically strike damage effects can come into huge play. How the Jarvan ends up landing can be a huge effect, and this is also a 2-star Gangplank.
Here we go. One more fight for Darthnub potentially. If he can hold on, though, should be 2 lives for Weijin.
Oh,
you see the multis trying to fire off. We already know this match quite hard. There's the jump in from Jarvan. Does start to get CC, but it's not hitting the backline. The positioning from Weijin does have the carry safe in the corners. Vel'Koz still alive. Doesn't quite have enough burst. It's going to be Xayah. One more cast. Xayah gets there. Darthnub going to take a big hit, but he will hold on for one more. A 1-unit loss was the only way he was living, and he does still live on 1 HP. Can Darthnub make a change that makes all the difference?
So Darthnub swapped the items over to Gangplank in that last fight because it was a Gangplank 2 that was suited up. He said this Vel'Koz 2 is not going to make it. Wajin Iverson's holding Vel'Koz. Suddenly, that didn't end up working out very well. So what ends up happening now? Like, does he just suits up?
He's got the items for the Vel'Koz as well.
Oh, the Aatrox sitting in the shop.
Could sell the Vel'Kozes. There's no point. I mean, at this, Darthnub already only has 3.
Yeah.
Sell out of the Vel'Koz, get the upgraded Aatrox. This can make a huge difference. Darthnub did get stronger, but I think Weijin definitely did as well. Tier 2 Aatrox can make big things happen.
Jarvan stun is really going to say so much of this. Shroud's in a great spot to slow down this Scion. Sion's in a great spot to make a difference. Where is Sejuani going? I have no idea in this one. First Karma, not a good spot.
Well, that
Xayah,
jump,
not a great hit. Karma's walking forward. She gets struck. Xayah, great angle from that one. Clean and not even close. Wajin Iverson picking up another first place finish and is now far ahead, I imagine, in the average placement for this one. He's got a great spot here in points, and his average placement is pulling miles ahead of the field right now.
Well, if the math's up, he still has a 50% win rate.
Yeah, that's true. Weijin has been doing a great job at continuing that. I mean, Weijin's really making a great case for himself to push to his 2nd world championship in a row that he'll make it to. I'm very excited for him.
Yeah, he's well on his way. And actually, you know, when you call out that Toronto Tokyo, like, sadly did have to take a bottom 4 in this game, he actually wants Weijin to get there based on, like, the top 3 places. Because Toronto Tokyo will still have a very good average placement to be able to keep up with that, but Asian Iverson, that is how you get it done with the Ionia Vanquishers. That's exactly what he wanted to see last game, but it finally worked out. Casanova, I feel like this entire lobby, though, it just, the story was flipped. You guys talked about it. Script was flipped.
Yeah, I mean, this time the power level was a lot higher for some of the Earth players. Even though they were contested again, a lot of them were getting online quicker, and there were also a lot of more comp diversity in this game overall. And it kind of hurt the multicasters quite a bit because a lot of players leaning towards this Vanquisher, we've seen it take over and punish the multis over and over again. And so when both of them were contested and low rolling a bit, the Vanquisher players are coming out on top.
For sure. I feel like maybe that is a good thing or a bad thing. Depends on how these players are feeling after these first 2 games, whether or not they want to continue to do that. But as of right now, we're going to see K3 Soju still keep the lead here, Admirable.
Yeah, and so right now, Soju is the player who's catching up in average placement to Toronto Tokyo at this point. Like if Toronto Tokyo keeps finding himself with bot 4 finishes and Soju's able to keep finding these, 5th or better scenarios, he can very easily pass Toronto Tokyo in that average placement department. So that is something to keep in mind for this as we continue to go through these games, is that to watch that average placement very closely, because it can affect the way the game is panning out. Top 3 in points are getting an invite, and then the 4th invite to the world stage is average placement. So there are very bizarre scenarios where you can strategically surrender to make sure that you're the player with the average placement. The first priority is top 3 in points. The next one is going to be average placement there. So if the players are miles ahead of you in points, great. You want them to be there if they're also beating you in average placement slightly.
To be fair, if Soju starts beating Toronto Tokyo in AVP, I'm pretty sure Soju's just in the top 3. Like, I'm pretty sure he just has enough points to top 3.
Yes,
like,
that is correct.
It is enough of a gap where if he's having that good of a day, like he's gonna be there.
That might keep things comfier for Toronto Tokyo, but even talking to him yesterday, right, as the points lead for day number 2, he had such a great mentality coming into today where he's like, I'm not going to rely on the cushion of the AVP right now because it's game by game, it's player by player, and until it's over, like, he's still going to be fighting for those top 4 spots. This is just the first 2 games too, and we still have 4 more to go, so a lot that can change over the course of the day. So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, game number 3 of day 3. Welcome back, everybody. We've got 4 games left before we determine the final 4 representatives for North America at the Runeterra Reforged Championships, and it is a close race so far, so cannot wait to see what's going to happen next. To bring us through that next game, we've got Bupasaurus and Crowan, and this is where I'd love to get your opinions on the Ionia Vanquishers versus Multicasters. That feels like the storyline for today, Crowan.
It definitely is, especially because throughout the past 2 games, 6 out of 8 of the comps were either Ionia Vanquishers or Multicasters, right? And it's really interesting how those 2 comps interact with each other. This was kind of the puzzle we were starting to solve even back dating to the LCQ that Mix and I were like, okay, what can beat Multicasters, right? And Ionia Vanquishers is an option, and Admiral and Cass mentioned it as well, specifically with that Karma being played, and Boop has said, oh yeah, loving to see that Vanquisher Karma come through, but there are multiple units that have that backline access that don't have to get through that Galio or get through that Jarvan, and that is the Karma, the Zaya, sometimes Neela as well has kind of pseudo backline access, and if you're able to cap out your board with Ahri, then she is an option as well. But that's why we've seen the past 2 games, while the Multicasters have done pretty well, they haven't won lobbies, right? It is going to be that Ionia Vanquisher that has taken the win every single time.
How do you get to that point, right, Boop? Because I think now we have to think about a little bit of the mentality of these players, which is, if this is such a hotly contested item, do you want to put yourself in a position where you do have to compete against 3 or 4 other people running the same comp?
Well, the good news for us folks here is we saw that happen in the first game, right? 4 people picking an Ionia and or Vanquisher emblem and made it so it was a big reason why Milk and Toronto Tokyo ended up in the bottom half of the lobby. But, sometimes with these comps, like, you can hold hands into 7th and 8th place, but if you're able to survive and take those units, get to those tip-top power levels, then it could potentially bring you to first place instead. It's kind of how everyone interacts, and if they all lose at the same time, they all end up getting a bot 4 at once. That's an issue. But if one person like Soju or someone is able to take all those units back and then build those top tier comps that everyone else wanted to do, then they'll be able to do that.
Yeah, so far it's been K through Soju and Weijin Iverson able to make that Ionia Vanquishers work, and we'll see if they can have a repeat success there or if someone else will join them in those top ranks. Let's find out in game number 3.
You want Vanquishers? You want Multicasters? Well, we probably got them here in the game 3 of the North American Regionals here. It's Boop and Crowan giving you the cast, and it's going to be Ishokan with Toronto Tokyo picking it. So, Ishokan, what does this mean for the rest of the lobby?
As soon as these units are going to be tiered up, they're going to be given some loot to the whole lobby there, Boop. Maybe if reroll comps come out, you're going to be seeing that 0 right there by the augment thing. Going to be, ranking up pretty quickly there once it gets to 20, and every 20 units, players are going to be getting some loot. So we'll have to see if that changes the course of the game, especially for a player like Weijin Iverson. If he gets some econ coming out from that, can go level 9, cap out his board like he loves to do, right? We could be seeing yet another Weijin Iverson win. And 50% win rate over 14 tournament games at regionals, Boop, like that is crazy.
I don't know if I've ever had a 50% win rate in anything in my life, right? Let alone a top tier tournament to be a North American representative for a world championship again. Right? That's where Weijin is right now. And Weijin, you mentioned it, has been playing really capped boards, but versus the rest of the season, compared to today and the weekend, has been actually able to get to those caps, right?
Yeah.
Before, he's been kind of penalized for moving a little too slow into those capped boards and then actually finishing on the bottom side of the lobbies. But there seems to be some type of, it clicked with Weijin before coming into this particular tournament to make sure that he's going to get there a little bit more frequently. And the other thing about this particular lobby now that's going to be really interesting is this particular portal is affected by reroll comps pretty a lot, right?
Yeah.
So the more reroll comps and more multicasters potentially means that number gets higher, and we can be seeing a high number there when it comes to the end of the game. And so it's going to be a silver augment here. The reason for the giggles, folks, is Crowan and I never get prismatic, so when we get one, we're going to celebrate.
Okay, branching out, rolling into Noxus is actually pretty solid. That is playable. A little bit of a high roll, it seems like, in this early game for Weijin Iverson. Iverson. But talking about his success, right, at the top of day, we talked about kind of what is been able to make him a really standout player and his specific play style. He is going to be lose streaking a lot in stage 3, right? 25% of his games he like full loss streaks in stage 3, saves up the gold, but stage 4 is that go button, right? I'll be really excited to see if we hop on board a bit later in stage 4 with Wage and Iverson what he has made his board into. But specifically now with that Noxus playstyle, is he going to be able to build up early stacks? Well, going up against the Soju board, yes, right? Soju's running 2 Cassiopeias and 1 Renekton. Going for that inconsistency value, it looks like on the other side, one of the best silver augments Soju has grabbed.
Yeah, it's gonna help him with that economy. And I was about to say, like with the Noxus slam, the sacking might not happen because you want to try to get those stats maybe earlier, but we'll see where Wasion's going to end up. Toronto Tokyo coming in with the most amount of points for the day, but unfortunately in 8th place right now, still competing for average placement with Wasion, though that's becoming a little bit more separated as well.
Yep.
But now we're back over to T-Lights also with that inconsistency, it looks like. And we have our Noxus going in, but no Noxus pass, so this is just the regular version. Let's see if this best on board type of board is going to be able to help win or lose through this first stage.
Exactly, and as much as we meme about the silver augment tier, right, with us specifically, it does have a lot of impact on the lobby. 5 Earth players, and a couple of them are going to be taking, actually only one taking branching out with Wasion, but all the other ones are not going to want to do that, right? They're going to be just going towards more standard options when it comes to the silver tier augments, so it's way less likely to see those really capped vertical traits, which means actually multicaster players are very, very happy. It's much more likely that we do see a multicaster win in this specific lobby.
Yeah, the best thing that the first very big clue in terms of multicasters doing well is a silver augment for the Earth players. Some people will end up picking up the emblem, but most people don't. If we were maybe a couple lobbies in, they might have risked it and try to get there, just like our Noxus player did. But that's just not going to be the types of opportunities they're looking for right now. Milk, who unfortunately bottomed out in the first game, but got a really nice comeback in the second, still sitting in 6th place. There is a bit of a point differential between 4th and 5th and then below, so there is a lot of makeup that people have to get to. And who's the owner of all the points right now? It is Soju. So will Milk be able to take those points away? They're kind of needing Soju to finish in the bottom 4 to really open up the opportunity for those top 3 spots to be our representative. And so now we're looking at these 2 comps. It is going to be Soju versus Milk. You ask and you shall receive. And Soju now a little bit better than 2 Casses and 1 tank in the front line. We got a Jin 2 instead. And remember, I just said a little better. But we do get at least 1 unit down. Jin, takes a quick nap before ulting, but still gets 1 unit out.
Oh no, Milk's on a 3-win streak. He's losing inconsistency value. Boof. Darn, right? Hate that for him. But no, it's allowed him to get to that 20 gold breakpoint a lot faster. And you're not going to be too sad because that 3-win streak, sure, you only get that +1 gold per round. But if Milk wins the next round, he's going to be at that +2 anyway. And it's a bit of insurance when he does actually lose, right? To go back to that +2 gold per round because of that inconsistency.
All right, let's see. 3 people are playing inconsistency, so the chances of them going up against each other and ruining it, or they could actually be friends, and they need the exact thing that happens in those rounds, a trade on a win and loss, which is always fun. To finally find friendship on the Convergence, right? Everyone, stops being friends once they start. We have all these study groups, but today it's all about the top 4. Back to Darth Nub, who is in 3rd place, but again, throughout this entire weekend, has played very, very good, but has not won a lobby.
That's true.
So what does that mean for Darth Nub's chances for this kind of tournament, but even looking forward, would this roll at something like Worlds?
Yes, at Worlds, which is presumably going to be a checkmate format again, it does mean he would have to change his playstyle, maybe change Legend going into that final game. If Darth Nub makes it to Worlds, he's definitely going to be thinking about that, because not winning a single game, right, even when getting sometimes really capped boards like 9 Shrima, he got that once yesterday but didn't win a lobby, it's a little unfortunate to have to say that, but he's still playing really consistently and really well, right? He's 3rd place overall on the day, just 2 points behind Soju, so Darth Nub could very reasonably make it there and get to Worlds.
All right, we're gonna see this 1v1 yet sorted out. One of our 100 HPers will lose, and it's going to be Weijin, who's probably looking for a potential loss streak going into stage 3. But now Milk with inconsistency on a 4 streak, 100 HP. You know, that's the thing about silver augments. Sometimes you don't get to tap into them. You might find some like weird value a little bit later if you just end up alternating wins and stuff. But as of right now, we're just rocking with the win streak advantage at this point. I'd be curious what the actual number differences would be, but now we're riding along with Replay right now, who is our defending and current world champion and wants to make like his name and do it again, right? But so far has been sacking and had a pretty rough game in the last lobby.
Replay and Darthna both contesting the 5-loss streak, Boop, and Replay sold half of the board, put the Sona in the front line, so protects his own loss streak. With blood money, actually makes more gold as well, already at that 50 econ breakpoint. But Replay, that was a big move there. His 3-2 roll down to stabilize on level 6 board is going to be absolutely massive, as we see T-Lides does lose out on his streak as well. Milk, the other player we have to look at, and loses his too. Only one player full streaking throughout stage 2, Boop, and that is Replay.
All right, Replay losing a lot of HP. We saw how this bit Milk in the first lobby, right? So sometimes you lose streak, everything goes right, you have your economy, and then you never win out, right? Milk was only able to win 1 or 2 more rounds, I think, after after stage 4, right? And was eliminated in 8th place. So this still, while looking good for Replay, isn't everything that they need. But one thing is for sure, that Mordekaiser is going to be here just for a second, might not end up lasting in this comp, but for right now, it will also be blocking people who are looking for that unit.
A spatula, which is not typically what multicaster players want to see. Maybe he'll high roll and get another spatula on a carousel or something. But Replay's items are going to be the main point of focus here, right? Not taking Pandora's, isn't going to be able to tailor his items exactly to what he wants them to be, but they have rolled very favorably so far. He's going to level to 6 actually right now on 3-1 and try to turn this around. Blue buff potential is there, gargoyles as well, and the floating sword to go into a gunblade. This is solid, but Replay actually taking the multicasters out and just playing a 3 Noxus, you know, kind of 2 Slayer board because of that Mordecai. Or how much staying power does it actually have? Like you mentioned, it's only gonna be here for a little bit, but what value can you find in that short period of time?
Yeah, is it going to be able to get you to your stage 4 comp? But we're itemizing it right now. I mean, a win here would help out, especially with those Noxus stacks too. So maybe this is a full-on pivot. We don't get Pandora's items, so maybe it's not worth pushing those multicasters, especially since they've actually been doing poorly. At least in the last lobby, they didn't do very well. So maybe he was scared off for at least a lobby to see what would happen.
Yeah.
But it looks like this Mordekaiser might be here for a minute, building that Edge of Night. That's not really anything that works in that multicaster comp. So let's see if the God of Death is going to be able to bring them down, and we do get a Replay stabilization here, but I'm really curious to see where this comp ends. It's looking Noxus so far.
This is so interesting. Replay is keeping both options open. He did sell off the TFs, but Vel'Koz and Sona are still on the bench. The Edge of Night Slam, though, really does lean towards that Noxus, that Mordekaiser focus style of gameplay. And while Replay has played mostly multicasters this weekend, he has a few games on other compositions, right? He played Rural Cho'Gath, he played Piltover Gunner, and a couple of games of he played Bilge Nila, excuse me, and Ionia Xayah Vanquishers. So this is gonna be his first time on this kind of Noxus Mordekaiser style of play, but he's going to know it, and I think this is the exact situation he needs to recognize. You can't just always force multicasters every single time.
It actually looks like Connor was off of multicasters, at least for now as well. And we had a lot of upgrades on that last round too, moving over our item that popped out. Let's see who's going to win out on this one. Also want to point out that Replay picked another support augment, something that he seems to like. Picked the Zephyr up in a lobby previously, so definitely leaning in towards those augments and those support items that other people just aren't going to have access to. When is the advantage for this Zeke's going to go away, if at all?
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to provide a bit of value, especially if you can stay with Mordekaiser. He's going to benefit from attack speed, just slamming units, right? Killing them off, getting that God of Death proc. And maybe not enough to win this round, but it might be, actually. And yeah, that's Zeke's value we're seeing in real time.
That's
as overtime
exactly
procs.
True. Yeah, that is, it's crazy how that, like, without that Zeke's, I don't know if that Mordekaiser is able to take it out, but we have, oh, Connor is back on here. Last time we saw him in the corner, it looked like he was running some Demacians. It looks like he looked at it, but the multicasters are going to be staying. Jarvan already on the board with the Galio, with the Gargoyle. So in terms of where multicasters want to be, this is an all right place. Of course, a Sona 2 would feel good, but I mean, we've seen other players struggle to get a Vel'Koz too so far today. So having that locked in must obviously feel good. And then with the Shiv, which is great on the Sona, is going to butter up the rest of that board so someone like Vel'Koz can take them down. Is it enough damage right now? Looks like we're going up against other multicasters. Toronto Tokyo is going to be the one running that one, but our front line on a Connor side does seem to be much better and is going to break through into their backline.
Jarvan, a pretty good unit. It's a little bit of a high roll to find that on 6 while specifically playing multicasters, but hey, you take those. You got to high roll a little bit, right, to make it here and to make it even further as well. Connor, his damage, right, I think is supplemented by having that Jeweled Lotus gold tier augment at 3-2, because there's no real items in that Vel'Koz yet, but still able to deal enough damage. Now, as we get into the stage 3 carousel, players like Replay and Darth Nub at the bottom here, T-Lides as well, gotta pick it up. But then we see who's running away with the lobby, and that's Wasion Iverson back on a 4 streak.
Wasion having maybe the best weekend of his playing career, might end up with the highest average placement across the days and finishing in the top 3. Remember, Toronto, Tokyo, or anyone who's competing for that second spot in average placement. Because again, just as a reminder, the way we're doing it, the 3 go away first, so the top 3 qualifiers get their bids, and then we go average placement after that. So that's how we're going to deal with that later on. Back to T-Lides right now, and we're looking at some Noxus, we're looking at some Vanquishers, definitely leaning towards that Vanquisher angle, but we roll over the Sona, so that definitely tells me attack damage is on the menu.
Yeah, finds a Xayah, that is huge. Upgrades the Ashe, and now the sword is stuck there, so it's a little bit awkward, because it's not really going to be like a reroll Ashe style. We've already gone to level 7, we're really far away from set as well. 4 Ionia, 4 Vanquisher, but again, Boop, no emblems. This composition loves emblems to get to that 6 Ionia, 4 Vanquisher breakpoint, if not the 6 Ionia and 6 Vanquishers, but T-Lides is still pretty far away from that as well, and is carrying an Ashe looking like into stage 4.
Yeah, when you look at the comps that win from this direction, it's always that with an emblem, right? Either the Vanquisher Karma, like you said. Usually doing just the bread and butter vanilla version of it is not enough, and we're actually close to a second cash out in our Ishokon portal as well. So I'm curious to see what that's going to be. But now, looking at first place, only 1 loss, probably in the first round if it's a 98 HP and hasn't lost since. Streaking into Wolves potentially. Everyone looking at Wasion, which has kind of been the name of the game throughout the entire weekend so far. And this has also been cool to see because we're used to Wasion sacking through this entire stage, but because of that Noxus spat, an entirely different playstyle needed to take place, and obviously it's been working out.
Great call, Boop. Yeah, Wasion usually lost streaks, loses a ton of HP in stage 3, but this time with that early Noxus, right, you get the benefit from getting all these early wins, stacking up that buff, and Wasion's going to go in stage 4 a lot healthier than usual. So I think it's a big question, is how is he going to navigate that? Is he going to grade and push levels, or still roll more on level 7 and try to stabilize and win out in stage 4 like he usually does?
All right, it looks like we are going to take... Oh, this is unfortunate for Wasion. It doesn't look like we're going to be able to streak into the ground. Maybe with Edge of Night, though. I might have spoken too soon. All right. You know, a little bit of hope is okay, just so you can dash it a little bit later. Wasion does end that streak. And so now we're going over with Soju, who is in second place and honestly playing so well. Moving on over to another veteran now, Milk. Playing multicasters. Interesting enough, when Milk played multicasters yesterday, it was probably his worst games, but so far so good on this one.
Yeah, Milk played it yesterday, had some success. Other games he didn't quite have as much. Thinking back to maybe like day 1, he definitely struggled with it. But he's already 6 Vel'Kozes at 3-7. Oh, and finds another one from an orb. Wait a minute. Milk, a little high roller here, saying, oh, hey, there's other typical multicaster players.
Oh, my God.
Not playing the comp. Is he just going to hit at 4-1? Vel'Koz 3, he's 1 away, finds the Jarvan upgrade, finds the Sona upgrade, and Vel'Koz 3, Milk, coming up huge.
You know, sometimes you just got to play what the game's given you, right? You know, like, it might not have been my initial instinct, but we're here. I've got all the Vel'Kozes. Why not? I got a good item on it, too. A Hextech would be great, but we need a sword for that. But we got a Vel'Koz 3 at 4-1. Every other multicaster player is very frustrated right now. That means that the access to that top power in the capped out board for multicasters is not really going to be available for them. But they could still make it into the top 4. Milk, though, trying to compete for that win, has this silver augment start, made it so Milk can play this route, play this branch, and then also play it better than the Ezreals and the TFs. We'll see.
Yeah, and he has 2 healthy, and we were just talking about off broadcast. You know, the win rate of 2 healthy is insane.
It's insane.
GM Plus on this patch, it is the top 4 in win rate of augments. Milk has it, has high roll to Vel'Koz 3 super early. Oh man,
no
Milk
swords.
is in such a good spot. No swords, and that's, I think, okay. He's going to be able to have another chance to get one either on this coming carousel or on the Raptors. But I almost, especially in a silver tier lobby, want to just say, like, Milk's % chance to win this lobby is absurdly high.
Yeah, this is now the favorite board. At this point, things can change. Like tier 3 forecast could pop up right at some point a little bit later. But in this vacuum right now, Milk is the strongest comp we have. Weijin at 87 HP, looking at all the way down to Darth Nup, unfortunately, at 24. The other multicaster comps, again, not doing, and I'm assuming because of the legend there, not doing as well as maybe people had anticipated. Now we've got a Noxus Nasus. Oh, like the way that sounds. In the front line there with Darth Nub. So hopefully these upgrades are going to be valuable. And we also have pretty good, other than the hat, items for the Mordekaiser. But because of that Rabadon's, that Mordekaiser is going to be really skinny. And it gets taken down like tissue paper there. Darth Nub's going to take a pretty large L here. That is not good news for Darth Nub. 10 HP, might not even make it to this carousel.
We replayed level to 8, and the other player typically playing multicasters, but pivoted into Mordekaiser just like Darth Nub.
That's right.
And Milk is saying, hey guys, multis are free. That's me. Darth Nub dropping the 10 HP, however, this is rough. Toronto, Tokyo finding some stabilizing between the Shurimas, ended up finding that with a spatula that came through. Doesn't have any Azirs yet though, that's a big thing, right? He's still on level 7, under 30 gold, no Nasus to either. T-Lide's trying to make a massive pivot around Demacia, a little bit it looks like, but mostly really just the Slayers, because Quinn 2 needs to come through. Galio 2 does, but Quinn 2 is not found. Mordekaiser are going to be itemized here soon as well.
We're going to have Mordekaiser 2 versus Mordekaiser 2, but one of these Gods of Death is going to be immune to CC and have pretty much an extra life with the Edge of a Night, and now they're facing each other, and there's way too much power on this board for T-Lights to break through. That's a huge loss once more. Now, let's see if Darth Nub was able to come back. The answer is no.
No.
So isn't going to make it to carousel, it seems like. So we already have an elimination, and that is probably one of the more consistent players that we've had. Again, he's not won, but he's been in the top 4 a lot. So this is going to make, I think, particularly Darth Nub and his playstyle, make it much harder potentially to get into that top 3, but it's still not over. 7 players still remain on this carousel, and let's see what it's looking like. I still cannot believe Bilk has had this Vel'Koz 3 pretty much this whole time.
Yes,
from stage 4-1.
And he didn't even have to roll that much gold to do it. Got a free Vel'Koz from the neutral orb. That's a disgusting high roll, honestly, but hey, you gotta capitalize on it. Milk put himself in that position, was playing to his outs, and sometimes you get lucky and you hit, right? That's the nature of TFT. So now the question is, how does everybody else answer that? And a player like Weijin Iverson, especially being contested by multiple Noxus players, but finding success around and misfortune with Noxus emblem, right? And the adaptive, and then Mordekaiser one in the front line. But like, how is Weijin on 79 HP still? This is crazy, the HP preservation he's able to have.
Just saw 2 boards with Mordekaiser 2s. At this point, there might not be enough Mordekaisers for this group, but 2 more upgrades, though, for another cash out. We're getting to some high numbers. Curious if we're going to get to 80, which is Mort's favorite cash out for this particular portal. But yeah, let's see if this Misfortune's going to be able to help out. We at least get our 5 Noxus online. The Mordekaiser is going to break through. Hopefully that That Sejuani should be here in just a second. Gonna hit up now the trading dummy. Got a death to the trading dummy. And now it's just a bunch of 1v1s for the Mordekaiser with help from that back line. And unfortunately, it wasn't enough damage.
Nope.
And that's going to be an L.
Not a bad loss for Wei Jin, but he's kind of flip-flopping his typical playstyle of winning out stage 4 and sacking stage 3, but he won out stage 3, but now he might win the last round of stage 4 with that Mordekaiser upgrade. That is massive. If that was here in the last fight, it surely would have been a win. 60 is Shao Kahn, and it's a full completed item. Looking for something either for the front line or maybe for that misfortune to swap to something else a bit later.
A couple of these items would have been nice on the Mordekaiser, but it seemed like Wei Jin thought that we needed that power right now, especially since the other Mordekaisers are there.
Yeah.
Same build, though, on the Mordekaiser on the other side. Edge of Night, Quicksilver Sash, and Giant Slayer. Right? Now the boat comes through, doesn't sink anybody, but gets them very, very close. We see some rogues online for the first time, too. Katarina trying to do something, unable to do anything. And now the God of Death gets into the backline. Misfortune's not going to be here for much longer, and that Mordekaiser is going to win. Moving on to another Mordekaiser, this time with a Ground Guard and a Giant Slayer. They win that way. And I think one thing that we also have to just reflect back on right here, Crone, as we get into chickens, is how this lobby was affected by that silver augment to start. I feel like all the Earth players are working substantially harder than normal.
They definitely are, and they're trying to find success with compositions that they are not going to be mainly prioritizing, right? The Noxus was really only played by like David Ace in terms of that comfort, that favoring in the early game. But if you're stuck on it, it's like, oh, well, okay, I guess I'll try to make this work. But then them being all contested, finding Mordekaisers, having to slam items for tempo, it's not the ideal situation. And it's not the ideal situation for Toronto Tokyo either, at not having an Azir carry on this board quite yet. But Cassiopeia has done a lot of work to make it here. Now level 8, 45 HP, the roll down comes through, Boop, but where is the Azir?
So far, the world champion of hide and go seek for this board, unfortunately. Azir deciding to not show themselves just yet. Are we going to stay at 10? We're already putting some items on. And, you know, this is one of those things where, like, we have to put a qualifier on the success here. At least the Cassiopeia was good enough, but that time is going to fall very, very quickly. And now we see multicasters, another Zephyr on the board onto the Quinn. That's going to keep that from doing that damage. And the Quinn actually helps the Mordekaiser quite a bit by doing that initial damage so the Mordekaiser can take him down and take those stats. And look at this Bloodthirster also doing a lot of work right now. Was almost killed and now is pretty much full health.
ET diff in this fight from T-Lions, hanging on just narrowly 4 HP. Any slip up would be his demise in this game, but the 5 Demacia Force Slayers hang on for now. Soju is the one that's keeping the Azirs away from the rest of the players, rocking the 6 Bruiser Azir flex composition. Neela being the other carry as well, Boop. This is a comp that hasn't found lobby wins, but it can sneak its way into the top 4. Milk has loved this playstyle as well, and now Soju taking a page out of that book.
Yeah, and I'm definitely intrigued by how this Nashers has been doing on this Neela. I guess I get it in terms of AP. You're not really thinking about Neela, but that's attack speed, and that might at least be better than not having an item, right? And I think the shield is also a little bit bigger when we dash. And so the Night Harvester is going to trigger here in just a second, but there's a lot of stuff going on elsewhere. These Bruisers need to stay online for as long as possible. Time is of the essence in terms of slow time for this comp, and Neela just saying hello to the backline real quick. I had a little bit of a death wish, if I would say so myself.
Yeah, and the Azir itemization, while it is okay, it doesn't have one of the key items that you need, which is that Nashers. No Rageblade either, so the attack speed is very, very slow. The frontline was not upgraded yet enough to buy Neela and Azir that time. Now moving over to replay board, at least we have found a Noxus emblem, right, with the spat that came through earlier. 7 Noxus is online, 3 item Noxus Aatrox, and Aatrox is a unit that we've seen pop off a lot this weekend. Sometimes Noxus, sometimes with Demacia as well, as a real big threat right beside that Mordekaiser.
Yeah, that extra life sometimes is what you need. How many times have we seen rounds end with just one unit, a Cassiopeia even, with just a little bit of health, and then the Aatrox pops out and is able to take the round. Aatrox is on both sides on this board right now, but one is itemized, one is not. The itemized Aatrox doing just fine right now. We're now onto the Mordekaiser, it looks like, and we're going to get into the back line. Quinn's not going to be around for much longer, and this comp still is surviving. How far can this go as T-Lights also gets eliminated? Soju also going down, and all of a sudden from third and below, everyone at risk.
Yeah, T-Live.
Here are the emblems for our players, just not an augment this time.
There they are, the Stage 5 carousel. That's what they're going to be looking for, but not people. Oh, the Shurima. Okay, Toronto Tokyo grabbing that one out. That is going to be really, really big for his comp. Finally found one Azir. But yeah, T-Live's bottom queuing this lobby, just like Darth Nub. They were both kind of middle of the pack, 11-ish points going into this game, but now they're going to be below pace there in the bottom half looking in. However, Milk is trying to claw his way back up from that 8th place in game number 1. A solid finish last game with a 3rd, and now level 9 on 5-5 with multicaster board. I've already said the word disgusting to describe this, but I feel like there's no other fitting word for Milk Spot in this game.
Hasn't lost since the Vel'Koz 3 came into fruition. This milk is pasteurized, that is for sure. All right, let's go ahead and see if this Vel'Koz is going to break through this front line as easy as I think it will. Those items are also really good, too. We were able to get that Hextech Gunblade, Blue Buff, Jeweled Gauntlet. This Vel'Koz is exactly where it needs to be at the moment, but all of a sudden, we do have maybe some kills in the backline from this Mordekaiser. It doesn't seem like it's going to be enough until the Aatrox pops out, but there's still so much damage. Even if this Vel'Koz goes down, there's still so much other stuff that can help out anyway. While the focus is on the Vel'Koz, that's still a team effort there for those multicasters.
A Heimerdinger versus a Cassiopeia in this matchup. Soju hangs on. Toronto Tokyo drops to 3 HP. Replay at 10. Boop. These players' HP is getting dangerously low. Only Milk and Wajan Iverson sitting comfortably up there. But we're going to see our top 4 here very, very soon. Toronto Tokyo stuck on the Azir 1. Boop. This is devastating.
And Azir 1 has been like tissue paper in these rounds so far, especially in Stage 5. Going into Stage 6, you need that power, but is time up for Toronto Tokyo? Maybe the matchup's going to be friendly, and it doesn't look like it, as there's going to Azir in the background that's in Azir 2, but let's see if this Azir 1 might be the underdog of underdogs and able to take him down. Right now does not look like it, but let's see if things can change. The Mordekaiser with Wajan and the Azir in the background, now with the stats of Noxus as well. This is going to be a rollover, potentially. Yep, rollover for Wajan. Should have just committed, and now that is going to be another elimination.
Soju
2 eliminations
out
there. Soju in 5th by 1 unit pretty much in the early game.
Yeah, just a 3 HP difference, just a unit and a half's HP separating the 2 players there. Toronto Tokyo starting off the first 2 days very, very strong, but has not found that same success, not able to convert. And you can say partly it comes in because this game in specific is, you know, just a silver tier augment, but you still have to be able to convert those games. Soju, though, a 5th, not bad. He's had 2 good placements to put him on the top right now, so he's still going to be in the conversation, having a fantastic day overall so far. But now, Boop, the top 4 is here. Connor is me hanging on by a thread. Replay, and then still Wajan Iverson and Milk running away with it, as Milk's rolling for some, you know, 5 costs at this point.
Could have had an RE2, decides against it. The Heimerdinger is going to make it instead. And again, you got to give props to people like Connor. Like, I don't think anyone thought Connor would even, I don't think most people thought Connor was going to make it past day 1, right? Let alone compete for that world spot and officially become Connor is him. There's still an item to be picked on that side of the board. I'm going to be looking at Milk and Connor as well, because I just want to see how strong this Vel'Koz is compared to the rest of these comps as well, especially since that is a bit of a mirror matchup, and Connor is going to fall. Now looking on the other side, Liquid Replay doing quite good right now. Needs to get through that Azir, which is going to be just fine, but it's going to be how much damage is done to Wajan to try to even up this top 3 at this point. 68 and streaking for Milk, 19-10. It does kind of seem like we're kind of fighting for second place at this point.
It really does. Connor is me going out in fourth, one of the multicaster players, but multicasters both top fouring here because the Earths aren't able to get to their super high capped up boards like we've been talking about. Milk getting 2 Repairos and a Shrink to, you know, the GP2 right now. It's kind of a coronation run, a battle for second like you're saying. But I want to give props to Replay too. Pivoting off of the multicaster line, seeing it was so contested, and finding that Mordekaiser, and really just trying to run with it here, right? Milk versus Replay on the right, and Wasian versus the Ghost on the left.
All right, I'm always going to cast the one that doesn't have the Ghost. So is Replay going to also fall victim to this comp from Milk? It's going to be about how much damage can Replay even take. Any unit at this point is just extra game time for Replay, in my opinion. He's eventually going to fall. The Ghost also is going to win, and it's going to be one more round for Wasian.
I love that blood money still procs, so even as you're knocked out of the game, the money still goes to the dying corpse of your little legend there. Just a little VM for Replay, but still,
it's a memorial.
Yeah, it is a memorial. You know, there's some coins to take with you in the afterlife or something like that. But Wasian Iverson did lose to the Ghost of Milk right now, and yeah, he's selling board, trying to roll for the 0-3, thinks that's the way he could win the game. We saw this kind of thing from Soju at the end of the day yesterday. Didn't end up hitting. Wasian doesn't hit either, so Milk running away with this game. Boop, the multicasters reign supreme here.
You know, and it seems like that is what a lot of people expected, but in this particular lobby, it was even more expected because of that silver augment. It was actually the most effective silver augment against these Earth players that we've seen all weekend. It really did seem like they were swimming in a new pool that they've never been to before or something like that, and it showed, but the multicasters ended up winning on an Earth player.
I was going to say, unless you're Milk, in which case I think you're okay being an Earth player in an Earth lobby with a silver augment because you just hit a Vel'Koz 3 anyway, and just win. I think that's like the most dominant game that we've seen from a player also, like basically this entire weekend, Crowan.
Yeah, outside of maybe Wasian on day one getting some crazy 4-cost 3 stars. Yeah, I think he said he had 3 that day, right? Which is nuts.
Disgusting.
But Milk today also playing disgustingly well after game 1, right? Had that little hiccup, but bounced back, which is very hard to do as a TFT player when the mental fatigue over a weekend of competition does come through. But Milk is a veteran, right? We've seen him here since set 1. He's tried and true, made it to Worlds twice, making a good case for him to be a 3-peat competitor there. Milk seriously putting his name out way afar of the rest in terms of the GOAT of NA TFT.
So we expect out of the newly crowned DSG member.
True.
So that's pretty awesome. And Milk really has been showing up in a big way these past few weeks, and just honestly the back half of the set, it feels like Milk has really shown up. And today is really also when you want to do that, because there's only 3 spots. Top 3 get a chance to move on to the Runeterra Reforged Championship, and there is still that race for AVP, but it's looking a little bit harder right now for some of our folks here, Boop.
Oh, yeah. I mean, interestingly enough, if Toronto gets another bot 4 position, that AVP is not actually super, super safe. The more Toronto fails to top 4, the more likely other things might happen, which is, that mini game has been really interesting because Wasian has not taken his foot off the pedal, right? But, 15 already being 2 ahead of 4th place is pretty big. That means that's a whole extra position that Connor is going to need to finish ahead of Milk and Soju and Wasian, right? So that's just going to be how it is. And so I think playstyles are going to have to change. If you're on the bottom side of the leaderboard, top 4 is just not enough, especially for Darth Nub and Toronto Tokyo. You're going to have to potentially push and hopefully hit these verticals that Toronto has definitely not been hitting versus the last 2 days.
Yeah, that's a great point to bring up, because for the most part, since we are hitting the halfway point, I feel like we have a bit of a larger sample size to actually start to comb through some of that metadata. And of course, like game number 3 was a little bit more out of the ordinary with starting with that silver augment. You two are absolutely cursed when it comes to this.
I'm sorry.
But hey, you should be apologizing to players, not me. But what do these and what can these players actually do, Crowan? Because right now it really has felt like the big storyline here is Ionia Vanquishers versus the multicasters. In this game, of course, the wrench gets thrown into the plans and you have to go through something maybe a bit more like Noxus or Shurima. But if you have to play this first or eighth style, do you stick to your guns or do you try to go out of the box and play an uncontested line?
If you're an Earth player, I think sticking to your guns, most likely to be able to get a top finish, right? If you're at the bottom, there are 3 Earth players at the top though, and as long as they just remain consistent, that bodes very well. But specifically when it comes to players like Replay and Darthnub playing TF, we've seen multicasters not win unless they are in a really high roll situation like Milk. So you have to consider, we're already halfway through the day, right? There's 3 more games left. Is just getting like 4th, 5th, 4th gonna be enough? Probably not. You have to put yourself in a position for these top 2 situations. I don't know if that's going to come in the shape of a legend change, though. I think these players at this point, if they pivot, it feels like they've kind of already lost almost. It still is within reach to be getting these consistent top 2, top 3s and make it into that top 3 position. So I don't think we'll see changes quite yet, but maybe after the next game.
I think you're right about that, especially if we see something like Pengu. Maybe that's a little bit too out of the left field there, maybe for some of our players. We do love Pengu, but we also love seeing this high level of competition. So we're going to let our players take a short break. It is the halftime, and we'll be right back with our back half of the games after this.
So we're guessing who tweeted this, and it says, "Hello, I'm your Korean fan, thank you." And then the most Milk response ever of bet.
I mean,
thumbs
that's
up.
surely that's Milk, right?
At this point, who doesn't just respond like this?
TFT accent's a real thing.
It
right?
is.
But who would go out of their way to post this though? Press event.
I'll lock in Milk.
I feel like I can't lock in the same thing. Maybe
I mean, you can.
press
You
event.
legally can.
P God. Oh.
Dish soap? Yeah, that makes sense.
Honestly?
Actually, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Who's the
Ooh.
president of TFT?
What?
Signing. I mean, it feels like the person in this image should be Mortdog. Like, it
Honestly,
should
true.
be Mort.
But it's not. There's no way, right? You could like enhance zoom. I need more pixels on this. Like, oh my god, we can zoom enhance. Thank
Enhance. Enhance
this.
further.
you.
More.
Wait.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait, this was helpful.
That looks like some Kurum hair. Wait. Is that glasses on that?
It's
like,
glasses.
Yeah.
We've discovered glasses.
Kurum X.
Yeah? It's Kurum? Just glasses, and you're saying Kurum.
Kurum X.
Part of me just wants to throw out DQA, but like, no shot, right? This is,
If I'm wrong,
I don't know. You say Kurum, I'm just gonna throw out DQA.
I've never been so confident on a segment like this. Blocking an answer. It's
DQA. Let's go.
everyone playing for second at mid set. Lore accurate, by the way, and it's what, Naruto?
Yeah, that's Madara Uchiha. This was Goobums, I think.
Yeah.
This is like Goobums energy, right? This is Goobums.
Wasn't even trying last.
'Cause, like,
real.
I don't know. It's probably like Soju's study group down there, and then this is Goobums. All right, I'm down to lock in Goobums.
There's no one else that comes to mind. I gotta copy your
Goobums.
answer.
Lock it in.
Goobums, yeah.
Yeah, that's Goobums. Yeah. Okay,
the
fair.
same
fair.
energy.
Well, this one's a banger for sure. And is that is just Soju's study group? Yeah, it is. Okay, that's what
yeah.
I thought.
Who?
Huh?
What? Who is the one even not silhouetted?
Is that Voitzen?
Maybe.
That's gotta be Phil. I'd recognize those arms anywhere.
Yeah, big
This guy's
strong
jacked.
arms. That's Phil for sure. Who would he be cuddling?
This is Voitzen at Summit,
Oh man.
and that's like, I mean,
what is going on
Robin?
with the arms there?
Is that just Robin?
Yeah.
Is this AI art? I'll just say Robin.
Setsuko.
I'll just say Robin. I think it could be Setsuko though, but
Yeah.
It's
Oh, Kiyun.
It's Kiyun.
It's a phone that he's
Kiyun.
holding. It's not.
That's
I
the
thought-
weird shape.
Yeah,
All right.
that makes
I also
sense.
didn't think he was laying that way. I thought
No,
he was on his side.
facing the
Yeah.
other way too. That's why.
Okay.
I was like,
All right. Kiyun. Fair enough.
Is that Milk?
Is
Oh
it
my
Milk?
God.
Wait, go back. Zoom, enhance.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it now that you say it.
Okay, but look at that arm.
It does kind of look like Voitzen.
That still looks like Voitzen. That's soju. Oh, just look at the hair.
That is some soju hair.
I don't know. But I don't know.
Soju's hair would go like out more.
You think
a
more?
little bit?
All right, lock it in soju. I don't care.
I really do think it's soju.
Oh, the enhance?
The enhance.
No, it's soju.
More
It's still soju.
pixels.
It still feels like it's soju.
I'm down for a soju guess.
Probably not soju, but it's soju.
No, it is. It has to be. If it's not,
It's milk. It's always milk. Every time it's milk. And now, actually, I've seen this picture too, like recently.
okay. Let me have like a
wait,
brain
narrow it
blast
down.
moment.
Narrow it down. Who celebrates Christmas?
All right, it's been milk like 3 times.
Oh,
in
so it's milk
DQA. No, so it's not milk
So it's
this
gotta be
time.
milk.
This is a trick.
No, you're
This
trying
is-
to meta it,
This
but
is
you
a
know.
ruse. There is a meta in everything, Cass. Okay, important life lesson. There's a
Honestly, at this point, the meta would have been to say milk every time.
Okay.
It's like taking the SATs. If you just like put milk on every answer, you would ruin your test because it would be covered in milk.
Maybe this is P God.
If you look very far in the back on one of those ornaments, there's
Yeah.
very
Yo.
small text writing, and it has the name and birth date of them because they made it as a child. It doesn't. None of those things are true. But enhance.
Someone no.
See, they're not the way.
Hold
Enhance
on, hold
further.
on. We need enhance on the street, and someone call that GeoGuessr guy.
Yeah,
and
go
he'll be able
rainbow.
to
Yeah,
figure out
Get me in on the
exactly
street. Get me in.
Where this is.
Get that license plate in front.
Get the street sign.
Okay, so I think it's Kiyun.
Precedent.
All right, sure. It's Robin.
Wait, it's old Robin.
It's old Robin. It's old Robin. Oh wait, okay. My brain doesn't work.
Oh, okay.
Oh wait, no, this is
I
milk.
actually.
Wait, this is milk.
It's my thoughts on soju from set 7 to set 9.
I mean, this one's easy. Lock it in. That's
Yeah,
milk.
oh yeah, it's milk and it's about soju, of course.
Yeah. Easy enough.
Simple.
This is not
Okay,
milk. Yeah,
can't
it's
be wrong. Yep. Oh, we did
Absolutely.
it.
See, I told you. You just keep guessing milk. You'll get a good number of them right.
Actually, exactly. But
Okay. Underperforming in tourneys feels even worse because of the ladder warrior narrative, and I know I'm validating the people who think I'm one. Gotta make it click this set, or it's doomed.
Setsuko.
Well, that or dish, right?
That or dish, yeah.
I
pretty
still
sure.
think this is old. I think this is. I don't think this is recent, but I think it's dish.
Whatever it is, it's in light mode, so you know.
Let him know if you're a light mode enjoyer. Mods, ban them. Ban them all. Anyone who said they're light mode, ban them.
That was a bait. You're caught. No.
Get them. All right, it's
No,
dish. It's dish though.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
It
is. Oh,
okay.
it isn't old. Okay.
It's old. It's old.
July-
See,
Hey,
I told you it's old.
It's my birthday.
Hey, brain don't work. It's fine.
Brain don't work.
Did I win?
We're back from our halftime break, which means we get a chance to figure out our champions in just a few more games. 3 more to go. Admirable and Casanova back, and it's been an interesting first half of the day, to say the least. Admirable, I feel like there's a lot to unpack here.
The biggest thing for me that I've been seeing is the way that players are adapting to compositions when it really, the time calls for it. They're being offered spots that are very unique, and a lot of times I think that players don't have time to experience those sorts of things, but this is a fairly old patch at this point. Not a ton has been changing, I'd say, like during 9.5. This patch in particular, though, it was very narrowed by the fact that multicasters were so powerful. So when you have that delayed and Earth ends up becoming the meta at that point, you have to learn a lot of weird things that kind of branch out into uncharted territories. And that was something that we actually saw this game. 2 players contesting Noxus in this one, Casanova. We heard Waishin talking about how he's like, well, I'm just not going to pick the Noxus emblems. But if branching out gives that to you, it definitely feels a lot more powerful than when you're having to take it off of a tome.
Yeah, I mean, especially because Wajin, I mean, in the interview we had with him on day one, it was very much like, oh, I don't want to play Noxus. I want to stay away from this. But the fact was he had played a lot of Noxus to find that out. And so if you get it on branching out, you get the Reforge, you get into Noxus, at least it's a line he's comfortable playing. He's played it plenty of times, knows how to kind of turn that into a better placement and continuing his kind of reign of terror over everyone. And one of the big differences of today is we've been freed from the Petrosite shackles of Demacia, and we haven't had to run into 9 Demacia so much anymore because nobody's been hitting that early on. And so instead we've seen a lot more people play for the more consistent like Vanquishers Ionia line, which is kind of ended with this weird dynamic of multiple players on multicasters, multiple players on Vanquishers contesting each other, and we are seeing a couple other unique lines rise up because they're uncontested and finding their ways into the top 4.
So what I'm hearing you say, though, is there's still a chance for us to see more Zon Rogues.
Yeah, I mean, why not? You know,
Yes.
I think so. I think we totally could see more of it. It had a pretty decent day yesterday, so why not?
Branching out's one of the best spots for it to happen too. I
Yeah.
mean, just if you get us on, it's like, well, here I am, Branch 2.
Don't wish that on the Earth players. They don't want that as much as we don't want that. But let's see what this Game 4 has to offer.
All right.
Hey, here we go. Look, I'm going to start it out right away. If you don't vote for the Sump, then something's wrong with you.
Wait, Darthnup's standing on some. I feel like
Yes,
he's got some tech. He's ready. He's like, get these Earth players over here. But instead, the Slaughter Docs. Yar! We're heading there.
I want the Sump. I love the Sump.
Yeah, but instead we can reroll a lot.
That's what the Sump is. You reroll a lot.
The Slaughter Docs, you get it at the start of stage. We're gonna see so many
Yeah.
rerolls. Actually, hey, you know, Necro's saying she wants some Zon Rogues. I think Slaughter Docs is a pretty good place to play it, actually.
It's a pretty prime place to play it.
yeah.
I mean, like, pretty much anything that wants to, like, enforce the idea of more efficient gold use, that's going to be more tilted towards reroll compositions. And it's a thing that I very much am in favor of right now, simply because the reroll compositions, aside from multicasters, as we get a pause here and make sure that we get every issue corrected, the issue with a lot of these the reroll compositions is really impacted by how powerful and efficient multicasters is. You don't have to reroll it for it to be good. This was pretty recently discovered, I would say, even like with how late this patch ended up going. It was like, if you're not in a position to reroll it, move up and play 8 units. It's still very strong. But the reroll compositions are typically based on the strength of the relative lobby. Like, for instance, Cho'Gath 3 is not very good if it's a 3 prismatic lobby. You're often going to be impacted by the fact that other players have such big boosts in power that the gap in power you get over everyone else is easy to overcome. So when you have these early rolls like this, and the lobby can end up being weak based on augments, that's when reroll is in one of its prime positions, or when you have a region like a portal like the Sump, which does not give players additional gold opportunities. It's about using your gold as efficiently as you possibly can, and that leaves you open to, is my fort strong enough and I can level, or should I be spending this gold to reroll instead, because frankly leveling up is not going to give me very much right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, with Slaughter Dogs, we did the little content piece on it about the lore of the Slaughter Dogs and Bilgewater and what's good on it. So, you know, let's kind of talk about that again, right? We're on the Slaughter Dogs. You know, you look for either a reroll comp, kind of in the same vein as other people are playing, right? If you see a lot of people wanting to go for 2 and 3 cost rerolls, playing an uncontested one in the same spot, you should hit pretty early, because a lot of players are going to be rolling down, and even if they're not playing a full rerolled comp, they're still going to pull units out of that pool to, you know, 2-star their board. So you have an easier time getting there. And it gives a lot of tempo to the lobby too, right? A lot of free rerolls at the start of each stage. It's just everybody's going to have a very strong board, because they're going to at least like 2-star their board, even if they're not going for the reroll compositions. And then that kind of leads you towards the late game strategies. If people are playing around 4 costs late in the game, you know, as you're hitting stage 3, stage 4, stage 5, you still are getting these rerolls. You're getting a lot more of them, and so you're able to 2-star those as well. I want to call back to actually a tournament game that happened, you know, leading into regionals, where Clear was playing multicasters on Slaughter Dogs. He was going for it and recognized it was incredibly contested. So instead, what he did is he started holding uncontested 4-cost units, ones that people were not going for at all. They were the ones that were not on any board. It didn't fit his board. It ended up being a Felios and Zaya. And then as the stage advanced, he used that to roll all the way down and hit a 3-star Aphelios. Unfortunately, that unit sucks and he lost. But the argument is still there, right? There is still the ability to look for a 3-star 4-cost on this portal specifically because you are given so many rerolls. And so that can be a win condition instead of playing a traditional reroll composition.
Yeah, it's just extra gold that gets injected into forced rerolls instead. So early power's better, middle power's typically stronger, and the late power ends up being typically stronger. So everybody gets a little bit stronger is really what it boils down to. Which, that's totally fine for me. I'm the one watching the game, and I want to see everybody stacked with compositions out of their mind. Or the complete opposite, I want to see everybody struggling to put together anything whatsoever, and it turns into like a scrappy fight for their lives at that point. I'm fine with either of those outcomes.
Admirable, I want to quickly call out, because we were talking about Zon Rogues, and, Slaughter Dogs is a pretty good place for it, and if we end up getting maybe silver or gold augments, the power level might be lower, and, we might see even more power from Zon Rogues. Also, the Ishtal is ice, which is pretty optimal circumstances for that. You love that ice hex for a Graves if you end up rerolling it. So I think that's pretty interesting for us to note and maybe look at if someone gets either an early Zon or just to start with, a couple Graves and good items for it. If someone leans towards that, because we've seen it both go first. It went first once, it went second once, and then I think it had like an 8th and another bottom 4. So it's been pretty even in what it did. Yeah.
we saw one of the 8s on live.
It can go either way.
Rogues are really about the relative power of the lobby. A ton of compositions are like that, but Rogue really has one line of play. It's go all in, it's hit a big unit, it's take advantage of things. If everyone else is strong enough, that is really a line I think you should shy away from, which is why it's such a difficult call in 2-1. If you just automatically default to it, I would say that like when you're not like in Grandmaster or High Master Elo, it's probably a pretty good strategy, honestly. Players at those Elos, they're not going to be like master level cap the board efficient gold spenders. That's not the way it works. If you could do that, well, congratulations, welcome to Challenger. But if you can't do that, what ends up happening is those big spikes in power early on punish players, put them under more time pressure, and they're not able to utilize that as much. At this level, if you are going to default to rolling for that, you are going to get punished. You have to look around the lobby, you have to see where everyone's position is, and what they're doing with that. Like, if everyone ends up with, a silver augment, and you find a Zon +1 in that spot, maybe you have an argument for it. If everyone ends up with a gold augment, though, and you find a Zon +1, I still think you have an argument for it, but you really have to look around. And again, with the Bilgewater here, I think it is pretty difficult without a Zon +1 in a spot like that. Or maybe a Rogue +1, too. You could end up going for the Mordekaiser line that way.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to come down to, what units are people rerolling, and do you have a lot of that line early on? Because, we saw this earlier where a lot of people were contesting multis, and then we had these like Jinx Jace boards actually winning, and I think that the Rogues are in a similar spot as something like a Jinx Jace where, if it's uncontested, you have a lot of the units early and you commit to it and you hit early, importantly, hit early for those compositions. Especially on Slaughter Docks where everyone's going to have like 2-star boards. You're not going to eat up some 1-star boards. Those are likely not going to exist as much when you're on Slaughter Docks. Then it can still work out. I mean, I'm looking at the other reroll comps, right? Like Jinx Jace is another one that we might see. Outside of that, I mean, we haven't seen a ton of variation this tournament, right? We've seen Rogues, we've seen Gunners, we've seen, multicasters. And then Ashe Set is kind of the other one that we might see people lean towards. And I don't know. I'm just interested. Slaughter Docks reroll definitely comes up, but I wonder how many players are going to push towards the end. The other thing that I want to kind of look at while we've got this technical delay, Admirable, is kind of more of the big picture of the scores overall, right? We're at the halfway point, and the big thing that we've been talking about is Weijin and Toronto Tokyo with their big lead in AVP. At this point, Toronto Tokyo's gone bot for all 3 games, so Weijin really has control of that position. However, if he does top 3, that average placement is still open to the next person, which Toronto Tokyo would be in the best spot. However, if he continues to find these bot 4s, Soju's actually in a great position to overtake him. And then Toronto Tokyo is like, okay, well now Soju also has to make the top 3 for him to make it to Worlds, because, for Toronto Tokyo with 3 bot 4s, it's going to be very hard to make that top 3 at this point. And it's all about salvaging as much AVP as possible and hoping that Weijin and Soju make that top 2, or Soju fully bombs these last few games.
Yeah, it's a pretty bizarre twist that ends up taking place here, where it was like we thought Wei Iverson and Toronto Tokyo were going to run away with it, and then as a result, it just be whichever one of them top 3s. They're each rooting for each other basically in that regard. But Wei Iverson has had a fantastic start to the day so far, and it doesn't look like that's going to necessarily turn around. He's 10 points ahead of an AVP of where Toronto Tokyo was, so that's a pretty big gap that you'd have to close for Toronto Tokyo's perspective. He's still very much rooting for Wei Iverson. At this point, Wei Iverson, it seems like he doesn't really care what's going on at this point. But if Toronto Tokyo continues to have bad finishes and Soju ends up having middling finishes, that's the worst scenario for Toronto Tokyo at that point. So in a way, Toronto Tokyo is kind of also secretly really cheering for Soju to keep doing well also, because that's the way he can hang on to an average placement at that point. So it's a very bizarre circumstance that ends up coming into play, where Toronto Tokyo looked like it was a runaway, and suddenly it is not. So that brings into the picture then, well, who's in contention for top 3? And right now, Milk is 2 points ahead of Connor Isme, who is tied with T-Lides. So those players have a little bit of gap to make up for this one. If Milk can just continue to have these strong results, he's very much in the running for another World Championship appearance, which would be such a major accomplishment after taking as much time off of competitive play as Milk has.
Yeah, and I think Milk really is happy that he kind of got a gimme in that last game with how fast he hit the Vel'Koz, because I think Milk has been kind of mid to low rolling in a lot of games recently. We heard him talk about it a little bit. I was watching an interview he and Soju were doing over on Frodan's stream after the tournament yesterday, and Milk definitely felt like a lot of other players were getting a lot better luck than he was, which I'm sure is, always a little bit Milk, but I think it was fairly true yesterday. I don't think Milk had any particularly high roll games, but this one was, and he capitalized on it. He was able to find the first very easily off of that, and I think, having that boost, Milk has been able to put up very consistent results without needing that, so it might be enough to push him into a top 3 by getting that, really fortunate game coming through. And I also want to call out that between 1st and 7th place right now is a 6-point gap. It's actually not massive. Over the course of 3 games, you can pretty easily make up 6 placements. Yes, it's still a gap, but that does mean that, pretty much everyone except for Toronto Tokyo is really fighting for that top 3 still. He's not mathematically eliminated, and we've seen him go 1-1-1 before. We know he can do it. However, really looking at, from 1st to 7th, it's kind of still anyone's game, and that's kind of what we expect halfway through. It's just, can Soju and Milk hold on to these spots, and does Weijin, keep dominating and make sure that this AVP gets passed, or will Weijin actually fall out of the top 3 and just kind of go in off of average placement instead?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like I said, everyone's kind of like secretly rooting against Wei Iverson, except for Toronto Tokyo. It's a very bizarre circumstance with what's going on in that sort of thing. And then the next thing I want to look at, within that though, is just where everyone's standing because of that. With Connor's knee and with T-Lides tied in that middling spot right there, we have a player that's playing a a multicaster style strategy using the Ezreal Legend and trying to get simply a boost in power with it. Connor has been making very powerful results with this, but today it's been pretty much in the middle with it so far, where he's been kind of defaulting towards a multicaster line, which has been contested by several players thus far. He has not been the one ahead of finding the multicasters, however. With T-Lides, it's been a drop down in what's been happening over the course of the day. Opened up super strong and now has had a 5th place and a 7th place finish, and that leaves him tied in that middle spot. These players have to pick something up, and if that means taking risks, it's so be it at that point. I think that a lot of times you're going to get pushed in these spots in tournaments where you don't have an outcome other than a major finish that favors you. And what can end up happening is that, in a 4th game here, it'll be normal. In a 5th game, it could be normal, but as those results kind of, that window narrows and what you have to do, you can see players take things that look like bizarrely crazy, but they have to do it because it's really the only shot they have are these just complete out of nowhere things that can take place with that. It's not something I necessarily expect to happen, but it can always be there with that. And it's something I want to look out for, because when everyone's been so consistently playing the same style of strategy, I'm curious how much that affects their outlook on the game. Like, they have been winning with these. They have been having strong results with these. Is this suddenly something you have to just completely flip and change? Or is this something that you can continue to do and still find your wins with it? Like, what's actually your best shot in a chance, like in a spot like that?
And it kind of feels like for most of these players, they've had really consistent results throughout the tournament, making it to this top 8. I can't actually identify anyone where it's been a struggle to get here. They've been fighting really, really well, and it seems like the preparation, considering how long they've been on this patch, it makes more sense to just stay with what they've been doing and just try your best to find the better results set yourself up for those high rolls, so when they come, you can turn them into a first place. And hey, we talked about potential power level on Slaughterdogs. It is going to be that silver start here, which does help towards some of these reroll comps that need a little bit more time to get online. Branching out Challenger, not what you really want on this patch. I do kind of expect Toronto Tokyo to reroll this, but he's also got a lot of upgraded challengers on his bench, and I'm curious if there's ever a spot there, but instead, hey, that's a lot better. Let's take a Vanquisher from a Silver Augment. I think we're very happy with that.
Yeah, that's pretty different than what he had before. I'm really interested by how the Healing Orbs matches up versus branching out in that spot, because Healing Orbs is not like a bad augment. It's just not like super good at 2-1. And branching out isn't necessarily the super good thing either, but I think that this is a good example of something that could have happened that impacts the way a player's going to play. Like, Toronto Tokyo needs a lot of points. He's sitting at 8 points right now. If he's going to make these big finishes, he's going to need to have big advantages come up. And that's what branching out can provide you with. It can provide you with miserable results, like a Challenger Spatula, but it can also provide you with fantastic results, like a Vanquisher Spatula. We've been seeing these perform well throughout the day. So for Toronto Tokyo, I think he's kind of getting funneled in these spots where risks are the only option he has.
Yeah, and I just look, Slaughterdogs, you gotta see immediately that board from Toronto Tokyo looked very strong, right? Upgraded front line, upgraded back line, the extra traits with the Vanquisher in, and he still lost. And that's just because everyone had these rerolls, so like everybody has these kind of upgraded boards already out the gates. And wow, Soju extra rerolls and Pandora's bench. This, you were talking about high rolls, this is a way you can get a very high roll spot. He's already on 7 Renekton's. I don't think he cares about playing reroll Renekton, reroll Cho'Gath here. I think he's just like, oh, well, I mean, I guess maybe I'll just hit a 3-star Renekton for my early game, and then I can transition to what I want to play later.
Yeah, it's the Slaughter Crocs.
The Slaughter Crocs, yeah.
Wait, is he a crocodile or an alligator?
He's a croc.
Okay, I'm willing to go with it. I just don't know. I don't even know what the difference between those two are.
Honestly, lore-wise, I couldn't tell you, but everyone calls him the Croc, so we're gonna just go with that. It's crazy. Of anyone on the desk, I probably would know the lore, and I don't. I don't know it for Renekton.
Oh God, that's so true.
I cannot tell you.
Yeah, you're looking around the lobby right now. It's nothing looks like it's crazy that's been happening. It looks like everything's pretty middling. The biggest outcome it looks like, though, is definitely Soju's spot. It looks like Replay also has the same thing.
Replay. Did you say he's Pandora's bench as well? He is, yeah, he is. He's Pandora's bench.
Yeah, they're both.
Replay also going to be looking for that high rolls. And hey, well, T-Lides, we did talk about Graves. Gunner Emblem going to be the setup for this one.
With 6 Graves to start as well, like, this is definitely one of the ways that you go this. The Slaughterdogs definitely open up the 1-cost rerolls a lot more, because you have such a high % chance to hit 1-costs on level 3. Like, it's like 75%. It's ridiculously high, and it's one of the reasons why these get opened up in spots like this, because you have so much free gold to do this with. It is such a high boost in power that the logic is like, why wouldn't you take this direction? And frankly, that's a good question. It's hard to say that you shouldn't take that direction. If everyone does this, and the players who are trying to conserve their gold get massively punished because this is happening, you know, that's a win for the entire lobby at that point.
And interestingly, take a look at these boards here, Admirable. Replay is not only also on Pandora's bench, but also has 6 Crocs with the Renektons. We've just determined they're Crocs now.
I'm getting word that alligators have longer snouts, and that's the difference.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I can comment on the nose length of Renekton.
Snout length, okay? Snout length. Don't count them snout. Anybody?
No comment.
Is this thing on? That's a tough crowd.
All right.
Golly, there's so much that, like, look at how many of each that you have. Like, what? This feels like it would have to be a disaster to go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, both Replay and Soju, both very close to hitting strong early boards. Neither of them really like committing to Cho'Gath, but it looks like Replay's closer to that, right? Because we see the Cassios and the Chos being held as well. Whereas with Soju, it felt more just like, okay, maybe I'll hit this Renekton very early. Yeah, I mean, committing to this line, I mean, you talked about power level for the Cho'Gath line and how when the lobby power level gets higher, Cho'Gath feels worse. And it is like counteracted a little bit if you were to hit the Cho'Gath very early, like say in stage 2. However, it's not quite there. Replay is losing out the stage, and then if he does hit this relatively early, everyone else is still rerolling and getting a lot. Like, I like this approach from Soju better. Hey, look, Renekton 3 on 2-6, very, very early to have this, but it's just going to be his frontliner for the majority of the early game. Maybe he gets to play into Azir later on, and he just gets to reap the benefits of this, but it doesn't have to be something he plays. And I love benching this. Benching a 3-star Renekton because you're on this loss streak. Try and beat Replay. Do you get to Replay? Does not run into him, so they both might be able to hold on to their loss into Krugs.
All of these have been unsuccessfully done so far as well. And when I say unsuccessfully done, what I mean is that when you open your board this way to intentionally lose and get a 5 streak for bonus gold, none of them have faced the weaker opponents in the lobby. They've all been facing someone who's very strong. And you saw that Replay looked like he was going for a very similar thing in that one. So they're all just accidentally taking more damage with it. And I'm certain that, you know, with the way that we've talked about it and how harshly we've seen the downside of losing that 5 streak, it's probably plus EV to change out your board this way. But my gosh, does it hurt when there's actually not a visible benefit to it. When it just comes up that, like, hey, you took extra damage, so that way to ensure that you have this lose streak. Goodness, it just feels like, you know, you're sacrificing like 4 extra health almost.
Yeah, it feels a little rough, but I also think that Soju's spot in particular, also, I mean, honestly, Riri's spot as well, they're very close to having incredibly strong boards. So you get this extra gold now, and then you rubber band your stage 3 and win out there and still continue to make a lot of extra gold. And wow, Replay, Pandora's bench, Slaughterdogs, and going to get a champion duplicator. That is massive for this spot to be able to find some big high rolls later on, but he certainly doesn't want to use it on a 1 cost, and since he's kind of committed to this 1 cost reroll, he might end up having to.
Items are not super hot here, but you know what? I'll take what I can get.
See what we get in the rerolls.
So we have at least 3 players who are willing to reroll.
Yeah, well, everyone was rerolling at least a little bit, right? Because we're on 3-1, but let's see, I mean, who's pushing more. Replay, of course, right? Looking for the Cho'Gath, looking for the Cassios, and we do see a Graves 3 picked up by T-Lights. There's the Cho.
Very nice, very nice. This was definitely a shovel-in spot. I don't think that doing anything else would have been of very much value here. I think if you choose to hold your gold and not really move this way, you're going to sacrifice too much value to justify it, and you're going to end up in a spot where, you know, despite the fact that you've already sacrificed so much health, you're also not going to get the benefit of this Cho'Gath, you know, perhaps eating some units and picking up some extra stuff. But he's still pretty far behind. The fact that he doesn't have Renekton and that he doesn't have the Cassio 3 here, this is a pretty big setback with how much he had started with, which was almost the full hand. He had almost everything at his disposal right now, and he still is a little bit behind on that one. So Soju sitting there with the Sunfire Cape on the Renekton there, it shows you exactly what his thinking is. It's tempo now. We'll figure out the rest later. Another Bruiser Heart gets picked up for a reroll composition. This is so massive for Replay.
Yeah, that's going to help him out a lot, especially on this level 5, trying to find some wins, turn around the loss streak, getting all that extra HP, easily being able to go to 4 Bruiser, and then he'll easily be able to go to 6 Bruiser later, just has to find Sejuani and Rek'Sai. Very, very helpful for Replay spot, but, you know, again, I just want to call out the fact that we've talked about how Cho'Gath struggles on the high power lobbies, and Slaughterdogs is just so incredibly high power because of all these extra rolls that everyone gets, and this is a comp we have not seen a lot this tournament. Admirable throwback to last patch.
So here's the thing. This Nico line was very powerful before they ended up nerfing it. I think the issue with it, honestly, the previous patch and just the 13.20 before 13.20b was that when this comp won, it felt like it was undefeatable. And when you lost to it, it felt like there was no way to overcome it. So they ended up nerfing this composition a little bit by adjusting mana and power level. As a result of that, we've seen it like not crop up anywhere where you're trying to take advantage of the Ishtal buff in conjunction with the Targon buff that you get, so that Nico and Soraka provide an immense amount of shielding and healing, and you out attrition everybody else in the lobby. Because it got nerfed, it's incredibly hard to put together and the circumstances very rare for it. But when it works, it's still quite powerful. It's just that window continues to narrow more and more. That was a spot that I'm very interested in to seeing if that can succeed in it, because with 2 silver augments, everyone's power is a lot lower and they're spending their gold now for efficiency. What that means is their cap is going to be lower as well. This might be just the perfect storm for that Nico composition to break through and find a spot to win with.
I mean, the biggest thing for Connor is going to be 4-1. When he gets the extra rerolls from Slaughterdogs, that's basically his send it time to try and hit the Nico, right? He was only on 1, but he was very close to Soraka 3. That's really going to be the moment where Connor's board should spike heavily, or if he misses, he's just going to fall to the bottom so quickly.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those two. Yeah, I'm not quite confident enough that it's going to work out, but I think it can. I hope it can, because I'm rooting for the rare stuff here.
Yeah. Darth Nub leading the charge, 100 HP on multis. This is where we've seen this comp succeed the most, right? It's not just from having a lot of extra gold by loose streaking and making sure you get that. Instead, it is from a more high tempo spot. Now, obviously, 100 HP, he gets the best of both worlds. Full HP, full streak. He's going to be in an amazing spot, likely to even win out when we see multicasters here, especially if it is not heavily contested. I have not seen a lot of other multis in the lobby, but I do anticipate he is not alone.
Replay going to wrap up with the Dragon's Claw here on Cho'Gath for the item. I'm glad to see that he slammed the Gnasher's Tooth onto Cassiopeia, because you really need that damage rolling ASAP. So that's a big benefit, I think, to replay, recognizing the items in a good spot like that. But I'm very excited to see where all these compositions get taken right now. Darth Nub is running away with the lobby at the moment, and if he can continue this streak throughout Stage 3, that is bad news for everybody else. Look at the power spikes here. This is huge for replay.
And he got to maintain this upgraded champion duplicator that he can use on a 4 cost later on, a 4 or a 5 cost, to help cap out the board even further. I think that's actually a really big point for replay, to be able to keep that. He's still on Pandora's bench, so he's going to be able to hit a lot of units later on. I think 3-5 being able to put together this entire board feels really good. His HP is a little lower than he would like, but certainly if he can find 6 Bruiser relatively early, and he just needs to start building out some carries, that's going to be the big thing, is getting a lot of extra damage to go alongside it, because his tankiness will definitely be there.
Yeah, this is going to be a very different lobby for the Vanquishers as well, where you're trying to take advantage of the fact that you have like a 6 Vanquisher or like a 6 Ionia 4 Vanquisher lineup with this. You're taking a little bit more damage, I think, than you normally would, because everyone's spiking early. So for Toronto Tokyo, I think that this gold is going to have to be used pretty quickly, and it's going to have to connect pretty quickly as well, or otherwise it's going to be bad news for him. At 47 HP, with a composition that wants to turbo to 7 and possibly turbo to 8, step 1 is going to be connect some very powerful units. So at 47 health, I'm feeling a little bit wheezy about that spot from Toronto Tokyo. It's not looking super promising at the moment.
Yeah, that's certainly going to be tough. We're gonna get to Milk in a second. I just want to call out a stat Crowan went and found for us, that Connor is actually the only player to have played Nico Soraka already. On day 1 he played it, and he got a 2nd place with the comp. So Connor actually is comfortable on this, and he has shown results. So that's pretty unique, and I'm with you. I want to see how it pans out. And we'll definitely see more on the 4-1 roll down, how close he can get to Nico. It looks like he's on 2-star as he fights against Milk, who is setting up for Vanquishers once again. Look at the atomization, right? He is also wanting to go in that direction. He's got the Karma too, but he's not found all his 4 costs yet, just a single Neela.
Yeah, the big difference here is the way that the gold was spent. You know, this Milk is already on level 7. He's already spent the gold and pushed it as well, where he wants to have the stuff in play right now. He wants to have the benefit of natural rolls for level 7, and he wants to make sure he's not just giving up health in a lobby that's already stacked to the brim because of the early super efficient gold and the power level that's here. It's a lot, so why not use the gold and conserve that power when everyone's going to be spiking early in these lobbies? I think that Milk has got the absolute right idea here, and it's showing a reward.
Wow, I didn't actually notice this earlier, but Soju also found the Bruiser +1, but he wasn't staying and rolling like replay was. He just pushed levels because he was like, okay, I'll take my Renekton and I'll just push levels and try and get the Azir online quicker, or at least the carries online quicker, right? Azir is the optimal one. He has one on the bench. He actually had a Mord as well, but he's re-rolling it, still trying to find the Azirs on a single one, but Soju having a really good setup to play the 6 Bruiser 2 carry flex with Azir +1.
Yeah, and this is pretty much exactly what you were talking about as well, is he might just be good enough with the Renekton. And considering that there were so many Cassiopeias already gone from the pool, I think this was absolutely the right call with this. If you're going to stick and try to land the Cass here, you're going to be giving up a ton of value for what your gold can actually be worth in this. So push your way up, find your items, and find better carries. Because at the end of the day, the carry is going to be what ends up pushing you through into that break point. And for replay, it's because he was one of the ones who was willing to invest in that Cassiopeia right away that he's one of the ones who's able to walk away having it. For Soju, he just had to change game plans, and frankly, he might show a payoff because of this.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this, actually, like, Soju's board feels stronger. Like, the 6 Bruiser, the Ascended Renekton 3 with a Sunfire, there's an Archangels on this Vel'Koz, so all this time, even though, you know, Vel'Koz 2 without multi, well, I guess he did actually get multi in, but without 4 multicaster, a little weaker. But still, I mean, this is plenty of power. It takes so much time. The damage is there. He's actually still able to deal more damage to replay. I mean, Soju's board is quite good. The only thing scary for him is, like, if there's a really high burst board that has a Giant Slayer, then it gets a little bit rough. But overall, I mean, this board should find a lot of wins, and we can see him streaking.
Yeah, I think the big difference on replay's side is that he's lacking the items on the main damage dealer. I think that was the break point for Soju, where he's got technically a weaker carry, but he's got better items, and so the items are going to be making up the difference. Azir gets found now, but so does this Silco that's here as well. I think Silco's going to keep rolling, yeah, because this feels like a game where Soju is primed to actually take a look for 4 cost 3 stars in this lobby. And frankly, because everyone's capped so early on, it's really going to have you understand how much time exactly that you have in a lobby like this. Soju just has the right idea lobby to lobby so far today, and it's just it is paying off in spades right now. This is his time to make it back to a second world championship, it's looking like.
Yeah, I like that as well, because while that Silco is actually really strong for his board right now, if he can find an Azir with that instead, he'd be on 5 Azirs with the Pandora's Bench still able to roll, and he can start pushing to really cap out and play for first. And I think playing for first, he has the HP to do so. As we see Connor on 5 Nikos, he's still a ways away, but his itemization is quite good. Crown Guard, Titans, these are 2 incredibly good Nico items. Not able to find the win against Weijin. This is 2 losses in a row. He's dropping pretty low overall. He still has some gold to work with. If he can find his way to Nico 3, he still might be able to stabilize, make it towards that top 4. So maybe if he can live to that 5-1 roll down, he can finish the comp.
I am seeing some crazy augments as we're rolling around this one. I cannot wait to see everything that's going on in this lobby right now. It is some massive stuff that is taking place. Vampiric Blades here. This could be like a really big one as well. But again, T-Lights, he's light on items right now. He needs to get this Graves fully stacked. That's a big one to have. It's looking like he's just going to stick on 6 and try to 3-star as much as he can. He's on a 5 loss streak right now, though. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, this is rough because he wants to hit more of these units. He wanted to hit the Kiana. He wanted to hit the Jinx. But he also kind of wants to go 7 to play Ishtal, because Ice Ishtal is actually very, very good for the Graves. And I just don't think that there's a good opportunity for T-Lights to go there, but that's why he probably hasn't sent it more. He might want to just level. But once he pushes to 7, I mean, he's still missing 3 Jinxes. He could use all the gold to try and get there. It's hard to say what's going to be stronger, but definitely, as you mentioned, itemization hurting him right now. He does not have 3 full items for Graves. Doesn't have 3 full items on the Kiana either. So the power level is still just not getting there, and it's just an open chain fest. I mean, maybe that was enough, but it looks like maybe this Sunfire too much. No, Graves gets the shotgun blast.
Oh yeah, wait.
Oh, gets there. That is a crucial win for T-Lights. He really cannot afford any more losses at this time.
It's making me nervous. It's not even my game.
All right, carousel picks.
Take a breath here.
Does get the Night Harvester for Graves. I think that's a massive pickup.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw the Graves is sitting on, was it 40% HP like the entire game, and then on a sliver of HP the rest of it. Soju could beelining over. I'm curious if he wants the cloak or if he wants the Scion.
Hello? He wants Scion. No doubt about it. He has good items. He just wants Scion. When he found some Azirs, look, he's on 6 of them.
Yeah, he just wants a Scion, I think.
He's not even playing the Azirs right now.
Yeah, I'm curious.
7?
Wait a second. Is someone paying attention? Hang on. If he buys another Azir, is this like too obvious?
I mean, he's gonna buy it. It's just, when is he gonna buy it?
Yeah, exactly. It's like you have to time the purchase correctly.
Yeah. Watch out.
Someone's looking. Someone's looking while he bought it.
You getting pinged?
Oh, they know.
They know, but Fiora 2, that he can start rolling that for the last Azir that he needs.
This is exactly, I think, the way he was supposed to take this as well. It's like, how many people have you seen touching Azir in this one? Almost nobody, because their boards are already set up.
And still just playing the carry Kai'Sa. I suppose with the Spear of Shojin, maybe he feels that this is stronger than just subbing in the Azir.
Yeah, it's giving you Void right now as well.
It's linking Challenger also, so maybe there's a couple things that he's deciding that he just actually likes this a little bit better. Though Kai'Sa is struggling to get through here, does have a lot of Archangel stacks, and there's not many targets left, so might be able to punch through, especially because the Sejuani with that Dragon Claw just living forever. Here's the overtime, and that will get it done. Soju holding on to so much HP as we see Connor, Toronto, replay all very low, but the lobby HP is so close overall here, Admiral.
You can also accidentally your way into a 3-star Kai'Sa. You know,
Hey, that's true.
It's definitely not bad, but I would say that Kai'Sa is one of the worst ones. Now, I think that circumstantially, she's not, because of the fact that you're playing 6 Bruiser with a big backline carry that has scaling damage. I think just like in general, though, like 6 Kai'Sa just kind of like fires a bunch of bolts that deal some decent damage on it. It's not like an impressive thing like Azir 3 is, for instance.
Yeah.
But it's still a 3-star 4 cost. Like, let's stop kidding ourselves.
I mean, as you said, in this game with all that front line and then the actual itemization that is there is very good for Kai'Sa specifically, right? Shojin plus Archangels. So realistically, I mean, yeah, the 3-star should be able to get it done. So I like that he's keeping these options open. He's going for both of them right now while he's still got the power and the gold to do so. As the Nico still only on 5 copies is Connor, but it's getting it done at least for this fight. Gonna take down Milk, and Connor needs that wiggle room to get to 5-1. It's the extra rolls you'll get from Slaughterdogs might be able to get Connor to that 3-star Nico.
Night Harvester was not enough. Heelhead's taking another hit here. My gosh, it's like...
Oh, another Azir! One away!
No way. No way.
I mean, he's gonna hit. It's inevitable at this point. He's at 58 HP, and he's rolling every single turn on the bench with the Pandora's bench. He cannot be stopped at this point.
I mean, no one's going for Azir. Like, look around the lobby. Nobody's buying it.
I mean, he should win this lobby. It should be 3-star Azir, 3-star Kai'Sa. Very likely to happen, both of them, because of just the HP lead he has.
He can't pick up the orb because his bench is full.
No anvil for Soju. He'll have to cycle them out. He's rolling the 5-1 roll down. He gets all these extra rolls from Slaughterdogs. Looking for Kai'Sa's, looking for one Azir. Doesn't get there. Soju, you gotta
make efficient use out of this as well, where you're trying to pair up the forecast, excuse me. You're trying to pair them all up so that way you can make sure that you're breaking through with actual 2 stars of these rolling through. It makes it so much easier to put together all of these 3-star forecasts with it. They're just so hard to spend your gold on to hold them that it's so much better to simply 2-star one of them with the Pandora's bench and continuously let it roll.
Yeah, and I love the Quicksilver Slam as well. I mean, he's all but guaranteed. I mean, I'm probably jinxing the hell out of him right now, but he's all but guaranteed to hit this Azir 3. So Quicksilver, the lose condition would be Azir getting like CC'd and stopped. Whereas now, that won't be possible once he gets there. I mean, he should be unbeatable. And Toronto Tokyo, 3 health. Toronto Tokyo once again looking to go into the bot 4. I mean, the lose condition for Toronto Tokyo is continuing to be online.
Wow, big win there for Connor at the end. The replay. It's like, what's going on that side of things? It feels like it's so close to this. I want to see Soju hit this so bad, but it's just like it's like right there, but it won't happen.
Yeah, it's just not happening right now, and can Toronto Tokyo hold on an 8th place? I mean, that's gonna hurt his AVP quite a bit. Soju's pretty much gonna be already on top of him when it comes to AVP. I mean, at this point, Toronto Tokyo, considering this is likely a bottom 4, really is hoping that Soju wins this lobby. He's the Soju's biggest fan right now.
Darth Nub and Wajan Iverson, they're like long distance pals at the moment. One of them 3-star TF, the other 3-star Vel'Koz on that side. Toronto Tokyo, the board is stacked, but like, is this enough right now? So we've seen the Karma be performing well throughout the day, but again, it was this early power spike that everybody had. And so right now with Milk on Vanquishers on the other side, these are just mirrored compositions at this point. So much of that boils down to the strength of frontline, and it is just not there for Toronto Tokyo. It gets broken through another bot 4, but more importantly for Toronto Tokyo side, this is an 8th place. This is a disaster that's taking place for Toronto Tokyo today.
I mean, all the work he did on the first 2 days trying to carry him through to still make that world championship. But yeah, he is truly Soju's biggest fan right now. He's hoping that Weijin and Soju can hold on to those top 3 spots and help make sure that he can still punch his ticket to Worlds. You see Soju, I mean, still, hey, maybe he's running out of HP, right? He's got these 2 carries. They're very strong. Carousel will help get a 3rd item onto Azir. But he's been rolling for a while, and the Azirs are not coming through. We'll see if anybody's been ratting them and holding on. But I haven't seen really any on people's benches yet.
Here's the thing. Even if he's not finding himself in a first place position, this was about as strong of a spot I think he could have taken for it. This was a valiant effort. It was absolutely the correct call, and he's still finding himself in a position where it's looking like top 4 is going to be in effect for Soju in that spot. So really, he's done the best he can at this point. It's about waiting to see if the effect comes through, and that's one of the reasons I wanted to focus and kind of zoom in on what other players are doing right now. Like with Milk, for instance, Milk came into a spot where it just looked like it was not super well when he had to go Vanquishers in the super stacked lobby, but he found a Vanquisher +1 off the heart, and he found the Freljord +1 off the heart. So that was really the ticket to finding himself in a position where he could top 4, I think, with this, and he's made the most of it as he can at this point. He outlived Toronto Tokyo, who was the other Vanquisher player in the lobby, and Milk right now is 3rd in points. So if he has anywhere near a 4th place finish, that is a fist pump win for Milk in a spot like that.
Yeah, and Connor has fallen. He never got to the 3-star Nico, so that's another reroll out. We've still got T-Lides alive, but just barely playing the Rogues. Has hit 3-star of just about everything now, right? Has the Echo, the Jinx, the Graves. Instead, you know, dropping over to Soju, watch the roll again, doesn't get there. Still looking for it. Actually sells out of the Kaisa. He's getting a little desperate as he lost that last fight.
Oh boy.
Just looking for Azir and does not find it. Soju now, I mean, I know you were saying it felt like it would be good for a top 4, but the HP bars were so close that now it's not necessarily feeling as locked in.
The extra item that he picked up for this, Kaisa's been holding onto this Archangels the entire time. Now, the issue with this is now he's going up against multicasters that have Deathfire Grasp, for instance, so a lot of this front line isn't going to hold as well. The Azir has a scaling item at that point, though, so that's a big difference. For T-Lides, this is a board I'm glad I'm getting to see right now, because when you 3-star everything, if this is not holding up, well, that is a death sentence.
Well, I mean, look at this Capricious Forge onto the Renekton. Such a great holder for it. And look at the items that it rolled. Eternal Winter and Death's Defiance. The thing is so hard to kill for these Rogues and Gunners.
Here we go.
And it's still doing some damage. It's healing through. It takes down the Jinx, but T-Lides holds on as Soju takes a loss as well. Milk at 4, Soju at 5, T-Lides at 11. They are so low. And Soju can't find it. He never gets there. I'm so sorry, Soju. I may have jinxed this one back at the start of the stage. Sells out of it.
Wow. You know what? This is probably better, to be honest with you.
Double Azir. Can it get it done? Can he win one more fight? Hold on for another round.
I'm going to be honest with you. The lack of frontline items here, I think, are really affecting this right now. You have a tremendous amount of HP on your front line, and you don't have necessarily the items to back them up. So that hurts a lot in this one. But again, my hat's off to Soju. He recognized the spot very early, and he took this direction. It was absolutely the right thing to do. Win or lose.
It looks like it will be lose going up against T-Lides. Not able to get positioned around the Rogues. They find the Azirs. Soju, it felt like such a good spot, but he will fall down. Same time as Milk. Soju wins the tiebreaker there. Takes another 5th, and Replay falls. Milk in 6th, Soju in 5th, Replay in 4th. Weijin continuing to run away with the event with another top 3. Darth Nub cracking into that top 3, and T-Lides catching up so much here. He's seeing if he can get another placement as well.
This is a big win for Darth Nub if he can pick this one up. He's sitting at 12 points right now, so he needs the boost. Same for T-Lides here in this top 3. He was sitting at 13 points, and Weijin Iverson, like you said, is running away with this lobby right now. So here's the update on this. Soju's falling back in points here. He's only getting 4 points for this round, up to 21 points. For a first place here on either T-Lides or Darth Nub's spot, that's going to shoot them into 21 points for T-Lions respectively, or to 20 points for Darth Nub. So either way, this first place is absolutely the win that either of these players are looking for. But right now, it's really looking like it's going to be Darth Nub.
Darth Nub's spot is so strong here. Slaughterdog's working great for rerolls, and people kind of let him have the multis. He is going to be running into Weijin, who's also on it, but they've both hit different units. We've got the Twisted Fate for Darth Nub versus the Vel'Koz from Weijin. The game scales on. I mean, Vel'Koz does great, but it wants the long fights, while Twisted Fate wants to make him short, and he's making a very quick fight here, but not quite enough as T-Lides falls on the other board. Weijin finds it with the Vel'Koz. T-Lides goes down, and now it's heads up. Multicasters versus multicasters. Twisted Fate versus Vel'Koz.
Yeah, Darth Nub, I think, has an advantage here for a couple of reasons, which is, number one, he's got the Deathfire Grasp, which is going to crack the front line sooner. Number two is he's got 83 gold in the bank, where Weijin Iverson's got 22 gold in the bank. So you tell me who you think's going to get the first power boost here. And then the third one is that I know it's a very nominal increase, but the support item is an increase. It's another unit that just gets going to absorb up some damage here and really push through, but at the same time, it's also giving you an effect that is unique and that you don't typically have in a spot like this. The real advantage that Weijin Iverson's going to have is the third augment that he's got in place. Oh my gosh, it's a very big difference if you lock your TF in a corner.
Oh no, Darth Nub, you see him laughing about it. He might still win the fight.
Wait, tactical?
It was stuck in the corner.
Tactical?
It was stuck in the corner, and that's got to be a difference maker here. I do want to take a moment, though. Weijin, by locking in a second place in this game, has qualified to the championship, whether it's through AVP or top 3. He will be in. He has done enough over the course of these 3 days. So we're sending 4 today, but we know one of them is Weijin Iverson. Well done. What an amazing weekend from Weijin.
I mean, just what an incredible finish this is. This is back-to-back world stages that Weijin Iverson's going to make it to. He boasts the highest win rate in lobbies on ladder with a 30% on his account and on his alternate account, and it only took him 4 games on the final day to get that job done. This has just been an amazing run that Weijin Iverson has had over back-to-back sets.
Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful to see back-to-back championship appearances. Definitely going to be rooting heavy for Weijin to try and replay success from last set.
Chipping away.
It looks like he's chipping away at Darth Nub, as you said. He's making it happen. Darth Nub really wants this first place. This one is massive for him, trying to hold on, make his way to the championship as well.
Yeah, for Darth Nub, there's really no benefit here for Weijin Iverson winning on an average placement performance from his perspective. So he really just wants to defeat Weijin Iverson in this lobby. So Weijin Iverson's been cranking up gold in this spot right now, and there's really not much for him to do other than wait and get this Gangplank too. For Darth Nub, though, how is this gold going to get spent, and what's he going to do? Because now he's lost several rounds in a row to this, and I think that that's really bad news, all things considered, because well, he's supposed to be a little bit stronger, but it really is the perfected on the third augment that's making a big difference here. Other than that, their augments are very similar across the board.
Yeah, but I think Perfected Repetition is really just making that gap even larger. You know, and at the end of the day, I think that with these items, the Vel'Koz might just be the stronger carry overall, right? It is a higher costed unit.
Jarvan, second ability.
That's the case. But yeah, the Jarvan in the backline actually making all the difference here. Gets a third charge, and that's going to be a lot of damage that's going to hit Weijin, but the Vel'Koz just evaporates the whole board. The healing from the Hextech Gunblade. Vel'Koz took out everything in an instant. Still, though, Darth Nub wins the round. He's just got to get one more.
Gosh, I felt like time froze for a second, and I was like, no. It's like a nightmare watching that Vel'Koz like come out of the third stun and still almost win the round. So yeah, you know, I take it back kind of. I don't know. Maybe Weijin Iverson's got the advantage.
Comes down to that Jarvan getting the extra casts. We'll get 3 of them in that fight, 2 of which actually hitting onto the backline carries. Can the positioning get shifted to save that? No. Jarvan finds the backline immediately once again. His next jump misses Vel'Koz. That can be incredibly impactful in this spot. He doesn't get the third. Now Vel'Koz goes. Does it rapid fire? Yes, it does. Vel'Koz wipes the board. You can see Darth Nub laughing. He knows how ridiculous watching that Vel'Koz is.
What in the world is happening? That is insane.
Weijin trying to go first again. Continue that 50% first place rate across regional finals. Absolutely absurd play from Weijin.
Artham finds a lesser champion duplicator. That could be really big.
Yeah,
He
he can
rolls.
find one more 3-star. Oh, there's the Sona. I mean, he's there. 3-star Sona if he wants it. Extra rerolls. I think he'd rather Vel'Koz, but the Sona's there. Okay, takes the Sona.
Natural.
I mean, even Talia is reasonable. Yeah, Talia. Okay. Well,
You know, I'll
too
just have
far from the Vel'Koz now.
Excuse me, that's a Trickster's Glass, not a Deathfire Grasp. I apologize for that. Oh my goodness, that's a massive difference. Use that
I mean,
early.
that's-
This is a... Oh my gosh. So Weijin's, the Vel'Koz doesn't get caught in the first Jarvan stun. That's a big deal. And it's stunning frontline now, which is not where you want it to be.
Yeah, I mean, the Gangplank making a difference as well, being able to give the CC immunity to the backline,
my
but it doesn't do enough. I mean, that's
gosh.
just too many upgrades from Darth Nub. Finds the first. You see that smile on his face. That better stay there, Darth Nub. Up to 20 points. Going to be threatening to take one of those top 3 spots. Find his way to the World Champs as well. Darth Nub has been popping off all set 9.
He really has, but like honestly, what an exciting game to see multicasters. I actually can't believe that that's coming out of my mouth, but more so from the perspective that you had a 1v1 for an entire stage of competition.
Feels
And then
suitable.
Weijin Iverson booked his ticket. Like, that's awesome, honestly. I'm happy to see the multicasters right now, not gonna lie.
Everyone else can talk all the trash they want about it, but I'm not coming to a tournament to watch players play weak strategies, okay? I want to see disgustingly, overbearingly powerful strategies make their opponents succumb to their strength. That's what I want to see in a strategy game, not this whittle away with like, oh, I had a 2 gold advantage with it. It's like, forget all that. I want to see power. I want to see strength.
Well, you got that. So I think I think that's been a good game so far. But once again, just congratulations to Weijin Iverson. I know you both were singing his praises throughout that last game, but with that finish, he has booked his ticket to participate again at the Runeterra Reforged Championships, and there's just so much to celebrate about in Casanova.
Yeah, I mean, this was not the tournament that he expected to have. Coming in, he was not very confident. He didn't really think that he would be kind of at the top of the tables. He's just going to do his very best. I mean, he's always puts up pretty good numbers in tournament no matter what, but the set overall wasn't necessarily breakout. He just looked like a very solid, top 24 regionals player. Coming in today, I mean, it feels like the Weijin we saw at mid-set during Monsters Attack, right? He is dominant. He's finding these top 2 finishes over and over and over again. And he's already, after 4 games on the final day, locked a spot. I mean, that's the Weijin we know. That's the Weijin we love. And that's the Weijin we want to head to the championship and try and bring us home another cup.
It gives NA a really, really great shot. And looking at who could possibly join him, that bubble is so close. And we still have 2 more games to go. So Admirable, literally anything can happen at this point. I'm looking at like K3 Soju down to Connor is me, and they have a fantastic shot. And even looking at AVP, Toronto Tokyo is still in this.
Yeah, he's still ahead in AVP, although that margin is getting slimmer and slimmer as this continues to go on. And again, this was brought up by Nature's, as you know, I get to say it here on the broadcast with it. But the nightmare scenario for Toronto Tokyo is if he has a miserable last couple of games here, and Soju has a middling couple of games here, where Soju does not find himself a top 3 in points, but is able to surpass Toronto Tokyo in AVP, because that margin is slim right now. It is 3.625 for Toronto Tokyo, 3.750 for K3 Soju. So that nightmare scenario is Toronto Tokyo does poor, Soju does middling, and gets past, and it makes it via AVP instead of top 3 on points. That is a disaster that Toronto Tokyo wants to avoid.
I feel like he has a good chance to avoid that though, because when you look at K3 Soju and just the type of competitor that he is, he's hungry to be able to grab that spot based off of getting that top 3 finish. And let's not forget, there's a $35,000 prize pool at this competition as well. So people are still playing for thousands of dollars based on their placement in this final lobby. So you know every player is going to be giving it all that they got. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, 2 more games to go to see who's joining Kermex and Weijian Iverson as the representatives for North America at the championships. We now have 2 players that have confirmed their spots at the Runeterra Reforged Championships, which means we only have 3 more spots to fill. And with 2 games left, it is definitely coming down to the wire when everybody is still in the competition. Welcome back, Boopasaurus and Crowan, to bring us through this next game. What are you guys making of the competition so far?
I think the one thing that's really coming into play right now is what's happening with Toronto Tokyo. Let's, I'm going to get to the positive here in just a second, but Toronto came in with such a big lead on the average placement. The assumption was that it would be going back and forth with Weijin, but we already know how that's gone because Weijin has locked that spot in. The first one from this group of people to do just that, like you said, joining Kurum. But on the positive side, it's really great to see, again, just like the story of TFT, which is new school versus old school, right? We have players who have been good across multiple sets. We have players that are in contention that have been good in this set, right? And I think that good kind of variability on those kinds of players going into World will give us a pretty good advantage.
Yeah, and I actually want to bounce off of that too. I think there's another category as well. It's the players who've been good and breaking out for a couple of sets now, and Weijin Iverson is in that category now, having locked in another Worlds, right? And then it's looking towards, can anybody else who it's their first time here make it, right? Darth Noble, they've been in the community for a very, very long time and active in the scene. This is their first regional, so having that big breakout performance, and even players like T-Lides, Connor, right, still in the running, they can maybe make a dream run happen, but it's just so intense. We only have 2 more games to go, right? 3 spots available, 2 more on getting at least top 2, and then 1 more on that AVP. Toronto Tokyo was in consideration. It seemed like almost was a lot coming to today, but something happened, and now Soju is just this far away. It's really just I don't know what's gonna happen.
I don't either. This game is definitely going to tell us a very big piece of that picture, which is, how do Toronto Tokyo and K3 Soju do respective to each other? Does that lead widen at all? Does that gap close? That's really what we're looking at right now, as well as if any of these players can start to get another lead under their belt. If Weijin Iverson has already locked this in, how confident does he want to try to go for that, keep going for that first place spot? Is there even anybody that can actually overcome? I can't wait to find out, and we do have that game coming up very shortly to figure all that out and then some. But multicasters, I don't know. Maybe that's the call. Maybe it's not.
Yeah,
we're gonna have
if
to
it's
find
silver
out
tier
now.
lobby augments, it's booping
No, for you guys, I hope that this is prismatic and something really fun. So please have fun with this one.
We are, because guess what, folks? It is going to be our last cast for North American TFT for Crowan and I. So we're going to make this a good one for everyone and everyone watching and playing right now. And we're going to the Palace. So Crowan, how are you feeling on this lobby?
Oh, I'm feeling amazing. So much intense action, right? The emotions through all these players, especially the ones that are not named Weijin Iverson, right? Already having locked in his spot. It is a lot of nerves, a lot of intensity coming into this penultimate lobby. We are on Warlord's Palace, so we get to see a treasure armory round yet again to replace that Raptors neutrals, but players like Replay, right, being the defending world champion, they are in 6th place right now and need to make some magic happen. These next 2 games for him specifically have to be good.
They have to be great, if I say so myself, because if they're not, then the world will be getting a new world champion if Replay is unable to qualify. And just going off of some names that won't be there, I think goes to prove that NA is a pretty stacked region, but having people like Dish Soap, Replay, and Setsuko not participate is not something I think a lot of people expected. So Replay trying to take that banner of last year's success into this year and maybe repeat what he was able to do. Going back over to Milk now. What's up, Kron?
I was going to build off that point, being like, yeah, Replay was somehow a world champion, but then underrated a little bit, it feels like, especially when talking about players like Setsuko, like Dish Soap. Milk has found his way into the top 3 as well, but Replay has proven that, no, he is here. He is a phenomenal TFT player, NA's rising talent, and really is hungry to go back to Worlds to defend his title.
Yeah, it's almost an advantage, I feel like, to be world champion and then be underestimated at that point, right? And so let's see if that underestimation is going to be a positive for Replay going into these next 2 lobbies, and is not going to be the only one on TF. Darth Nub also on TF on this go round. Connor, who's also been playing multicasters almost every round, on Ezreal. Now everyone else on Earth, Sorcerer, Bastion, Invoker, Rogue. Sorcerer's looking like a good pick here. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking it's rough. Milk not really happy with any of these options. Would have loved to see Vanquisher come through, right? Ionia, he's been playing that line a lot today, but is I want to say stuck on the Sorcerer option here, and Milk needs this game to be good. He is on the outside looking in right now as well, coming into this game with 18 points. His recovery from starting the day off with an 8th place, very, very impressive. Had a couple of top 4 finishes after that, but then last game fell just a little bit too quickly. So really this game has to be a big one, but Sorcerers aren't usually able to convert there to those big finishes.
It's been a hard go of it in this particular tournament. We've seen a couple people get close, but the tip-top cap of that comp does take a little bit to get to. So let's see if they do. Soju now sitting in a pretty good position, and now looking at everyone's augments. We got gold, so almost every Earth player
Demacia
will be doing it in Soju. If you're a Soju fan, that is, you should celebrate right at this moment, right?
Yes.
Because that Demacian line we actually haven't seen a ton of so far today. A lot of people going after it, but I feel like a lot of the emblems have kind of not landed there so far. But the Demacian line is definitely something that a fan of Soju's would love to see, as it is the most successful capped board in this weekend.
Exactly, it's very popular as well. If you see the option, you're gonna click it. But even right in the beginning of the day, we had 4 players contesting Ionia Vanquishers, and 1 player going Shurima. That means that out of those 5 Earth players, no one had hit Demacia, right? So that's why we're not seeing it a lot today. Just a little bit of unlucky RNG for those players. But now Mort Dog smiles upon Soju. He's given him at least step 1, right? The first ladder rung to hold on to. Now Soju has to pull himself up and make sure to convert on it to get him back to Worlds.
Ooh, that was a nice little line there, man. And you know, and it's not just the Mort Dog at this point. You could be saying thank you to the Mort God right now with this Demacian line, right? And so let's see if Soju's going to convert this, because that's the thing, right? While this has been the most dominating line, the +1 on the Demacian, we did see someone get 6th with it because they were trapped at tier 1 units, as we're probably going to see the Zon Gunners here with Grave on this board. So T-Lights is playing something moderately risky. It's definitely going to be 1st or 8th, because that's what we've seen it at so far in the weekend.
Yeah, pretty much. It bottom 2s. Wage Iverson played it to a 1st place. I think it might have top 4'd another lobby barely, but yeah, usually is on that kind of 1st or 8th line. The Zon emblem isn't even slammed on anything right now because there is no Jinx, there's no Warwick, nothing to check the Zon mod, I don't believe yet. So a few more rounds. T-Lides is going to try to loss streak. Actually did win on 2-1. Probably unfortunate that he did that, but it's only on 1 Graves, I think. 20 gold, however, is decent to look forward towards that 3-1 roll down.
All right, now we're hanging out with Connor. This is almost definitely going to be a multicaster board, as it has been for most of the weekend. It's not been a 100% play rate for Connor, but I think it's pretty close. Okay, here is the carousel. We're going to get a look at everyone's comps right now. We have a lot of tier 2 units already for Toronto, Tokyo. It's so funny seeing Renekton being highly contested in that last lobby. And it looks like the Shurimas are also going to get picked up, but not as contested on those rolls.
Now, Toronto Tokyo did play a 9 Shurima game the course of this weekend, so we know that's the direction he's looking for again. He did pilot it all the way to a 1st place. Excuse me, actually played 1 each day, so 2 Night Shurima games where he got 1st place in both of them. And Toronto Tokyo needs to clutch up right now. We've talked about him, especially pairing with Wage Iverson in the dominance of the first 2 days, but has fallen in day 3. Toronto Tokyo still does lead in AVP, so even though he's kind of out of the running for the top 3 spots to qualify for Worlds, still needs to place above players like Soju, right, who's just trailing behind by 0.1 of that AVP.
Yeah, came in with a lead, and slowly but surely people have been chiseling into it. Soju, the next one that might be able to create the sculpture of that AVP. A good result for Soju here would pretty much spell a really potentially a good qualifying round in that last lobby. So let's see if this is going to continue that vertical situation with the Shurimas, but as of right now, it's going to be enough to win out this round. But by how much is the question? I think it's going to be those 3 units. Yeah, because you can take a nap and get like a full 8 hours of sleep before Jin ults.
I know, right? Wage actually scammed around win early game because of a Jin cast, but this time around it is just gonna, I feel like it takes forever. It did end up losing, right? Not carrying that streak forward. Wasian does have 2s healthy, however, a very powerful augment with multicasters, and has some multi-item slams. So Wasian's not only going for that, qualifications of worlds, he wants to get first place overall in the event with that kind of play style. Oh man, everything coming up Wasian Iverson here, but we have to look at the win streak players in this next round. Toronto Tokyo, Connor is me, and then Darth up there at the bottom as well, trying for a loss streak.
Yeah, remember, first place gets a good hefty chunk of change as well. So it's not just those world spot. I mean, you're going to want to do something after today, and you're going to be able to take your whole family out to a very nice dinner if you're finishing into that top 3, maybe even more. But less about them and more about the players in this lobby right now. And we're riding along with Toronto Tokyo once again, who needs to try to continue finishing ahead of Soju, because now that's going to be a little bit of the mini game there, and hope that Wasian qualifies through those top 3 spots, which is definitely looking like a huge possibility. Twisted Fate, Poppy, getting upgraded. Yeah,
Toronto Tokyo losing the streak there is really, really detrimental to him. Would have loved to econ back up to make these 40-50 break points, but that loss means he is really, really behind. Definitely bodes worrying for Toronto Tokyo fans, which, myself obviously, and I'm sure a lot of other people over the course of the weekend. Darth Nub, however, did secure that 5 loss streak and found a Twisted Fate 2, like you're mentioning, Boop. This is huge for Darth Nub's potential to come back in this game.
All right, we actually get a Galio from the pack as well. We saw how Milk took one of these to a Vel'Koz 3. Let's see if Galio will get some help here.
Yeah, that was a nuts roll. You don't even have to roll that much. And you get a soda in the shop? No, that's illegal. Mort dog. Someone call Bryce. We need a lawyer on this one, but no. Darth Nub is feeling really good about these rolls. It gives 3 Demacia with that Sona Fine. Levels up as well. Has the TF2 for all of the damage you would need. He's going to be looking at a level 6 reroll to hit TF3, hit Galio 3. It does not need to center around the Vel'Koz for this composition, and runs into Melk, who is going those sorcerers.
Yep, Darth Nub trying to turn into Darth Dub by the end of this lobby. He was able to do it on the last one, but he'd like to do it again.
Love it.
How crazy would it be if he goes from winning no lobbies to winning 2 in a row? Really great start for Darth Nub in terms of we were able to get that loss streak going, and we'll see what happens with this particular round. But the lower side of the leaderboard, 68, 61, and then 80s, and everyone looking up to Connor. Connor, the only person who is able to win streak through those rounds, is going to continue that win streak is the question. As we see Wasian take another L.
This is huge for Connor. I mean, Connor currently in 7th place right now. If he gets a couple of wins back to back, might be able to sneak into that top 3. It would be real close, depending on everyone else's placements. But Darth Nub clutching up last game was huge. Now we see Melk's roll down, right, contesting those multi-casters. He has the +1 Sork, but is still going the way of the multis. Galio 2 is eluding him for now. Swain 2 is upgraded. Vel'Koz is here as well with that pair, but needs to actually hit these pairs, Boop.
I mean, then you're seeing people in the lobby getting the pairs and, the upgrades just from the orbs, right? So, and we got an emblem that is something that we probably weren't super stoked about, but we can use within the package of multicasters. We're just going to be moving into potentially some other units like this Tarek, for example, because of that Sork emblem. Sorcerers, will spread the love in terms of the damage after taking them down, but I think with sorcerers sometimes it's all about that upfront damage just not matching the full multicaster comp.
Yeah, Melk had to roll down to literally 0 gold, had to sell some of his bench to even upgrade the units like Tarek, but Tarek 2 is a big find for the upgrade. But look at the other side of the board, right? That's a Vel'Koz 2 from Connor, who has still saved at least 10 gold there, making a little bit of econ, and Melk still is the one to lose out on that matchup after having rolled to 0.
All right, we're back to the defending champion, not just for North America, but for the world. Replay in 6th place 3 spots away from qualifying, and we said before, needs a great lobby to give themselves a chance to get there. We want to push into the top 3. The AVP will also come into play, but not for a replay. But the top 3 is going to be the only way that replay can qualify for Worlds. We're now along with Connor, who has been playing those multicasters. But look at this, we got a little friend here with the support item.
Yep, support item. This augment has been prioritized by so many players. Replay specifically has been using it to very high effectiveness, but the Banshees is solid for that Vel'Koz, right? Especially in mirror matchups. When the Jarvan jumps into the backline, Vel'Koz not getting CC'd, being allowed all that time to get his casts off, that's going to be absolutely massive. Not really any factor in this matchup, however, but still, just the raw power of Vel'Koz 2 is being shown right in front of our eyes, that it could even win this matchup unless Orianna casts and gets the auto, but it still lives! It lives! Spoop, the Gunblade healing! Connor hangs on to the win streak. That is huge!
I know for all those people that love multicasters, they absolutely enjoyed seeing that just then in that round, right, Crowan?
Yes, they definitely did. If there are any people like that who exist out there, they are feeling pretty good about that round.
For all one of you out there that is feeling
You
good
know who
about
you
that.
are.
Exactly. We know who you are. All right, let's go ahead and take a look around the carousel right now. Looking at these boards, we see those multicasters, we see those Vel'Koz, we see sorcerers as well. But looking at T-Lides, that is the comp. And Soju, that is the comp that's going to be a little bit different. So we're still only on a Cho'Gath 1 on this board. So this Demacian emblem popped on the first augment, and we're still hanging out.
Yeah, Soju has not found a lot of success. Mordekaiser, that is the saving grace of this composition. A Quinn is found as well. But Soju leveled to 7 and only had like 15-ish gold to roll with. He does get the Demacia emblem on the Mord, has 7 Demacia, has a Quinn, but they're mostly 1-star units, right? Edge of Night, a fantastic slam. The Mordekaiser is going to do a lot of work and is able to sell up to 10 gold. So at least we can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief for Soju now, but he still has a long way to go.
Yeah, thank goodness we got that Mordekaiser, right? I mean, that was looking like a pretty rough spot. I mean, seeing just the Cho'Gath 1 sitting in the front line, of course, that was always going to move. Even the Cho'Gath 2 was never really a huge option, but we finally get that front line and we get that dub. This is what you call it, stabilization, and now the lobby should start evening out. But everyone's looking at Connor, who's still at 100 HP, but no gold. So you usually see that. The people in the higher part of the lobby at this point will have less gold than the people in the middle, but this is not what is the case right now. Everyone still kind of in very different places in terms of their economy, with the highest being Toronto, Tokyo, and the lowest being Connor, trying to maintain that streak into the second item round.
T-Lides currently in 4th, is playing these Zon rogues that we saw a fair bit of yesterday. We know that the mods are adaptive implants on the Graves and robotic arms and the Jinx, but looking at his spot, this is 20 gold, still level 5, 5 Jinxes, and a Graves 3. This means that T-Lides hit the Graves way later than he would have hoped, right? Otherwise, he'd be level 6, have that 4 Rogan already. It still is good enough, however, to have a 5 win streak throughout stage 3, so wouldn't be too unhappy, because sometimes if you miss out on those rolls, means you're losing stage 3, losing more HP, and it's so hard to recover from there. And as soon as he gets at level 6, right, 4 Zon, 4 Rogan, there's gonna be very, very powerful.
Yeah, Connor was able to maintain that streak also through this stage, so he's going to enter stage 4 undefeated, which cannot be said for Darth Nub, apparently. Which is a very interesting situation right now, because we had that win in the last lobby where, you know, running it back pretty much, especially with the TF. We got the tier 3 TF on this board on the last one that was able to take it out. But let's see what this golden orb is going to be.
Spatula or tome? Okay. Now with multicasters, this isn't going to be as imperative as other boards, other Earth players, right, and reaching those capped out spots. But if you do level to 7, do hit a did not hit a strategist. I mean, we can make Bastion work out, I suppose. Demacia maybe, right? Shurima as well, I suppose, is an option, because Talia, of course, is a Shurima, but really usually that Shurima buff works really well for that front line, and it's gonna go on a Swain 1 or a Poppy 2. Not the best usage of a tome for Darth Nub, but it's still okay.
Yeah, it definitely feels like we're settling a little bit when it comes to what popped out of the tome, and maybe the tome actually ended up overcomplicating things when it comes to this comp. So I wonder if some decisions are made because of the Shurima emblem coming out that normally wouldn't be made for this comp might actually neuter his potential because we're overthinking it or something like that. We do lose out on that round, unfortunately, so we're getting very close to being eliminated potentially if we lose the next round or two before we get to another item round. But we get another gold augment, Crowan, final grab back Contagion, and Infusion to start. Now we're swapping around to parting gifts.
No prismatics for us, but that's okay. Golds we will settle for, just like Darth Nub settled for the Shurima emblem. And I think that conversation of how does it warp the game plan isn't really going to come into play until the late game if Darth Nub survives and he can think about going something like 4 Shurima. But it is just a nice +1 to get that 2 bonus because you're not generally running a second Shurima with multicasters. Talia is your solo one. So there will always be just a little bit of relatively uncomplicated value there, as we're seeing Soju try to stabilize in the bot left with his Demasias, and Toronto, Tokyo playing the Shurimas. These Azir 2s have avoided him for a long time, and they're continuing to right now, but at least a Mordekaiser 2 is carrying his board.
Yeah, the last thing you want to hear, though, when you're talking about a player potentially doing well is the term "at least," right? That means that a lot of other things have not been there for you, and that's unfortunately going to continue to be the case. A lot of times you think the Mordekaiser 2 is the get out of jail free card, but unfortunately for Toronto, it's still going to take another L. Really curious to see where Darth Nub is. It looks like he won that round by quite a bit, and now Soju on that 9 Demacian angle, not close to that level 9 at all. No gold as well, and we're rocking a Fiora as everything goes forward.
Yeah, rocking a Fiora, rocking a Demacia Xayah, that's a new one. Did not have that on my bingo card for this weekend in playing the vertical, but you have to make things work, right? You have to settle sometimes for these carries that don't generally go those compositions. We saw Shurima Mordekaiser, now seeing Demacia Xayah. There's not even any Vanquishers on this board besides for Xayah, right? Probably part of the reason why Soju's on a 3 loss streak and goes out against the multicasters of Milk, but Milk still stuck on a Vel'Koz 1, bodes well for Soju.
Yeah, look, he found the Azir that would have given him an Azir 3 last game. Unfortunately, it is the wrong lobby. Oh, no. But the Fiora now trying to get into that back line with that Bloodthirster, is able to take down a couple units, and that Sork emblem not enough. Fiora taking him down along with that Quinn.
Did him dirty there, Boop.
I know, I'm sorry.
Azir, that is painful.
I think the hard part here, though, and I think we can actually talk about this is a pretty frustrating situation, I think, if you're a Demacian player to be in. Coming from those emotions on that last game, you got to, really clear your head at this point.
Yeah, TFT is very much a mental game, right? A lot of times players, especially in high-stress situations like the final day of the regional finals, right, they can get to you. But Soju has been here time and time again. He is a veteran. He knows how to navigate those emotions, and, all that high pressure may be better than some of our newer competitors here. And sometimes that's step 1, right? You still have to convert, you still have to get there. Soju getting a spatula here, finding Mordekaisers, really wants to get rid of this Xayah and make that a Mordekaiser 2. That would be fantastic, but he's not finding the units, Boop.
Oh no, some of these units specifically for Soju have weirdly entered the hide and seek world championships, right? For this one, it is Mordekaiser just hiding away, making sure that Soju continues that frustration into these next couple of rounds, and at 22 HP he's only got a couple left, and so it does look like we are going to see a situation where that Xayah 2 might stick around for one extra round or not, but it's all up to that Mordekaiser, and Toronto Tokyo's already got that Mordekaiser 2. But this Fiora, and Quinn now. Okay, so we win out. Darth Nub also falls, so Soju takes another round.
Yeah,
that's an Ahri already. It
is an Ahri. Darth, though, dropping dangerously low. If that was just a couple more units alive, he would be going out. Replay as well now is going to be so dangerously low. And for a player like Replay, if they go out in 8th here, that could be them saying goodbye to the world spot, right? It's so hard to recover and get into the top 3 from that. But Darth Nub claws his way out of 8th place, hopefully with that Twisted Fate 3. It's not a guarantee by any means, but TF3 could save him.
Twisted Fate trying to change the fate of Darth Nub with 1 round remaining. Darth Nub has to be perfect from here on out if he wants to compete for the lobby. Like on the other side, I think we probably feel all right about this, other than the Gargoyle Stoneplate trips on that Taric. So let's see how long it takes. But look at the Sona, look at the TF already in the back line, and then the Cataclysm from the Jarvan neutering the damage as well. So the Taric is probably going to be there for a while, but not long enough. Backline access too easy for these multicasters.
Milk is going into stage 5, still stuck on a Vel'Koz 1 and a Sona 1. That feels terrible as we get into the Warlord's Palace round. Emblems are a potential here for some of these players, but maybe just 3 completed items. But look at the HP totals, Boop. This is so close, so intense. Start them on 4. Replay 5, Milk 6, and Soju just barely out of the single digits with 12.
There's a very high possibility at least 2 of those players face each other unless they all split the top 4. They definitely want that to happen so they can all maybe get an extra round, but there is probably going to be a guaranteed elimination once we get to stage 5-1. Seeing these items go through, of course, we got a lot of AP. It's all going to be up to this Ahri, but it's going to be Adaptive Helm versus Rabadons. What hat do you want?
Oh man, I mean, you have the mana generation from the Mana Zane, so probably just wants more AP. Replay waiting for this round to tick over into 5-1, trying to just improve his board somehow, some way. Finds, I guess, a misfortune 2, giving 2 strategists you have to settle for, and that's the name of the game for a lot of players in this game, Boop, is you just have to settle for things you don't quite want. Is it going to be enough, though? Having to slam an IE on a Silco 1, 8 loss streak for Replay. This round is so important for him. Can he hold on for 1 more round?
Can the defending world TFT champion hold on for 1 round and keep his dream alive of repeating that, just like his name, make it through this round? So far, the Ahri is able to get a lot of that damage. That Vanquisher Kale not going to be doing a lot. And so far, so good. But Soju falls instead, which Toronto Tokyo is probably just okay with. But look at this. We got a triple elimination with Milk finishing in 8th. That's going to be a big deal for everyone in 4th and 5th place. Darth Nub, unfortunately, not going to be Darth Dub on this lobby. And Soju getting a great start, but literally it doesn't feel like anything else after that.
Man, this is a crazy lobby, Boop. 3 players being eliminated on 5-1. Milk coming into this game in 5th, goes 8th. That is so devastating. Darth Nub as well, not able to follow up the last game's success with that first. He was sitting in 3rd coming into this game, and Soju as well in that top 2 situation. This bodes so well for Toronto Tokyo, though. Gets more average placement in this game than Soju. Is going to try to separate that gap here again, and every single placement that he gets is going to be massive, but Replay still on single digits could go out here.
All right, this is going to be a much harder go about it. Look at how much damage these gunners have already put down.
Oh, pause! No!
And a pause takes place before Replay might get eliminated, almost most assuredly gets eliminated on this round. But you know what this means? The fact that the defending world championship is going to go into the last lobby, potentially very far outside of the top 3. What does that mean for TFT in general, Crowan?
I mean, it means so much, Poop, and I don't know which time we have to break it down before we get back into game, but if Replay goes out in 5th here, I don't want to do math on broadcast, right? That's a recipe for disaster, but it's going to be really hard for him to break into the top 3 after that. He actually might not be able to, depending on where everyone else's scores end up, but it's really, really tricky, considering that even though Soju, then goes bot 3, Milk as well, was, right above Replay coming into it. But it bodes well for looking at TFT as a whole and NA as a region. The raw power, the raw talent, the raw strength of everyone leveling up together, right? We've talked about these concepts going into the weekend and throughout the weekend of the community aspect, everyone banding together, these new players all studying together, leveling each other up. Replay is a part of that, even studying with some of the newer kind of breakout stars, sharing his knowledge there, sharing his power as a world champion. And to get this close to being able to defend your title and potentially not making it back there, it's a lot, Boop. It's a lot.
Yeah, and I can't imagine sitting in that chair knowing what might happen, knowing that my life in TFT is going to come down potentially to just one lobby of all the potentially thousands of lobbies they've played throughout this set, right? On stream or in tournament, it's going to come down to this one. This is the most important lobby in these players' lives, starting in lobby 6. Potentially right now, yesterday, we saw the emotion of when it's not going to happen for you, right? And unfortunately, that's part of esports, but it just goes to show the passion. No matter how much I think these players can talk about the meta or, you know, talk about other things, at the end of the day, they're playing TFT because they're passionate about it, and this is the thing that they've committed their time to. And when you're down on just one lobby, right, you're going through a lot. You got to keep it together.
Exactly. That's any single competitor, right? Having been there myself, obviously, it's such a high-press situation, but if you love TFT, you love the game, you love competition, your head is in the game, right? You're going to have to clutch it out when it matters most. 4 players are going to walk away today being extremely happy. The other 4 are going to be heartbroken, right? Devastated. Those emotions you saw yesterday, that was a preview of so many players, right? Even the ones going out on day 1, right? Favorites even of this tournament. Robin Songs, Goobums, right? DQA, several more as well. Players that be like, yeah, you'd expect them to be in the final day, and it wouldn't be a surprise at all. Maybe even make it to Worlds and be like, yes, they deserve it. The competition keeps on leveling up in NATFT every single set, and now that we're getting to where we see these dreams being fulfilled or being broken, right? It's tough, but still have to get through that lobby, right? We are about to be in a top 4 situation. Replay as we get back into the game is going to fall in this matchup. We see the cutscene happen, and our top 4, Toronto Tokyo, Connor is me, Wajan Iverson, and T-Lied still in it.
You know, other than Wajan, you know, it's the new names here, all in the top 4 in this lobby, right? I think most people would assume the vets would be doing better the later in the day, because that's almost always how it happens. But, you know, these guys changing the course there. Wajan, of course, doesn't even need the top 4. Is going to do it anyway.
I know.
Has already qualified, of course. And again, the other qualifier that we already have is Kurum, who qualified through mid-set. And we still have 3 more spaces to go. Will it go to T-Lights? Will it go to Connor coming out from the bottom of this particular lobby? Lobby 6 is going to be intense. I'm really curious to see where like 2nd through 6th place is going to land. But unfortunately, I do think that some of our players will not have a chance, but could be a great spoiler in that last lobby. But now we're going to see these gunners, and we get to see this Azir with a couple items as well. Let's see if this Archangels is going to stack enough of that damage along with this Mordekaiser. So this is where the Shurima emblem ended up going up, but not enough damage. Just the time it took to walk for that Mordekaiser. But I spoke too soon. One more ult. It's going to be the Azir Archangels along with the Zonias and the Deathfires all combining for a win there.
Zonia's diff there, Boop. The time left on that Azir 1 to get the damage through was enough. Huge props to Toronto Tokyo, right? I'm saying his praises this weekend, but having the day that he's had so far is a tilter, right? Bought for every single game until now, but maintaining the composure to go top 4 in this lobby when it matters the most, and with a composition that's kind of pieced together, right? 6 Shurima, sure, that's a good vertical, but doing it with a Mordekaiser Shurima, that's not something you see every day. With just an Azir 1, itemizing it with 2 Ornn artifacts, that's great recognition, and still some heads up TFT play to get you potentially to that World's qualification spot.
All right, we got silliness on this board with the Edge of Night Kazante, so that might steal a unit. Maybe it's going to be a big one. It's always really funny when like the tier 1 Kazante kicks out like a tier 3 unit that's like triple its size. But there's a Kazante on the other side as well, and if it's going to hit the Taric might actually get knocked back, but no, that's a good thing for this Taric, because if the Taric gets knocked back into the back line, that means everyone else is potentially exposed, and they might get exposed anyway. Taric finally gets that ultimate off, and right now the multicasters are doing just fine in the back line. This Mordekaiser trying his best to be that god of death, but slowly but surely is going to be taken down. But it's all up to this Azir now. Last time we saw the Azir pop it up, Zonia's diff once again. Is it going to happen twice in a row? It's deja vu, folks, as the Zonias is going to be the difference maker.
Connor is me. Oh man, that Cassante that we were talking about actually kicked off the tank right there, right? Of Toronto Tokyo. The Nasus, like full HP, got sent flying off the board, but it didn't matter. There was still enough power of that board. 3 win streak now, Toronto Tokyo. The Zonia's Azir. That's why some players were practicing Ornn going into this tournament, I think. There's still some artifacts that have immense power around multiple compositions. Wajan Iverson grabbing one of those artifacts as well here with Death Fire Grasp going up into this round against who's it gonna be? Toronto Tokyo again. Let's see this Azir shine.
Yeah, the Azir with the Zonias has been the MVP, at least for the last 2 rounds that we have seen, but we've got some more beefy front lines at this point in time, so is the Azir one gonna be enough? The Cataclysm, it looks like, in the back line does take away some of that damage, but the Kazante is able to deal with it, and so far so good with this Azir. This is by far the Azir one we've seen all weekend.
It really is. We've seen Azir ones be like, oh, that sucks. Poor you.
Yeah.
You're gonna get eliminated in the bot.
Literally
4,
wet tissue paper.
I know, right? But this one is a Giga Chat. He's like, I might as well
it's
be
2-ply.
Azir too. It
Yeah.
is. We have doubled it up. Not the 3 copies, but at least get the 2, right? And that's going to be powerful. Wajan Iverson losing out in the last round, but that's okay because he is very, very rich. Boop looking towards that level 9. The Jarvan in the front line is massive. T-Lides, though, our Zon rogue player we know can get first place in some lobbies, Boop, and T-Lides might be the second player to do it here.
Yeah, the only other person to do it is who we're looking at right now, Wajan Iverson. But that was a super capped version of that board. And we're going to be seeing Wajan rocking with these multicasters again.
Yeah.
And, you know, the Jarvan is such an important part of this because it is going to protect your multicasters, but also take down the backline. Backline access throughout TFT has been one of the most valuable traits that any unit can have. And when Jarvan can get back there, use that Cataclysm, get that CC on, those multicasters, especially in the mirror matchup, might get neutered too much, and it might happen right here.
Yeah, Connor was trying to roll for that Vel'Koz 3. We saw the
maybe
bot
not
left,
because of that support item.
Yeah, didn't get the Vel'Koz 3 though, so Wajan Iverson might still be stronger for now, Boop.
All right, and this is why that support item that we talked about earlier is so good. It was for literally this exact situation, right? The Jarvan gets there, uses that ultimate, and nothing happens. But is that going to be enough? One more ship goes down. Shiver me timbers, folks. We got a win for Wajan Iverson.
Love it. Hey, Azir 2 comes through for Toronto Tokyo, and not a moment too soon. Getting that when he is single-digit HP, 5 HP in a dream. Every single placement he can get above Soju to build that gap again of average placement is massive. Connor needs a big finish as well, so these are 2 fantastic players to watch here in this matchup. Still 1 away from that Vel'Koz 3 for Connor. Hasn't hit it yet, but has more HP to find it. But Toronto Tokyo, this is his last shot.
All right, we potentially on an elimination station for Toronto Tokyo, looking at Connor as me, who was pacing the lobby for the majority of the early game, but now has had a bit of a harder time making those wins come through, especially in a row. We get Kazante in the back line with that Nasus, and it's happening. The Nasus is out of here. I think he plays for the Diamondbacks. All right, let's see if this Azir is going to be able to get a couple more steals when it comes to this, or maybe the Zonias is enough. It is not. We do get 1 extra unit, though, to come off the board. But Toronto Tokyo will finish in 4th.
Disappointing finish for Toronto Tokyo. It is a top 4, but only 2 placements above Soju. Does not make that gap that much wider, Boop. There is a Taric now in Connor's shop. He has to lock it. Maybe if he finds a Vel'Koz or a Taric on Carousel, that will be a snap pickup there. If Wajan or T-Lides falls into range, perhaps, you know, they can deny it. So gotta be thinking about all these factors here, as well as that support arm and that Banshees in the back line. Not really much positioning difference besides that one Cassante. What can it make happen?
All right, really curious to see how this one's going to go. And now the Taric is going to have to take a lot of the heat in that front line. The Kazante also not going to be able to do much, especially because it was taken down so quickly. These tanks aren't going to last very long, and Connor is going to be hoping and wishing for the Mort God to give him what he needs.
1 Taric, 1 Vel'Koz on the carousel. Is it here? No. Nautilus and Karma are the 3 costs we see. only one emblem with that Noxus. Connor does grab the death cap, however, Weijin gets stuck with just a rod. Maybe he had a floating component left over and make something happen there. But Connor, only 10 HP. Boop. He needs to find this upgrade right now. He has to sell out of one,
here?
right? I think you sell out of one. I think you sell the Terex, go for the Vel'Koz 3. If you lose another round, you're out of here. They might be saying goodbye to Worlds.
Oh,
and he
good
does
choice.
And he hits the Vel'Koz 3, Boop. Connor is him. Needs to win this matchup versus Weijin to keep his hopes alive.
Connor is him versus the only qualifier from this tournament so far, Weijin Iverson. Who is it going to be? Are we going to see the 1v1? It looks like we will. Connor is me with that Vel'Koz 3. You like how that sounds too? Is not going to have to worry about that Cataclysm in that back line. A lot of that damage from the Vel'Koz is already getting there. The second Cataclysm doesn't really matter either. The Vel'Koz still very, very healthy, and Connor will continue to be him.
Connor hit, and he needed to. If that was Vel'Koz 2, Connor would be out of here in third place, and it would be so hard to break into that top 3. Weijin Iverson, though, level 9, has another shot, right? Probably won't go out in the next round. Same with T-Lides. Still can find some upgrades, right? This is a TF1 to Leah 1, but they're not the big ones, right? GP2 with these 3 items would be absolutely massive. Going to probably go up against either a Ghost or T-Lides here. We'll see if he can continue to hang on. Same with Connor here, going up against the Ghost of T-Lides.
All right, I'm looking at Weijin and T-Lides as well. Will these tier 1 units be able to stay alive long enough? Has there been enough damage done with these gunners? It's 2 versus 3, and the boat is all she wrote, and T-Lides takes the L on that one. Vel'Koz 3 survives at the other side as well. So we still have 3 players going into stage 7, which means that there's going to be 1 round for Connor. T-Lides, I think, can get an extra one along with Weijin, depending on how those rounds go. But we're pretty much 2 rounds away from finding out who will win this lobby.
Not only who will win the lobby potentially, but if Weijin Iverson wins it, Boop, he'll lock in first in the whole tournament, and he's so close to doing so. It would be a dominant run, but we still have a couple of rounds to get there, Boop. 3 players alive going into stage 7. We don't see that every day, but T-Lides being able to take this rogue gunner Zon board into a level 9 situation, maybe get an Aatrox in, is rolling for, you know, the unit that he wants. It might just end up being that Rise. But Weijin was trying to roll for a GP2 as well. Does not look like he hit it, unless I missed something. But now more items go onto that Katarina. T-Lides fighting for a good finish as well because he needs it.
All right, can Weijin qualify not through one direction, but by 2? We will know by the end of this lobby. It's T-Lides versus Connor. Connor is on an elimination game, but he has that Vel'Koz 3, which he made by taking the Taric that he thought he was going to chase that tier 3 with, and then investing it and selling it into the Vel'Koz anyway. It looks like it's been a good thing so far, but no! The backline gets taken out by the Graves, and it looks like Connor is going to fall.
Connor, a great run to make it here. Fought tooth and nail. Getting third here is going to mean his game 6 is so rough. I don't know if it's possible for him to still make it into top 3, but hey, we'll check in the scores later and see if it is. For now, though, T-Lides versus Weijin Iverson. Both players above 20 HP, so if it's like a 1-unit loss, we'll be here for another round, but if it's by 3 or more units, we're going to be saying goodbye to this game, Boop. T-Lides versus Weijin Iverson. Take it away.
Here we go. The penultimate lobby might end right here and right now. Let's see how good this Graves and that Zon is going to be along with these multicasters. But the boat is going to come in and try to take out as many people as possible. They're not able to do that. And the Graves is already in the back line. But the Vel'Koz is also helping the rest of the team with that Hextech gunblade. And in the blink of an eye, it's the Aatrox that pops out and will take the dub over Weijin. But guess what, folks? We're not done just yet. We get to go again. Stage 7-3.
Oh, that was one of the closest closest results of matchup I think I've ever seen from two super cat boards, right? Coming down to just an Aatrox, but Wasion Iverson hits the GP2. That's the upgrade he was looking for, Boop. That boat damage is now going to be so much more powerful, take down the rogues and the gunners so much faster. Wasion could be sending this the other way. Just a few more seconds, the repositioning isn't going to matter.
Can Wasion put a lock on arguably one of the more dominating performance that Regionals has had, winning both average placement and potentially the whole tournament after this particular round? Now let's see if this boat's going to be able to take him out, and it's a little bit disappointing, I would say, as now Wasion only has one more unit left, and Wasion will finish in its second place. T-Lides, though, in that positioning is a huge result, getting those 8 points. He's going to be up there in terms of being able to qualify for this last lobby, but Crowan, Necra, I am so excited to see where these standings are, because the way that this one went, there should be some shuffling.
Me too. It's been like just so, again, like a roller coaster, just looking at how these players have been doing under the pressure. Some of them are handling it really well, Crowan, but others, it's so close.
Yeah.
It's so close, but maybe a touch far.
It is, and once you get down to the final 2 games, you're like, oh, this is either going to decide whether I'm playing TFT more this set, making it to Worlds and competing for these tens of thousands of dollars in prize money to maybe propel your career forward, or you're going home. And we'll not see you until set 10, right? It's so intense as these games do shake up. The standings, like Boop alluded to, are going to be very, very crazy, though T-Lides getting a win is huge. Came into this game in 4th place, will believe be at 27 points, but hey, we gotta see where everyone ends up.
Well, let's find out, shall we? Overall standings are ready, so let's look at those tallies right now. Wasion Iverson is still dominating at the top, but Boopasaurus, oh man.
Okay, so Darth. Man, that actually feels really bad seeing that 2 next to that name, because otherwise he'd be right in the running. But hey, we got to give some props to T-Lides. 27 over 22 for Darth Nub. T-Lides is probably feeling pretty comfortable. But now we have to look at Soju, the gatekeeper right now at 24 points. If he finishes 2 spots below, pretty much anyone below him, he's opening up the opportunity for them to take over. For example, if Darth Nub finishes in 2nd and Soju finishes in 4th or 5th, you know, Soju might not be able to make it. So a top 4 for all of those top 3 players should be good enough, depending on if any crazy shenaniganery happens. But this top 3 has been fighting tooth and nail all day.
This is such an insane bubble, and just like Mortdog wills it, all eyes are going to be on K3 Soju, right? The man, the myth, the legend, the face of TFT, being the gatekeeper, as Boot mentioned. If Soju bot 4s, there's opportunity for everyone between Darth Nub, Connor is me, Replay, and Milk to squeeze their way in to that top 3 spot. T-Lides has a little bit of wiggle room, but really needs to avoid going 7th or 8th. In Toronto, Tokyo, again, still fighting for that AVP with Soju. If Soju does fall out of that top 3 spot, and Toronto, Tokyo has a bad finish too, maybe that AVP conversation needs to come back up. There's a lot of factors going to this final game. Man, it's going to be a banger.
Really is, and we've got our mathematicians in the back that will be crunching those numbers just to keep an eye out on that AVP race. But Boopasaurus, Crowan, it's been a fantastic weekend, hasn't it?
Of course, spending it with all of you, spending it with everyone who is participating, both behind the ears and behind the screen, playing their games, right? Regardless of what we think of the game state, we should all be appreciative of what TFT has been able to give all of us, a community that gives us a lot of our friends and a lot of people who we consider family as well. And, you know, we alluded to it earlier, that is Crowan and I's last cast for the set. So I'm glad it was such a great weekend for us. I'm proud of all of us, and I'm proud of all of these players for becoming the top 8 and now eventually our world's representatives. And I'm really excited to see who that is.
Yeah, man, Boop getting me my feels right now, man. That was good. It is the last cast for us, but it's been so much fun this weekend. Absolutely fantastic to see the journey of all these players, and I wouldn't be here if I didn't love esports, man. Like, I freaking love esports. I love competition. I love seeing these players realize their dreams, get to that world championship, and make NA proud. Absolutely love to see it, Necro.
Oh, I'm so happy for the two of you, and thank you both so much for telling the stories of these players over the course of not just this set, but also leading up to the NA Regional Finals of this one, because you guys have been around for a long time supporting TFT, and I'm sure it will continue to be the case in the future. We're also going to see you both in just a little bit as well when we celebrate some of the players moving forward to the Runeterra Reforged Championship. So it's a goodbye for now, but a see you later. And we're going to take a short break. When we come back, the final game of the penultimate or the ultimate lobby. I don't know English. Final game of the final lobby here for day number 3 of the Runeterra Reforged NA Regional Finals. final game is upon us before we determine the 3 players that are going to be joining Wasian Iverson and Liquid's Kurum X at the Runeterra Reforged Championships. We've got Admirable and Casanova to bring us through this final game, and I have a cat climbing into my lap that absolutely scared me. But yeah, what a phenomenal place for a lot of our players right now, Casanova, when it comes down to where they could really take this final game.
Hey, look, I'm with you. I've been ambushed by the cats on the broadcast a couple times today. I've tried to make their appearance, but when we're looking at this final game of the day, we're really looking at the 2 people in the lead to grab these spots, right? T-Lides and K3 Soju. T-Lides at 27 points, Soju at 24. They're very much in the control of their own destiny. If they just place high in this game, they are going to get the spots. That's also to say, you know, Toronto Tokyo has done so much with his AVP that if he can make it to 5th place or better, or just outplacing Soju in general, Toronto Tokyo will lock that in on AVP. Even though he hasn't had a great day 3, his day 1 and 2 were so immensely better than the field that he's been able to do that. And Admirable, I mean, outside of that, everyone else is still kind of in the running.
It's pretty wild that that's the case, to be quite honest with you. Whether they're in the running via top 3 in points, or they're in the running via average placement, nobody is technically out of the tournament yet. Lots of things can happen that unlock possibilities, and there's not really a way to go through all of them because there's so many circumstances. So as they unfold, we'll be getting updates from Natures, who's going to be providing us constant statistical updates, and that will give us a better outlook on things that are happening. But so far, what Casanova has said are the only guarantees that I'm willing to really lock in, really laser in on at this point, other than no one is technically out of it just yet. It's only that Wasian Iverson is 100% guaranteed joining Liquid Kurum X at the World Championship right now. So this is a wild game that we have come to at the end of this set. It's like unreal that it is actually this close at the final game.
I can't believe it, because we have seen some players just completely run away with things, and let's not forget that Wasian Iverson also doesn't need a super high placement to lock in that 1st place spot either for that major piece of that prize pool. It's the 6th and final game. Let's see what we have in store for us. Casanova and Admirable, take us home.
All right, Admirable. Villar's Hollow or God Willow Grove, the Earth players wanting this extra +1, but Darth Nub gets away with it. He does not want to go there in this final game, so it will not be the Earths thriving here.
Earth players are shaking.
Gonna get an extra support item going across to everybody from Villar's.
Take that, non-multicaster players. So I just want to take a moment here, because we have so much going on, and it's going to take moments for it to unfold, to really talk about Wasian Iverson for a second, because his performances have been out of his mind so far in this event. His average placement so far is better than 2.6. He sits at 2.588. This is regionals that we are talking about here. This isn't ladder. This is better than his average ladder placement in the North American regionals. This is insane. Today, he's gone 6th, 1st, 2nd place, 2nd place, 2nd place. What the heck?
Yeah, I mean, it's phenomenal play. I want to quickly call out as we pull up this legend screen, though, Admirable. We finally have a legend swap. Replay in the final game of regionals with the championship on the line. Swap to Earth and almost immediately was rewarded with God Willows. Doesn't quite get that, but still deciding that Earth was the way to go to try and play for a top placement, because he needs to play for 1st. He needs to play for that top 2. That is the way that these players earn a spot at the championship. Getting 1st in this game is the best possible odds you are ever going to have.
Yeah, for him, making a top 4, it literally isn't good enough. He needs to have a 1st place finish. A 2nd place finish might be good enough, but at 21 points, you're not in a good spot right now. He is sitting tied for 5th place in points right now, so he actually needs a 1st. If you need a 1st, you're going to have to reach for the stars, and that means Earth. You're going to need big tomes that provide you easy ways to actually win the game.
All right, these tome pops are the biggest thing of all, and a Demacia available for Liquid Replay. And he's going to go for it. He's going to look for the high roll. He knows if he finds one more in this game that he can go for 9 Demacia, and it had 100% win rate on day 2. He is opening himself up for the high roll.
Welcome to the hit reality TV show, Teamfight Tactics. What? It's like I can't tell what's going. Like how does this happen? How? He's been literally playing Twisted Fate the entire tournament, except for when suddenly he needs a literal first place finish, and now the window has opened.
Look
This
for
is
Milk's emblem.
Real.
Shurima for Milk. You've seen 9 Shurima do well also, and 9 Shurima a little easier to get to. It is a craftable emblem. The Milk can be on Shurima for this final game of the day. The tournament.
Replay has typically been going for lost streak strategies in these last couple of games because he hasn't been able to put together an extremely powerful board. That is unusual to get wins with. It is very difficult. Like the stars have to align in those kinds of situations. For a lot of the Demacia success, we've been seeing players have strong stage 2, sacking stage 3 for value, sacrificing some of stage 4, and then having their big boost take place. So for Replay, if he's able to go this Demacia strategy, he's going to need to figure out a way to find a win streak or to find a heaping pile of gold at some point in this game. If you bleed too much, you do not have the opportunity to go to level 9. So some different circumstances would have to line up.
Couple big things here, Admirable. Soju on Ionia has slammed that last Whisper, committed to the line. You look on the other side here, T-Lides. Same line. Soju found some success with this earlier, even while contested. He's played the line very well throughout the day. It's what's gotten him here to have this point lead, but T-Lides also on that 27 points is the biggest lead contesting with Soju. The other big thing, Connor is me picked up 2 healthy. We'll be looking for those multicasters, and we have seen that cap out so high. Wasian also going to be on Ionia. This is heavily contested across the board. Multiple players looking for it.
This is a lot of Ionia that's going on across the board. So there's a good chance here, I think, that somebody finds himself in a really tough spot. Wasian Iverson's got this all locked up. This is not even close for him. He's literally playing for dollars and for clout. I guess at this point, you have just the most insane average placement seemingly of all time for this one. Coming into this tournament, his average placements and his win rates really were not reflective, I think, of how strong of a player Wasian Iverson was. This tournament certainly has over-reflected that by a large margin. But with this with this tournament in mind, I think it's really brought his tournament performances up to pretty much like where he is at as a player, and kind of shown that through now for this set, really in its entirety, where suddenly his win rate in the lobby has been boosted up to 24.32%, which is not quite what he has on ladder, but I think that for a tournament caliber field, it really is a lot closer to representing what kind of player he is. He doesn't have the strongest top 4 rates, but they're still very strong, and his win rate is outrageous. Like, he's just doing something that other players aren't. Spatula
on the carousel. Wasian able to grab that, go alongside with his Ionia Spatula. We've seen that combination, Ionia Spat and Vanquisher Spat together. So he will just have to find a glove later on to make that, unless he wants to go for double Ionia, play for a 9 Ionia cap, and now on board with Toronto Tokyo. He can make it to 5th or outplay Soju. Toronto Tokyo will still qualify with that average placement from his outstanding performance on day 1 and 2, and he goes with Scrappy Inventions. This has been really good for win streaking. We've seen this line before. Actually, Dish Soap was the first one we saw on broadcast taking this, and we've seen it a couple more times since then, but it does really well at win streaking in stage 2 because look at all these completed items that you get at the start of the round.
Yeah, and this is really important for Toronto Tokyo because he's still not out of it. He's in the running with average placement for it. So while he cannot find himself in a top 3 placement of points, what he can find himself in is a situation where he gets passed in average placement. And that can happen with a couple different players. He needs to not have a bomb out performance. So when you're on that, tempo honestly is pretty much everything. Like, you don't have to win, you just have to not bomb out. So what's a good way to not bomb out? Take very strong augments and punish players in stage 2 and stage 3. Once you get to stage 4, you're hopefully far enough ahead that you can find yourself a strong enough board that you're simply not finishing in the bottom 3 scenario.
Yeah, and I mean, with it, Toronto Tokyo held on to a full win streak. Milk on a full win streak. On the side, Darth Nub and Wasian lost streaking, looking for this into Krugs. And if Milk can hold on to this win streak, it is massive. Milk has been so good at playing lost streak, but he has to flip the script here in game 6. Milk is one of the players very much not in control of his destiny. He needs to go first and also hope for some very fortunate placements across the board from all these other players.
Now here's the thing, though. Milk is a player who almost always is playing from a loss streak scenario. That is very much his style of play. If Milk is in a scenario where he is on a win streak, this is the scariest place to have Milk in your lobby. It's because he is in first place with these strong boards that he now has this natural advantage that other players simply don't have very often. He's playing 25, 30 points in health total back from where players are, and very much having strong performances about it. Now just imagine for a second that you're the one playing from a few points of health back, and not Milk. He's still at 100 HP. That's the scariest Milk, and that's the Milk you don't want in your lobby.
Darth lost his streak. Darth ends up winning. Weijin holds onto his streak through Krugs. Chrono Tokyo loses his streak as well. Replay actually ending up on a 4 streak, so lost 2-1, won out the rest. But really, Milk, the major winner, Milk and Weijin, the major winners of Stage 2, being able to keep the full streaks going.
Darth knows spot here. It looks like he's going to kind of stick to his guns on this one and say, you know what? Strong placements are good, so I'm going to continue to go that direction. And frankly, I don't think this is a bad idea because you definitely can pick up wins with multicaster lines. You can have strong finishes of multicaster lines. This isn't still locked in as a multicaster line, and if no one else is going to go this way because they have to pick up wins, what that means is you're going to be one of the only players going this way with uncontested multicasters. And when do multicasters win? Multicasters win when they're able to 3-star their units pretty quickly. If they're not able to 3-star, typically they get to 2-star their board, they level up, and then they press for levels and try to get it the most powerful. When they can do both, though, it's probably the most powerful composition you can legitimately put together consistently.
It's likely 3-way contested here. Connor probably playing and he's on 2 healthy. We don't expect him to go anywhere else. Darth leaning towards this direction. Shiv slam. All the slams here really leading towards multicasters. And then Scrappy Inventions was initially multicaster tech before multicasters fully hit popularity. It's likely to stay that way. You see Toronto Tokyo still with some slams that leaned heavily towards multicasters, but it lets you get 3 items onto all of your multis a lot quicker because you can just put an extra component. It gives you so much extra damage. It's really good to go in that line. So very likely to have 3 multicaster players in this lobby.
Which honestly is kind of a bit less, I'd say, than like you typically have. Like Darknim's been fighting through 3 multicaster lobbies pretty much the entire tournament so far. We've had more than that in some of the lobbies. I think that if we're going to find ourselves in a spot where we're 2 or less, that's a miracle for them. If it's going to be 3 or less, that's when things start to change up a bit. So I'm kind of curious to see exactly which direction this goes. He's starting to roll down now, and that tells me multicasters.
Yeah, I mean, just passing all these very strong forecasts that he sees because he knows that if it doesn't say multicaster, he doesn't click it. Still trying to find the Demacia units as well, but he's pretty close on Galio. He's managed to find 6 copies, but missing on 2-starring any of the multicasters that he was looking for.
No Jarvan either.
No Jarvan. Connor, we see that roll down starting to happen as well. Does end up picking up the Azirs. We see Connor actually pivot towards this Azir added to the board. We've been talking about kind of this evolution of the multis, and we'll see if Connor actually keeps that because it feels like that's more of a late game pickup for you to have that Azir. He's not finding any of the upgrades, so maybe the Azir ends up hitting the board earlier than expected.
Yeah, this is a pretty unusual spot here, too. You know, typically if you're going to spend this much gold and roll down, you're going to find 2-star units, even if you're looking for pretty specific ones. So when that doesn't happen, that is a pretty unusual circumstance, and now it kind of raises an eyebrow of like, well, wait a second, am I supposed to continue to try to hit these, or I'm supposed to start moving up?
Replay has 2 Demacia emblems, admirable. Sorry to interrupt you, but
oh my gosh,
he's on pace. He went to Earth to play for the first place. He picked Demacia on the first tome, knowing that the out would be to find 1 more and push to 9, and he finds Demacia crest on 3-2. I didn't want to interrupt your point, but that is like
I want to interrupt
thing
my
every
point.
replay is going for.
I can't believe that this like line is in place. It's like, how does TFT do this? That's what I want to know. This is not supposed to happen. You are not supposed to need a first place finish, go for it, and then suddenly you're in a spot for a first place finish. That's not how this is supposed to work. It's supposed to rarely happen. It happens every tournament.
And the swap to Earth, right? The swap to Earth was so important. No, this is exactly the line that Replay wanted. This is the out for first that he is looking for. He knows, hey, what is the highest possible cap I can get on this patch? 9 Demacia is the one that I think most people would tell you.
No, it is. I mean, it's not that most people tell you. It statistically is that. Like, I don't really know how else to put it. It is. The next thing he can do that's a miracle is find a Tactician's Crown. If he finds a Tactician's Crown, Re-Replay is going to go first place. Like, that is what I'm going to say it as right now.
We need to see his 4-2 augment decision. There are multiple ways that you can get attack crown in this game.
Oh my gosh, he's winning rounds.
Prismatic, he can do it, but his HP is not in a spot where I feel confident about him getting to 9.
Return on
attack
investment
crown is the biggest thing for him.
I think return on investment honestly
decision.
might be his best one when I'm thinking about it. Because that gives you just like the huge gold boost. Because you're going to roll anyway, right? So you go up to 8, you start rolling, and then suddenly attack.
Yeah. Return on investment is exactly what he wants. It would be, I think, the best augment he could possibly get.
I can't believe it's happening this way. Look across the board here, too, at what players are actually doing. Like, Wei Iverson having the Ionia Mordekaiser to kind of hold the fort for a bit. That's a pretty decent spot to be in because you're just simply trying to not bleed out to the last place spot when that's happening. Right now, he's sitting at last HP, though. So this is a pretty bad circumstance for him, but, like, maybe a little bit of breathing room with the Mordekaiser. Not that he needs anything, but he is still playing for dollars, in effect, to that. So it's it's not completely like a toss your hands up in the air and say, I don't really care that much. Still a lot of money in place. Why not play for money if you can? That's, pretty much what he's playing for at this point. For everybody else, though, it's still, like, not out of the running. It's just everything is really up in the air about what are you supposed to do and what are you supposed to make of these circumstances right now. So it's really hard to tell because if Replay is able to start winning rounds and start moving up in levels, that's the worst scenario for everyone in the lobby.
In our pip, Soju rolled to 0, did not hit Azaya, trying to play for the Vanquisher's angle. Replay taking big damage. This is what the rest of the lobby wants to see. He's going for that 9 Demacia. No one wants him to hit
gosh. That is a 2-star Mordekaiser.
2-star Mord on stage 3. What board was that? Did you catch?
That was Wei Iverson.
Wei 2-star Mord. Right now, item carrying the Ionia, has the Vanquisher emblem as well. This wants to be Anila, but for now, I will take a 2-star Mord. That's pretty strong for stage 3.
This is social distancing with 2-star Mordekaiser, who is imitating an Ionia and a Vanquisher. He's imitating Xayah right now. You know what? Halloween's coming up.
Mordekaiser's got a Xayah cosplay on. He found some feathers, glued them to his armor.
Now, I am going to say that the actual visual he's come up with, not the greatest. I think that could use a little bit of work.
Yeah, I mean, he does just look like Mordekaiser, and, maybe he stuck a couple feathers, and that's about it.
Put on a hat and call yourself a pirate. Yeah, it doesn't quite work that way. It is going to get taken down here. Pretty strong multicasters on the other side with the Scrappy Inventions. It's like everybody woke up with a mana or a damage item on that side.
Like wearing a green shirt and saying you're grass,
Hey, don't steal my ideas. I'm a low-effort Halloween costume person.
All right, Milk's
going to sell.
There's the pivot starting to come through. Orshirima in. Finds... Wow, there's an Astus on the first roll. That's big. And start putting this together. Looking at the pip as well. Like that's T-Lides. Still not able to put together a full board as well. But T-Lides actually has an Aatrox found. And even though it's not upgraded, has found his Vanquishers, right? He's got a Xayah on the board. He has a Neela on the bench.
Everyone's getting so many components. This is such an important stage for everybody right now. I'm looking at the 2 stars on the side to see what's coming up. I haven't seen anything colossal yet.
Look at the HP.
It looks like it might have slowed down. Like everyone kind of like is either waiting, they spent all their gold, or they have other plans in mind.
Look at the HP Admirable. First place at the bottom, Weijin. T-Lides in second, near the bottom. Soju as well. See if they can recover, but, Soju and T-Lides, they're level 7, no gold. Very low HP. The last time we saw each of their boards, they were not hitting. And so our 2-point leaders might be bombing out, which would open the door for everyone, and we have to see if they can hit.
We replayed. Look, he took a big hit in that one. That is not the circumstance he wants to be in. That's the other thing, too. It's not just get Demacia emblems. You have to get Demacia emblems and get to level 9. If everyone else is playing like 4 tempo because they're like, I just need a not bad finish, it's really hard to do that. Hang on.
Replay, Demacia Crown is available. But
he needs the
to
money.
Look for upgrades. He needs to look for a way to get to level 9. Hedge Fund could do it, but he's only at level 7. He rerolls it. Demacia Crown being kept as the option, but none of these help him get to 9.
The Tactician's Crown. I think that's the right call, honestly. It's just, this is a really tough spot. A Bel'Veth!
Yeah, Demacia Belveth can be very strong, but upgrading it really, Belveth 1 doesn't do enough. Belveth 2 we've seen pop off and carry even at 7 Demacia. The big thing for replay is there were potential outs, but he goes for the more consistent thing. He's trying to place as high as possible. Could have gone for Earth's grab bag and tried to high roll a spatula on the carousel. Could have gone for hedge fund and tried to econ up. Instead, he's just going to go for power.
I think power's going to buy him the most time. Oh my gosh, it's a 2-star Jarvan!
Stuns the whole back line. All the carries get stunned up. Quinn trying to do enough damage, but she gets stunned again. Toronto Tokyo has been struggling all day, but he says, hey, I just need a 5th. I'm going to go as hard as possible in this final game. Try and lock a spot at the championship. Soju replay at the bottom of the table. Soju on a 10 loss.
Oh my gosh. What happened to the Mordekaiser? Was Belveth cosplaying as Mordekaiser?
Level 7 Belveth 2 for Wajan Iverson?
What? This is insane.
Big thing, T-Lights playing for placements. Infernal contract on 4-2. He knows he needs a 5th or better to make it to the championship. He said, you know what? Just give me 80 gold and let me try and make a board.
Morton, take the wheel. How are you supposed to beat this from Wajan Iverson's side right now?
You don't beat this right now. Wajan should be running through this lobby with the Vanquisher Ionia. Belveth 2 on stage 4. Should be a full win streak, and you just don't want to run into him right now. T-Lides managing to not take too much damage from it.
This is ridiculous. I don't think it's showing up for replay right now, unless it's that weird Tactician's Crown carousel, which it is not. That doesn't show up till stage 5 anymore, does it?
I'm not even sure, but that would be the bailout that he needs. And he doesn't get it. Replay is not going to make it to 9. He found the Demacia emblems, but he did not find a way to push to 9 this game. Did not have the tempo, did not have the HP. 18 health. There is no way he finds 2 levels.
I mean, yeah, I'm trying to think of a way to get out of this. I mean, right now the plan is literally hit. Like he is miles behind where the finish line is for him right now. And Soju, honestly, in a very similar spot for this. You know, Soju came in as 24 points. He's in 3rd place. 22 for Darthnub right behind him. Soju, his finish line really wasn't that far ahead. It feels like he's far behind right now. You look over at Milk's board. Milk has lost so much HP over the course of these last 2 stages, but it's because everyone's power level has just spiked immensely. It's like the lobby went from like a playground to like a minefield. What happened?
What is with these 2-star 5 costs on level 7? Milk has a Cassante too. He still has a duplicator on his bench. He can find one more Belveth and go Belveth 2 with Shurima on this. Milk is also having a setup that can start to play for first.
I just don't know if Milk can get another Belveth. Everybody has a Belveth 2, it feels like, in the lobby.
Wajan has one, and of course Wajan runs into Milk. Milk going to take massive damage. Soju needs to find a bunch of wins. Soju finds another win. Soju, we saw, found that Vanquisher, was able to create the Vanquisher emblem, put it onto the Karma. We've seen this comp do so well. Soju really looking for this top 3, top 4. Needs to outplace as many of these people as possible. He's at 25 HP. Connor at 69. Toronto Tokyo at 66, right? These are super high HP bars. It's going to be hard to outlive them. But if Soju can outlive Replay and Darthnub and Milk and just all these other players, he might do enough to hold on to his spot because he started at 24 points.
It's a 2-win streaks. That's some breathing room at least. But Connor, like you said, he's just got a lot of HP left still. He doesn't have any gold, and he's at level 7 though, so that is something to look out for that. T-Lides, though, this is an Ionia Ash 3 with pretty darn good items in this. This is not a matchup you want to be facing right now. I mean, this is a pretty early hit on T-Lides' spot, but that's the Infernal Contract. This is his max power. He says it's just a stat check on everybody else. Can you beat it? Right now, Toronto Tokyo cannot. But Toronto Tokyo isn't hunting down a massive first-place finish. He's hunting down something that's simply enough. But it feels like that's what a lot of players are doing in this lobby, is hunting down enough. And if that's the case, the tempo is extremely high. This is what it's like when you have to fight tooth and nail for 5th place finishes instead. The lobby dynamic changes so much that this is something you really do not see outside of tournament play.
We replay on 1 life. He lost there to Milk's Azir 1. It is the difference of having these 2 Shurima emblems, the upgraded 5 costs with Cassante, and then the Bel'Veth still on stage 4. A Bel'Veth 1 still quite powerful, especially with the 6 Shurima, that immediate ascension. Milk trying to hold on. It's going to be very tough. He needs to play for first in this game. Milk is the player.
Go.
He has to get first and still have a crafted top 4 to actually make it happen. Can he get there with this Shurima board? There is Azir 2. This is a huge hit for Milk. And he might be able to try and find his way to 9 and play that 9 Shurima with this upgrade. Very, very close, especially one more Bel'Veth here at level 8. He gets to go Bel'Veth 2. Maybe 9 Shurima becomes on the table.
Midnight. Not really time to position here, so this is just, you know, the random positioning that he has to come up with in case other players are doing the same to him.
Replays last life.
Sport's looking strong, but this is not the time you wanted to run into T-Lides. Honestly, I don't think you wanted to run into anybody right now. You just wanted the round to just go, thumbs up, you get a free round here. It's like you want to pass go. But he gets there, I think. Yes, big win for Replay and a huge loss on T-Lide's side. These are not the rounds that almost seemingly everybody wants to come up with right now.
T-Lides and Soju are top 2 as far as players outside of Weijin, because we don't need to talk about Weijin. He's already in. T-Lides and Soju, both pretty much 1 life here. They can live 2. It depends on how many units. But that opens the door for everyone else if they both go down. T-Lides at 27. A 7th or an 8th is the window that makes it so he might not squeeze in. And he is on life point. Infernal Contract was what he wanted to lean on to get there. He wanted to just make that top 5 with this Infernal Contract. And it's not doing enough. Where will he run into? It is Darthnub on the multicasters. This does not have the karma to help the backline access. This is an Ashe variation. This one has not done as well into the multis over the course of this tournament, but he has gotten through the front line. It is incredibly close. The Vel'Koz cast, the Shen's still alive, but the Freljord Rise trying to do work. That is enough. T-Lides lives. Does Soju? The question is, Soju still alive? Did he win his round?
Milk lost.
He's alive. Milk lost with the Shurima board. He's down to 1 life. Look at the HP bars, admirable. 6 for Milk, 8 for Replay. Everyone is so close in our bottom half of the lobby.
What do you do here? He's got 3 viable options. I think that's the most viable one. I'm not sure.
GP remover? Shurima GP. You can just make it bulky, put it in the front line, get more stuns. His tank items going up against Darthnub. We just saw Darthnub fight against T-Lides. Did fall before. Darthnub at 13. His multicasters hasn't fully come online. As we look at T-Lides going up against Weijin. That's not the board you wanted to see. T-Lides taking a lot of damage here. But can the Ashe kill off the rest of this board? Can it just be a 1-unit loss? Can that make the difference?
Gosh.
Soju's out! T-Lides
is out!
T-Lides as well! Our top 2 going into this to make it have fallen! Darthnub was next in line, and the door is open for Milk, Replay, and Coroner is me!
These were the top 3 players successively! Oh my gosh, I cannot believe this is happening!
This is that scenario that can get Milk into the top 3 if he can go first. Weijin's already locked in. Toronto Tokyo is not going to break the top 3. He's in on the placements on AVP. Milk can do it if he can go first. And with that, with Soju being eliminated, Toronto Tokyo has won on AVP, and Toronto Tokyo will be going. And Weijin has won the regional finals.
This is insane. I cannot believe that this is the pan out that we're having right now. Milk needs to go round by round. Every single round for Milk is the most important round of TFT he's likely ever played.
He's up against Connor first. This is one of the multicasters. The last one remaining, if I recall correctly. Toronto Tokyo may also actually. There could be 2 left. Looks like this win is coming through. The Shurima on this gangplank is doing enough. It's so close. No! The Vel'Koz! The Vel'Koz gets the cast. Milk is down! Connor might have a shot to go to the championship here as Replay's
out!
Milk in top 4. Connor in top 2. Has he done it? Has Connor made the full run all the way back in the last 2 games? He's against Wasian. I don't know about the points yet. Connor might need the first to do it, to overcome T-Lide's lead. And here we go. The first fight. The next few trying to go heads up. Connor plagued for a spot at the championship. He needs the win. And he has to overcome a Belveth too. But has he outscaled? Can he overcome with these multis? He gets the first win.
Gosh. The board is just insane. It's so strong. A big part of this is 2 things that are coming into place here for Wasian Iverson's side too, which is number 1, he does not have the same kind of backline access. And then the second one, is that confirmed? Oh my gosh.
Done it. Production has just sent it. They've sent the ping. It seems he did not need the first after all against Wasian. Second was enough. And he might still get that first, but Connor is me against all odds. Rated himself last in the field, had no confidence coming into regionals. Has made it to the championship. Connor is him.
This has been such an insane tournament for Connor is me in this one. His first day performance, I went back and watched his VODs. They were pretty unreal. Connor has been locked in and lasered in on unusual lines for when they make sense. In day number 2, it picked up even more, and it looked like he was playing like an absolute genius. Today, after game 4, he had 15 points. In just 2 games, he's put together now a 3rd place finish and at least a 2nd place finish in this one to find himself rocketing forward by 13 or 14 points in just 2 games, which, mind you, was about his total after the first 4 games of play today. That is a massive turnaround in the 3rd day here at the North American Regional Finals. Connor has had an absolute run at this tournament against the strongest field that you could put together.
You can barely believe it, right? We get to this very last game. It was so close. Everyone's HP bars neck and neck, and then everyone falling one after another. And when the dust settles, Connor is me, left standing, back-to-back top placements in these last 2 games to clutch it out and climb to the top of the tables, get into that top 3. Nobody going into regionals predicted Connor would be going to the championship, and he is. A beautiful breakout set for Connor. He had it all the way back for Elyord Cup, playing that Ezreal legend when no one else was, beating to the tune of his own drum, making that top 5, and comes back in a meta dominated by Earth on his comfort legend Ezreal and qualifies to the championship.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. That final game delivered literally everything so perfectly for Connor, honestly. Like, how could you write like a better, sadder story, for like this entire last lobby? I don't know.
I don't know if you can. It's like that's the whole reason why this feels like it's such a beautiful game, is that all of these crazy things happen just by storm. There's not really a way to predict this other than the way that, you know, players have to recognize that this is what they can do, and then they have to try. And that's it. That's really all you have at your hand at that point. And at the end, literally everything seemed to be coming together at that point, where Toronto Tokyo was sitting in a spot where he was dwindling in life total. It looked like he could have been out of it for average placement. For Milk, where, you know, Milk was sitting in 19 points in the bottom half of the field. It looked like he was so far behind. He started to make a run for it. For Wasian Iverson, you know, he's all but locked up at this point. It kind of makes sense. He's putting together a 2-star Belveth and kind of running over the field. But I digress.
That's not fair.
Every single player, it seemed like they had their story coming in. Even from just replay, starting off with the Demacia emblem, I was like, this can't be real. How is this happening right now? Everybody had a story across 8 players. How is that happening?
I mean,
it is amazing.
It hurts so much. It like feels so good for the people who won, and yet you feel these stories for everyone else at the same time. It is such a bittersweet moment every time at the end of a regionals when we send people through, and some people come so incredibly close. They could taste it, and it just gets pulled away in the final moments. And I mean, that is what makes TFT so exciting. That's what makes our game so much fun to watch, is we get these moments where you root so hard for a player. You root so hard for all these players. And at the end of the day, I mean, only 4 of them get to go.
It is so, like, yeah, it's bittersweet, I guess is the way to put that, right? And we've seen this range of player emotions throughout the course of the weekend where, you know, you see that heartbreak, but you also get a chance to celebrate the successes. And honestly, major props to every player that even competed this weekend at the NA Regional Finals. I know we've said this so many times, Admirable, but it was already impressive to make it into the 24 players that competed this weekend. And like, even more impressive to make it to the final day, even if you do get so close.
Yeah, it's just, it really is exactly, I mean, bittersweet is, I think, just truly the way to put it into words at this point. It's like every single tournament, the field has gotten tougher and tougher. Every single set, the tournament field has gotten tougher and tougher. And it just, even down to this last game, it still feels like it's getting tougher and tougher as everyone's making the right calls to have their outs come into place. And so because that's happening, I feel like I'm seeing these players more often. I'm reviewing what they're doing more often, and I feel like I'm getting, like, it's like Cass just said, I feel like I'm getting more attached to them because everything I know about TFT comes from watching all of their videos and studying these to figure out what I'm supposed to talk about in these spots, to figure out how to tell their stories and how to talk about what they're doing and really bring forth what and how they're doing it and why it's such an important thing from the spot that they're in. So when I see this all happen, I have that same feeling every single time where I'm like looking at these players who now they're knocked out of it, and I'm like, I watched it for blah, 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 I'm out of time. And I see the players winning, and I'm like, yeah, but they're winning. But it's just every single angle I look at, it feels like it keeps happening. And it's just, I really do feel like I'm overwhelmed at times when I see the finishes coming through, because it's like a relief, but a heartbreak at the same time. It's hard to handle, but gosh, do I love handling it. It just feels so good.
Yeah, that was a great final game for the entirety of this 3-day weekend. What a fantastic send-off to the set 9, and also the fact that we're not going to have mid sets anymore, Casanova. That's the last one for the foreseeable future. And what a way to really kind of ship it, I guess, if you will.
Yeah, last 0.5 regional that we'll have, at least for the foreseeable future. And yeah, I mean, what a way to end it. What a way to end North America for the season. I mean, that is such a phenomenal game to go out on, right? I mean, you talk about the heartbreak, but you don't get heartbreak without moments like those.
You really don't. And look at that as well. Those are going to be your top 3 on top of Toronto, Tokyo, making it through average placement. Admirable, we get a chance to celebrate these like 4 incredible players that get a chance to also represent North America at the championships.
What a performance here from everybody too. You know, Toronto, Tokyo making it on an average placement despite this day 3, I think really speaks volumes for how strong of a day 1 and day 2 that he had coming into this. Studying with Wasian Iverson coming into this as well, where they were number 1 and number 2 in points and just dominating the field. And Wasian Iverson finishing in first place now, a 10-point gap over the second place here, and look how tightly packed this is. And then despite that, second and third having a 4-point gap over the 4th place here. This is just such an incredible performance to see from everybody. And again, just my heart broken for those who didn't make it. But I cannot wait to hear how these players are feeling about coming in through this spot right now, and how they're going to end up feeling about making this sort of accomplishment with how difficult this has been. It's like Kermex got locked at mid-set at the mid-set finale, which mind you means that he is the eternal reigning mid-set champion for North America. I just want to point out.
That's true.
But now this is it. This is what all the players fight for, and every single time you ask them a question about their goal for TFT, it's always win the world championship. That's it. You never hear anything about money. You never hear anything about streaming or fame. None of that. It's always win the world championship. This is how you do it.
Yeah, and I mean, T-Lides is carrying the torch for our previous champion, or our current reigning world champion, replay practice partner with T-Lides, and T-Lides has been able to make it to the championship, and maybe he can carry the torch for his practice partner.
I cannot wait to see how he's going to do, and we're going to get a chance to talk to him right now as T-Lights. Congratulations on your performance today. It is so awesome to be able to talk to you again after getting a chance to talk to you at the mid-set finale, and now you are here. How does it feel to know you're going to the championships?
Oh, it feels crazy. I did not expect to feel this way. Yeah, I don't know, no words. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, this is also your first championship, and it was also your first regional. So how does it feel to you to be in this spot where not only did you get a chance to prove yourself to like the whole TFT scene, but also to yourself that you belong here. You can hang with the big dogs.
Oh yeah, it means a lot. I think my goal this set was to make it to regionals. And I was kind of happy where it went after that. But, you know, I think things went my way, and I just kind of also got over my nerves a little bit towards the end, which was really nice. But yeah, it feels amazing. Like, oh my goodness.
Well, I mean, we're proud of you. You should be really proud of yourself. You played what you need. You did what you needed to do in order to qualify. And so I'm curious, right? Where does the power come from? Is it your prep? Is it the stash? Is it your family, right? Where do you think you're getting all of this motivation from?
I mean, I think most of my motivation probably just comes from like enjoying playing the game. And I like started playing the game and I enjoyed it, and then got what's the word? Got like used to or introduced to the competitive scene, and I loved the competitive scene. So I think I love competing. It's fun. I love this game. So I think that's what keeps me going.
Yeah, you got a bit of a trademark now too. I mean, there's branding, there's material you can use. Is the stash? Of course, the stash is sticking for Worlds, but is that some power's got to come from that,
right? maybe. Who knows?
There is power in the stash, perhaps. We'll figure out that mystery later. But first of all, T-Lights, congratulations on making it to the championships. Take me through your tournament run. Day 1 to day 2 to day 3, right? There's so many emotions varying there, but once you got so close from, day 1 being like, okay, I'm here, I want to compete, I want to win, and then all the way to day 3 being like, wait, I can make Worlds, right? How was that journey for you to make it here?
It was a wild ride. I think I started off like day 1. I think my first 3 games were like 5th to 8th, like bot 4s, and I kind of was like trying to pry my way back, and I was able to, high roll and go like top 4, and then I think like 2nd, then 1st. So that like felt really good to be able to come back from that day 1. I VOD reviewed, and then I felt like a little bit more confident going into day 2. Kind of just played. I think I would say I didn't play my best on day 2, but I just played standard, and then so I didn't feel much that. Or like I didn't feel nervous day 2, but then day 3, like I had some internet problems, and once I started realizing that I could do it, the nerves kicked in. But we were able to, pull through. So it was a wild ride, but I'm glad it happened.
A wild ride indeed. So speaking of that, the ride's not over, right? You still got more spots to go on to your destination. So, we don't have to talk about your prep for Worlds, but in your opinion, how's North America looking? You've gotten to play through the weekend, right? How are you feeling about the crew going into Worlds for North America?
I mean, I think pretty good. I haven't. I'm not really familiar with Connor and Tokyo's play as much. I've auto-reviewed Tokyo after he. I think he won day 1, and I was pretty impressed with his play. But I always have thought Weijin is top tier, very, very good. So I think the crew going in is good. I'll probably have to VOD review and see what we got. But I think everyone here is pretty good. Anyone whose final day is good and could represent NA.
Yeah, on that same vein, I mean, NA are the defending champions of TFT, right? Does that, and knowing you're going with such strong people from, NA, does that maybe, I mean, you're still kind of celebrating the success, but does that maybe give a little bit of pressure from NA at Worlds to have to perform, right? And now you are one of the representatives. Are you feeling that pressure at all yet?
Not yet. I was mainly feeling the pressure for making it, but it'll probably come. It'll probably come later. Yeah.
Oh, T-Lides, we want you to make sure bask in that success right now and make sure that you feel it, soak it all in, because you're going to the championships, and I know you weren't alone in this process, so we want to give you a chance to once again give those shout outs and just say some words to the people that are supporting you throughout this journey.
Yeah, I mean, major shout out to Replay, DPay, Ripple, Chaos in my study group, and then big shout out to, I have a lot of people to shout out, but I'll just say like my Twitch chat and all my friends that have like supported me throughout this, and they've always been they've been in my stream, cheering me on, in my DMs, wishing me good luck, and just I'm grateful for all of them. I think there's too many to name, but I really appreciate you guys, and thank you for supporting me.
We love that for you, and we are so excited to see you perform at the championships. T-Lides, best of luck to you for that event.
Thank you very much.
Now that we've celebrated T-Lides, there's another person that we need to celebrate heading to the championships, and that is Toronto Tokyo. You're able to make it to the championships as well, and you had a little bit of a rough start to the day, but are you relieved now knowing that you were able to make it through?
Yeah, I'm relieved. I'm kind of disappointed. It's a mixture of feelings. I feel really bad about how I played today. But yeah, at the end of the day, my goal was to qualify for Worlds. I did that, so it's hard to be too upset.
Yeah, I think yesterday you went into it being like, it's not over until we get to Worlds, and it definitely sounds like you didn't punch your ticket like you wanted to. What is something that you're looking forward to doing differently while you're at Worlds? I mean, of course the results you want to be differently, but are you going to prepare any differently? Are you going to kind of look at this in a different lens so this doesn't happen to you potentially on the last day of Worlds?
Yeah. Okay. So I think I did very well the first 2 days of the tournament. I did very poorly today. I think it's easy to chalk that up to say I choked, but I think, honestly, I don't feel like I lost these games because I was nervous. I feel like I lost the games because I had holes in my strategy. I had holes in my preparation that were exposed today, basically. Like, one of the big issues was, before when I played, there weren't many IRFs in my lobby. Like, I was playing some lobbies where it was me and somebody else playing IRF, 6 people playing TF or Ezreal forcing multi-casters, right? So I never had to think like, well, what happens if I'm contested on my lines? Like, when do I need to adjust my roll down timings and that kind of stuff, right? So, like, was it because like, I'm just like, my hands are shaking, like I can't figure it out? No, it's not that. It's like my gameplay today wasn't good enough, right? Like, that was the issue. And I need to fix that. I need to be a better player going to Worlds, because yeah, it's not acceptable what happened today.
Yeah, we talked about yesterday your progression in such a short amount of time to get your gameplay to where it is right now, right? Even though you're disappointed with today's performance, the weekend was overall fantastic for you, right? But still the mindset to focus on those holes. How motivating is that to know that you have made it to Worlds and now you have another week to prepare? Like, how motivating is that for you moving forward looking at Worlds?
Yeah, well, just like the last 2 days before this didn't really matter, it only mattered today. Now, this day doesn't really matter to me either. The only thing I'm going to be focusing on in the next week is being the absolute best player I can be going into Worlds, representing NA. And I feel like I have a job to do. I feel a lot of good players better than me, didn't qualify to be able to represent NA at this tournament. So I have a responsibility to do well at this tournament, to really make NA proud. So I'm going to try my hardest.
Well, that's awesome to hear, because, I mean, the weight of having an entire region's hopes potentially on your shoulders, right? That's a lot of pressure. So how are you dealing with that as we go through? I mean, playing the game is, in addition to everything else, right? But now there's expectations because you've already done well to continue to do well, right? So how are you dealing with the pressure right now?
To be honest, I really rarely think about any of the external stuff. I just think about what mistakes I'm making and what I need to do. Like, in between game 2, game 3, I wasn't thinking about anything except how do I fix my strategy to have a better placement going forward. And I think at the end of the day, if I patch up all the holes in my game, I play the best game that I can play, that's all I can do. And can control, and that's all I can focus on. So.
Do you think that was happening in real time today, even after game 4, right? You had 4 bottom 4s in a row, but the next 2 games you clutched up, because there was a world where if you had performed, bottom 4 there too, you might have lost out on that AVP spot. So did something kind of click for you? Didn't you learn throughout the day going into the final 2 games of the day?
Yeah, I did. I talked with some people in my study group. I was just trying to figure out what I need to be doing, like how I need to adjust my strategy. One of the big things that I didn't do is I didn't go to 3-5 and roll down, which is I never had to do before today. And then I saw Soju every single day. He would go to 3-5, he would roll down. And then by the time I rolled down, which I would do normally, all units were all out of the pool, right? So I was just not used to being contested in that way. And then I had to make that adjustment going into the next 2 games. And, thankfully, I never gave up. The entire time I was just thinking, what do I need to do better? And got there in time.
Your growth mindset is so impressive, and based on how you evolved your strategy throughout the day, I think we're all very excited for you for the championships. Know that you can absolutely make those changes to your strategy to be able to do well there. But Toronto Tokyo, I have a more fun question for you.
Yes.
And that is, did you ever go on that date with your girlfriend? And are you going to
You
treat
said
her
you would.
to a nicer date now? Because you made it to the championships.
Yes, we did. We did go out on that date. And yes, I will. It was my obligation to do so. Yeah.
Love it.
I know you want to give her a shout out too, but is there anyone else that you'd like to say some words to for the support for this weekend?
Yeah, first of all, I gotta say thank you to Wei Iverson, because he dominated this entire tournament. If he had choked or played as bad as I did today, then I would not have made it through AVP. So thank God for Wei Iverson. I want to thank all the people that helped me study, helped me improve my game, also skills. Philip, I'm Jack, Mila Law, Stellar Minhee, Wei Iverson. I'm probably missing a lot of people, but thank you to everybody. And lastly, thank you to my girlfriend, my lovely girlfriend, and my family. Thank you so much for everybody for supporting me.
Thank you, Toronto Tokyo, for your time. We hope that you go celebrate. And I know that this might have not been the day that you wanted, but it's going to be your weekend next weekend. Good luck at the championships.
Thank you so much, guys. Have a great night.
Toronto Tokyo is one of the players that booked their ticket, but another one we get a chance to celebrate. That is Connor, is me. Connor is you. Connor is him at this point. We are trying to come up with all these different isms for you, but at the end of the day, it is you, and you're going to the championships. Did you expect this as your first regional?
Not at all. Yeah, I was very surprised. I honestly, I was going to be pretty content getting to day 2 if that happened, and so yeah, I'm pretty shocked to be where I am.
Well, I mean, you're proving a lot of people that you are a top contender when it comes down to playing TFT. So what is it for you that has clicked for this particular patch and also just this particular set to be able to find yourself here?
Well, on the main broadcast, I would like to caveat a little bit, because I know there's like a lot of general viewers and that don't realize just like how in-depth and complicated of a game TFT is, and it really is a beautiful game, and I love it a lot and I don't think most people realize just how complex and how sophisticated it really can be in so many different variations. That being said, to be honest, this patch I played a lot of multicasters. It was they were really strong, and I got good spots for them, and I knew how to play the line too. I saw people make a lot of mistakes around the multicaster line for sure, and I do think I understood some things better than other players. But yeah, that being said, it made it pretty easy that I could just play multicasters most of the games.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to yourself, though, there were a lot of people on that strategy that did not make day 3, and they did not make it all the way in. And as you said, yes, you were given some good spots, but also, I mean, the fact that you did master that line, it was a big thing we talked about coming into this tournament, that people who are able to master the multicaster line will have success. And I know that you weren't super confident coming into this event in general. I'd heard that you didn't have as much time to prep as you maybe would have wanted to, but I'm wondering like where that confidence level came from, because you had actually had a really good set 9. What was the big issue for you coming in that was like making it difficult for you to feel confident about this specific regional?
Yeah, 9.5 just I was having some life problems a bit, and I wasn't doing very well in 9.5. Just wasn't clicking, and even going into like even like Noxus Cup, I got day 1. I didn't even like sleep the night before, and it was kind of just rough. So I was honestly kind of expecting after day 1 of Noxus Cup that I probably wouldn't make regionals, and at the time I was kind of fine with that because I wasn't really enjoying the set. However, once I did qualify, I realized I'm very excited that I did make it, even at that point, because it's a tremendous opportunity, and it's always fun to play with the best of the best, regardless of the patch.
Now that you're going to be at this point, I'm curious, like, what does it mean to you to have this sort of accomplishment and to be representing a region? Like, does representing a region actually, does that feel like something to you, or what do you feel like is the most important thing to you going to the world stage?
Yeah, it definitely means something. It's a big responsibility, especially since I'm sure I will be under a lot of fair criticism, considering that I didn't play the most sophisticated TFT to qualify. So I will definitely have to put in a lot of effort to try to prove that if I really get down to it, I can play solid TFT when I really put my mind to it.
All right, I wanted to ask you a little bit about your comfort pick, Ezreal, right? You were kind of the last Ezreal standing at the day 3 of this tournament. It's what you had your success with early in the set when you were able to make that top 5 in one of the cups. And back then, you were kind of one of only 2 or 3 total Ezreal players out there. Now it's a little bit more popular, but what was kind of your thought process making that decision? I know multicasters was the main strategy, but is Ezreal something you still like once multicasters are kind of out of the game, considering they got nerfed pretty heavily going into the Worlds patch?
We'll have to see. It's totally dependent on the meta, and like the reasons that I chose like Ezreal over Ornn, like in Shrima Cup, and Ezreal over like TF for now, which are kind of similar in the kind of item tempo kind of identity. They're very different, so there's a lot of reasons for both. So it'll definitely depend on the meta going into Worlds, and I will definitely have to confer with other people that know a lot about the meta, and try to figure out if that's viable, or if I'm going to have to really learn how to play Earth.
Fair enough.
It's certainly a difficult thing to do, but I don't think that for you, I don't feel like it's going to necessarily be that difficult. You talk about how this regionals was dominated by the fact that you're playing Ezreal and you're defaulting to multicaster, which I already think is a lot harder than people give it credit for, to be fair, because there's so many different things that happen to it. And you talk to yourself, you see people spotting mistakes. You had a 4.26 average for set 9 at this point. Like, this isn't like a gleaming, glistening, like, whoa sort of average, but it's pretty freaking good considered tournaments. Like,
yeah,
how did you get to this point? Yeah, it's exactly that. I mean, I'm looking at 66 games played on here. How did you get to this point in TFT? Like, what kind of catapulted you into being a strong competitive player, considering that at some point you had to simply start the game?
Well, it was probably when they switched to portals, and I stopped with my problem of never winning carousel. So, no, I'm not exactly sure, to be honest. I really enjoyed set 9, and I was able to put a lot of time into it, and that was probably the most significant factor, to be honest. Yeah, I put a lot of effort in set 9 especially, and watched a lot of VODs, and it paid off, I guess.
Seems like you are very prepped and ready to go for next weekend, and we are so excited to see how you're going to do. But I wanted to give you an opportunity to let the viewers get to know you a little bit. Like, who is Connor?
I'm not sure exactly where to start with that. I mean, I love TFT. I play it quite a bit as far as the viewers are concerned. I definitely am a player that I enjoy playing more interesting kind of woke stuff, and a lot of times I can even get a little bit baited into doing that just because it sounds a little bit more fun, even in some competitive environments, unfortunately. But I tend to do a lot better when I'm, just playing a little bit more fundamentally sound TFT. But yeah, if you catch me on ladder, I'm probably like AFK or doing some silly stuff.
Actually picking the AFK augment. We love it. Maybe we get a chance to see some of that. And who knows what the next patch is going to actually hold, because we still have to see a bit of development from that. But Connor is me. One thing's for sure, you're still going to the championships, and we wanted to also give you an opportunity to give some shout outs to the people that have helped you along this journey, as well as to say some words to the people that are supporting you from this weekend and moving forward.
Yeah, I'm really grateful generally for everyone who's just said kind words, had positive things to say, helps uplift my spirits, even though, I feel a little bit of the kind of imposter syndrome seeing, like I mentioned on Twitter, like seeing much better players, in my opinion, kind of unfortunately exit the tournament. But yeah, so all the kind words from literally everyone is great. I have a supportive family, especially my cousin Jim's always watching. I have friends that are watching. I don't study with everyone, so most of what I learned, I was saying on the thing is on Frodo stream is from Dish Soap VOD. So shout out to Dish Soap for making all that available. I'm trying to think anything else. Press event for picking me in fantasy and actually believing in me. I appreciate that. That was cool. And yeah, that's all the gratitude.
Well, you are a very humble player, and we are looking forward to seeing how you're going to do next weekend. Connor, you or him is all we're going to say about that one, and best of luck at next weekend's championships. The final player that we get a chance to celebrate moving forward to the Runeterra Reforged Championships is Wajan Iverson. We get a chance to talk to you again, not just at the top of the weekend, but also because you won the first day, and now you're here. You didn't even need to do that well in your final game. You literally locked the spot after 4. So what was going through your head at that point? I know it's a go for first angle, but were you just happy, confident, vibing in your lane after that 4th game?
I was like very happy and confident, but at the same time I realized that like if I just like don't get distracted and stay focused for the next like 1-2 hours, I can turn like $2,000 into like $10,000, which is amazing. So yeah, I was just doing my best to stay like fully focused on the game, try and lock in like the first place at regionals. It's also like, even if you make worlds, like first place at regionals is still like a huge accomplishment. I feel like that I really wanted to have. So yeah, I tried to stay like as focused on the game as possible, but then like I kind of, as soon as I realized I won, just like turned on like Mike and Cam, like started like talking to stream and stuff.
It's awesome. It's awesome to be able to see you get this success, and like as you said, like a regional win under your belt, and you also get a chance to go to the championships again. So what are you hoping to get out of this experience next weekend, knowing that this is your 2nd attempt?
I mean, I was a little bit disappointed in my first like Worlds kind of performance. But I think I also did learn a lot from like just playing at Worlds and just like having that experience. Like it's very different from just participating in like cups and even like bigger events like regionals and mid-set. It feels very different. Like the format's different and everything. So I think with those learnings, I'm hoping that like I can maybe make the final lobby of Worlds this year. That's a goal that I set now.
Hey, that's what we want to see. I mean, honestly, I want a little more for you. I want you to win, but like, final lobby's pretty good. We'll take that way, if that's what we get. But
I mean if I could win, that would be great too. Yeah.
Would it?
I mean, yeah, that would be pretty great too. I think for sure. But I mean, over the course of your kind of career in TFT, you've done a really good job at gapping a couple tournaments. I mean, your mid-set win was by a mile. Your regionals win here is by a mile. And a lot of that comes down to the fact that you are able to play late games so incredibly well. Do you have an idea like what the difference is in your mind that lets you cap out board so high and play for these first and second spots more often than a lot of other players are able to do?
I'm not sure. I guess like if I had to attribute it to something, I feel like just really understanding like what every unit does and like the interactions like between the units. I think it helps a lot. Like for example, there's like some games where like I chose to like invest really heavily into like Gangplank because I knew like my opponents were playing like multicasters with like a ton of CC from like Jarvan and Talia. So I feel like just like and also just like understanding your win cons as well. Like sometimes like going level 9 is not enough to win the game. You have to like you would lose anyways, and you have to just send out a prayer for like a 3-star 4 cost, and like sometimes it'll work out and that'll allow you to win. So yeah, just understanding like having like a really deep understanding of the game and just like your win conditions.
I mean, this tournament I feel like really brought up your numbers. You know, I asked you the question the other day of why haven't your tournament results really reflected your ladder play? What's the difference? But you know, just after this tournament, you've now brought your tournament lobby win rate up to 24.32%. How are you so lasered in on this tournament? Like, my gosh, I feel like we've seen players have like more dominant point performances, but I feel like we haven't really seen players have more dominant like performances. Like, this is a lot of first places that are happening in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think like the first thing is just like making the swap to Earth like super early, like right after Last Chance Qualifier. I think it was like one of the best decisions I've ever made. Because, I mean, even if I didn't win the tournament, like, another Earth player was always going to win the tournament. It's just, like, a strategy like Ezreal or Twisted Fate, just, I feel like it just can't win consistently enough. So, I mean, I think that was a great decision, and just, like, having all of that extra time to practice and, like, lots of people to practice and study with. And, I've heard, actually, some people say Earth is an easy legend, but I think, like, I mean, I think, don't get me wrong, like, I think Twisted Fate is a super hard legend. I think Earth is a super hard legend as well. Like, so many people just play their Earth games, like, the same way every time, but I think there's so much nuance in, like choosing your emblem based off, like, what other people are playing in the lobby, like, scouting first, so you don't end up in, or you can try to avoid ending up in, like, 4-way, 3-way contested situations. And also just, like, a lot of nuance, and, like, if you have Ancient Archives too, like, knowing the correct time to pop the second tome, because it could be, like, right away, it could be later on. So yeah, I think Earth is like a very high skill legend, and I think just having a lot of time to practice on Earth really helped me in this tournament.
So I mean, with that being said, I imagine you'll be locking in Earth for the championship, and you've got another week to practice. Is that what is that preparation going to look like? Because you pretty much got your legend picked out already. You're pretty good on a lot of these lines. We even saw some good branching out picks, because it just seemed like you were comfortable. You ended up on Noxus after telling us that you never wanted to play Noxus again, but at least you had the practice, you had the reps on it, you knew what to do, right? So yeah, what is that prep going to look like for the championship? Because yes, it's a different patch, but Earth really was largely unchanged.
Yeah, to be completely honest, like, I have no idea what my Worlds prep is going to look like right now, because Worlds is on Friday, and I have midterms Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So no. Yeah, I don't even know if I'm going to have time to like prep. Vision. Which is but I don't know. I'll think about it and yeah, try and figure something out.
Just think about it. It's not a big deal. Yeah. Your midterms can wait, right? I mean, you just think about it. Oh wait, you meant TFT. Oh, okay, got it. So with this is like a really like offbeat from the Worlds question, but the first place in this tournament also got a Vegas ticket for the LAN in this one, and my understanding is you actually don't have a ticket to Vegas LAN.
Oh yeah, that's correct, but that was also for a reason, because that's my exam season.
Oh, so who's getting the ticket then?
I don't know.
I think that's up to you, isn't it?
It might be up to me. I mean, I guess I'll have to think about that one as well.
Some politics in the Asian friendship. Yes.
So you're not gonna change your mind about going, knowing that you just won the NA regional finals.
I don't know. That might be a conversation between like me and my parents. That one.
Fair enough.
That's very fair. Well, we know that they've been supporting you throughout this entire journey, and you probably want to say some words to them as well as the rest of the people that have been supporting you as well. But the one thing that I want to ask you before we get to that is, you said they cook you dinner after these tournaments. Now that you've won $10,000, gonna take them out to dinner, maybe?
Oh, that does sound like a good idea. I mean, it's getting kind of late. It's 9 p.m., but yeah, I think we could definitely figure something out in that department.
I'm not gonna try to strong arm you into it, but you know, it is nice to see that they support you so much. And is there anything that you'd like to say to them as well as everyone else that's giving you this support for this weekend and also next?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, I remember like when I started playing these tournaments, I was like kind of shy and like scared about it. Like I didn't want to tell my parents. And then like when they found out, like even right away, like when they had no idea what this game was, when they didn't know like if I was any good at all, like they were immediately super supportive. And like I really just can't thank them enough for that. And like every single tournament day, they're always watching, even if they don't understand what's going on. Like I just don't even know how to express like how grateful I am for them. Also, I have to thank just everyone that I played in practice with. Like, I'm sure you've heard some of these names before, because this is not my first interview, but yeah, thank you to Toronto Tokyo, Bossa Skill, Stellar Minhee, Malala, Darth Nub, Clear, I'm Jack, Philip, and more. like thank you guys so much. Like, I think just starting, like, and talking to other people in the TFT community is, like, what allowed me to make, just make leaps and bounds in my play as a player, like, just take my gameplay to a whole nother level. So I feel like if I didn't have friends in the TFT scene, like I wouldn't have gone to Worlds last set, I wouldn't have gone to Worlds this set. So just like so many good things that have happened to me are like also because of them. So thank you so much, guys.
It's awesome to hear that. And we know that TFT, while it is an individual sport, it is also a team sport. So once again, Weijin Iverson, congratulations on your regional win and best of luck next weekend. We're all rooting for you and everybody else in NA.
All right, thank you so much.
That does it. That's it for Set 9 Runeterra Reforged NA Regional Finals. We have 5 incredible players that are going to be representing North America at the Runeterra Reforged Championships just next weekend. And this is an incredible pool of players, Admirable.
It's so strong. Like, we keep saying this every year as well, but it's like, this one's so strong. Like, my gosh. There's really no way to turn it down. I feel like that Toronto Tokyo has just got like a steel mindset on how to put things together. And like the more I learn about him, the more I'm like, oh yeah, no, this guy's gonna be the best. And then the more I see Weijin Iverson, I'm like, oh yeah, no, this guy's gonna be the best. And it just feels like that keeps repeating itself over and over and over again. And then I'm like, oh right, Kurum's going as well. Oh yeah, no, this guy's going to be the best. It's just like every single turn that you take, it feels like that NA's got the lineup, and I'm all for it. Let's go NA!
I really hope that some of these players can give themselves more credit as well. Like it was very inspiring and humbling to hear how Connor and both Connor and Toronto Tokyo were really approaching these placements here to go to the championships. Casanova, I felt like they both have such a growth mindset when it comes to the game, and it is really, really inspiring to hear about that.
Well, I love them recognizing, right? This is a strategy game, right? There are incredibly strong competitors that did not make it, and they were able to get there today, right? And so I love that they take the mindset of, hey, it's a responsibility to this region, which is so incredibly strong and so deep of good players that once you make it to the championship, you're carrying the torch for the rest of them. You want to take it as far as you can, and you want to play the very best you can. And I love that that's the mindset for both of these players getting there, because I mean, even Connor, you know, he wasn't confident coming in. He didn't feel good about the tournament. He found a strategy that he could execute on, and he did, and he made it. And now, you know, he knows he can't play that strategy. He knows he's got to really bring it to live up to the expectations that we're going to need to be putting on him. And I really hope that he delivers, because I loved watching Connor's play throughout this weekend. I love that interview. I think he's really great, and he came in and showed up in set 9, and now he gets a chance to prove it even further at the championship.
Yeah, I like that everyone is like happy to represent the region here as well. Like it wasn't like well, I'm not really thinking about that right now. I'm like, yes, everybody's got it in mind right now, because like, let's be honest, we know it's not happening in League of Legends, right? So I'm just happy it's happening in some Riot game. Like it's just, let's be honest. Like stop fooling ourselves. Let's not talk. It's, you know, it's just not gonna happen, right? But it can and it will happen in TFT. Like this is it's here. It's right now. I'm gonna say it again. I think NA's got, I think, likely the strongest region. I haven't seen it from everywhere just yet. I'm gonna have to go look at that, because there's still some other things that are happening across things. But we have a very strong one, and that's the important part right now. I'm all in on NA.
Replay picked up the torch for everybody last set at the championships to be able to secure the championship title, and now we do have 5 super strong players that get a chance to pick it up right back from him, and I'm so excited. This weekend has been so phenomenal. Like, I don't even know what else to say about it except that we got treated to some great TFT, and we got a chance to send off set 9 really, really strong, didn't we?
It's just been awesome. Full stop. Worlds next week. Cass, he's gonna be at Worlds next week.
I gotta go
Cass
get on
is
a
going to
plane in
Worlds
the morning.
next week.
I gotta go pack.
Take
I gotta
that.
go pack so I can head to Spain and I can go cheer on all our boys at the championship. I'm gonna be championing them alongside Frodan and more. We're gonna be really trying to push for our North American players to do their very best. I'm excited to represent them.
Cass, do you feel any pressure representing the North American casters here for this upcoming event?
Look, we've got a deep pool. I don't know. There's a lot of great casters here. I might not be the best one, but I'm gonna do my very best since I got the chance to go there. And hey, that's what it's gotta be, right? I gotta carry the torch for us all. I gotta do it for North America.
Well, we are so excited to see you there next weekend alongside our 5 players from North America. Just in case you missed it, we've got Kermex, Toronto Tokyo, T-Lides, Connor is me, and Wajan Iverson that will be representing North America there. We want to thank everybody so much for tuning in to support these players, to all of our 24 competitors this weekend for giving us such an amazing show, from our production team, from our casting team, and from everybody else behind the scenes that was able to put on this show. We thank you so much for your support. Thank you for a great set 9. We are looking forward to the Runeterra Reforged Championships next weekend, and we'll also see you all in set 10. Good night, everyone.